Welcome, dear friends, to a serene evening by the gentle glow of our cozy fireplace. As the warmth embraces us, let's take a moment to set aside the day's worries and surrender to the tranquility of the night. Here, in this peaceful setting, we invite you to journey with us through comforting stories that will transport you to magical and serene places. May these tales bring you peace and prepare your wonderful start to your upcoming day. Story 1. Once upon a time, in a cozy village nestled between rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her village, known for its cobblestone streets and quaint cottages with thatched roofs, was a haven of peace and simplicity. Each morning, a gentle mist would drape the hills, giving the village an ethereal quality, as if it were a place untouched by time. The villagers, with their warm smiles and tales of yore, seemed to echo the timelessness of their surroundings. Willow, with her bright eyes and inquisitive spirit, was a child of the earth, always seeking out the wonders hidden in the most ordinary of places. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and the distant calls of migrating birds, Willow skipped along the winding path that led into the forest. Her basket swung at her side, a constant companion on her explorations. She hummed a cheerful tune, her breath visible in the cool air as she gathered leaves that carpeted the ground in vibrant hues of red, orange, and gold. As she reached down to pluck a particularly striking leaf, her fingers brushed against something cool and smooth, a small glass orb, gleaming with an ethereal light. The orb was unlike anything she had ever seen, its surface swirling with colors like a captured rainbow. Willow gasped, her eyes wide with wonder, feeling the orb's gentle pulse in her hands as if it were alive. Cradling the orb gently in her palms, Willow felt a warmth spreading through her fingers, as if the glass held a secret spark of life. She peered closer, and to her amazement, the orb began to glow brighter, pulsing in time with her heartbeat. The forest around her seemed to hold its breath, the rustle of leaves and the distant chatter of squirrels fading into the background. Suddenly, a soft voice whispered in her ear, "Welcome, dear Willow. You have discovered a truly special treasure." Willow whirled around, but there was no one in sight. "Who said that?" she asked, her voice quivering with a mix of excitement and apprehension. "I am the spirit of this enchanted orb," the voice replied, a gentle, melodic whisper that seemed to blend with the wind. "And you, my child, have the gift of awakening the magic within ordinary objects." Willow's eyes grew even wider. "Magic? But how is that possible?" The orb pulsed again, and the voice continued. "All things in this world hold a spark of wonder, if only we open our hearts to perceive it. Your pure spirit and curious nature have unlocked a great power within you." Willow marveled at the orb, her mind racing with possibilities. What if the mundane, everyday objects she encountered held stories and secrets of their own? But before she could ask another question, the voice spoke once more. "To truly understand your gift, you must embark on a journey of discovery. Follow the path ahead, and trust in the wisdom of those you meet along the way." Clutching the orb tightly, Willow set off into the forest, her steps filled with a newfound sense of purpose. The forest, a tapestry of towering trees and sun-dappled glades, seemed to welcome her, its mysteries promising and vast. As she ventured deeper into the wooded realm, she encountered a series of extraordinary helpers, each with their own unique personalities and insights. First, there was Oakley, an ancient tree spirit with a warm, creaky voice and a heart as sturdy as his bark. His leaves whispered secrets of the forest, tales of centuries past, and the wisdom of the earth itself. He taught Willow to listen to the whispers of the forest, to sense the life force pulsing through every leaf and twig. With Oakley, Willow learned the language of the trees, understanding their silent conversations and the gentle sway of their branches. Next, she met Flutter, a mischievous fairy with gossamer wings and an infectious giggle that sounded like the tinkling of tiny bells. Flutter danced through the air with a grace that defied gravity, leaving trails of sparkling dust in her wake. She showed Willow how to dance with the breeze, to embrace the joy of movement and let her spirit soar. Through Flutter, Willow discovered the freedom of letting go, of trusting in the wind to carry her forward. Then came Ripple, a wise old stream that mirrored the sky above. Its waters were as clear as polished glass, reflecting the world in shimmering detail. Ripple's gentle flow encouraged Willow to find stillness within herself, to let her thoughts and feelings flow like water over smooth stones. Ripple taught her the art of patience, the understanding that sometimes the best path is the one that winds slowly, finding its own way through obstacles. With each new friend, Willow's understanding of her gift deepened. She learned to see the world through a lens of wonder, to appreciate the magic that thrived in the most ordinary of places. Yet, her journey was not without challenges. At times, doubt and fear threatened to overwhelm her, whispering that her gift was too small, too insignificant to make a difference. One evening, as the sky blushed with the colors of dusk, Willow sat by the edge of Ripple, pondering her journey. Her reflections stared back at her, questioning and uncertain. "What if I fail?" she whispered to the stream, the words barely audible above the gentle babble of the water. Ripple, ever patient, replied in its soft, flowing voice, "Every journey has its shadows, dear Willow. It's the light you carry within that guides you through. Remember the warmth of the orb and the lessons of the forest. Trust in yourself as we trust in you." In those moments of self-doubt, Willow would clutch the orb tightly, drawing strength from its warmth and the lessons of her wise companions. She realized that true magic did not come from grand gestures or mighty spells, but from the simple act of opening one's heart to the beauty all around. Finally, after many twists and turns along the forest path, Willow found herself standing before a great, tangled thicket. Thorns and brambles blocked her way, threatening to pierce her delicate skin. The thicket seemed impenetrable, a barrier of nature's design, challenging her resolve. Willow's heart sank. How could she possibly continue her journey? The thicket loomed before her, dark and foreboding, casting long shadows on the ground. But then, she remembered Oakley's teachings about listening to the forest's whispers. Closing her eyes, she took a deep breath and stilled her mind. Slowly, the sound of rustling leaves and birdsong gave way to a gentle humming, like the melody of a long-forgotten lullaby. Willow followed the tune, her feet carrying her to a small gap in the thicket, just wide enough for her to slip through. With a grateful smile, she pressed onward, the orb's glow lighting her path. The forest opened up into a hidden grove, a place untouched by human hands, where nature danced in its purest form. At last, Willow emerged into a sun-dappled clearing, where a crystalline pool sparkled like 1,000 diamonds. The air was alive with the scent of blooming flowers and the gentle hum of life. She gasped in delight, for floating above the water was a magnificent willow tree, its graceful branches swaying in an unseen breeze. As Willow approached, the tree seemed to lean down, beckoning her closer. Suddenly, the orb in her hands grew warm once more, and the voice she had first heard in the forest whispered, "Well done, my child. You have proven yourself worthy of understanding the true nature of your gift." The willow tree's branches parted, revealing a hollow at its heart, and there, nestled among the roots, lay a simple wooden box. Willow reached out, her fingers trembling, and lifted the lid. Inside, resting on a bed of soft moss, was a single acorn, its shell polished to a deep, burnished brown. But as Willow gazed upon it, she saw so much more than a mere seed. She saw the potential for life, for growth, for the cycle of nature to renew itself in endless, wondrous ways. In that moment, Willow understood. Her gift was not about grand displays of magic or wielding great power. It was about seeing the extraordinary in the ordinary, about nurturing the spark of wonder that lived within all things. With a joyful laugh, Willow cradled the acorn close to her heart, feeling its warmth and promise. She knew that wherever life took her, she would carry this lesson with her, sharing the magic of true sight with all she met. As the sun dipped below the trees, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Willow turned homeward, her steps light and her spirit soaring. For though her journey had been long and filled with challenges, she had discovered the greatest treasure of all, the ability to find wonder in the world around her and within herself. And in the quiet of the evening, as the first stars began to twinkle in the vast sky, Willow understood that her journey was just beginning, a path woven with the threads of magic and the promise of endless discovery. As she walked back through the forest, she noticed how the world seemed to glow with a newfound vibrancy. The leaves whispered ancient secrets, the wind carried tales untold, and the earth beneath her feet thrummed with life. She felt a kinship with the world, a connection that would guide her on countless adventures yet to come. Willow smiled, knowing that her journey was a mere prelude to the wonders that awaited her, and with each step she carried the hope of discovering new magic in the ordinary. Story 2. In the quaint village of Elderglen, nestled between the whispering pines and the gentle curve of a babbling brook, lived a young girl named Anwen. Her eyes sparkled with the colors of the forest, deep greens and flecks of gold, and her hair cascaded like a waterfall, dark and shimmering in the moonlight. Elderglen was a place where time seemed to stand still, where the air carried the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers, and the night sang with the soft chorus of crickets and owls. The village itself was a tapestry of cobblestone streets and timber-framed houses, each one unique with its own story etched into the grain of its wood. Anwen was known throughout the village for her curiosity and gentle spirit. She would often wander through the woods, her bare feet dancing over mossy stones, her hands brushing against the rough bark of ancient trees. Her connection to nature was profound, not only because of her upbringing in Elderglen, but also due to a deeper longing within her to uncover secrets hidden beneath the surface of the mundane. She was always seen as a bridge between the known and the mysterious, someone who carried the whispers of the trees and the secrets of the wind. Her grandmother, Alara, was a revered herbalist in the village, known for her wisdom and knowledge of the old ways. Alara would often speak of the forest as a living entity, a guardian of ancient secrets and forgotten stories. Her tales of times long past and her gentle guidance nurtured Anwen's ever-growing curiosity. "Remember, my dear," Alara would say, her voice as soft as the rustle of leaves, "the forest holds many secrets, but it also holds the answers to questions we dare not ask." It was during one such adventure that Anwen discovered the object that would change her life forever. It was a crisp autumn morning, the kind that painted the world in shades of amber and crimson. The air was cool, and the leaves crunched softly underfoot as Anwen followed a narrow path deeper into the heart of the forest. The sun filtered through the canopy in dapples of warm light, casting playful shadows that danced along the ground. The scent of damp earth and fallen leaves filled the air, a rich perfume that spoke of change and the cycle of life. As she walked, she hummed a tune that seemed to echo back from the trees, as if the forest itself was singing along with her. Her song was a reflection of her heart, gentle yet filled with an unquenchable thirst for discovery. It was then that she noticed something unusual, a strange glimmer beneath a pile of fallen leaves. Kneeling down, Anwen brushed the leaves aside to reveal a small, intricately carved box. It was no larger than a sparrow's nest, made of wood so dark it was almost black, and etched with swirling patterns that seemed to shift and change in the light. The box's craftsmanship was unlike anything she had ever seen, its artistry hinting at an ancient origin and a story untold. Her heart fluttered with excitement and a hint of apprehension. Anwen gently lifted the box, feeling a warmth emanating from it that tingled at her fingertips. As she opened the lid, she was greeted by a soft, luminescent glow. Inside lay a delicate necklace, its pendant a tiny vial filled with a shimmering liquid that swirled like a galaxy captured in glass. The light within the vial seemed to pulse gently, as if resonating with her own heartbeat. Anwen's breath caught in her throat, and she felt a connection to the necklace, as though it had been waiting for her all along. Without hesitation, she slipped the chain around her neck, the vial resting just above her heart. A gentle warmth spread through her, soothing and invigorating all at once. It was a sensation of belonging, as if she had finally found a missing piece of herself. As she stood, the forest around her seemed to come alive in a way she had never experienced before. The colors were more vibrant, the sounds more harmonious. She could hear the rustle of leaves as a conversation, feel the heartbeat of the earth beneath her feet. It was as if the necklace had awakened an ability within her to understand the very essence of nature. This newfound perception was both exhilarating and overwhelming, a gift that demanded to be explored. With her newfound connection to the forest, Anwen discovered a hidden world that had always existed just beyond the veil of ordinary perception. She could see the woodland creatures more clearly now, The wise old owl perched high in the trees, the playful squirrels darting through branches, and the gentle deer that watched her with knowing eyes. Each creature seemed to possess its own personality and wisdom, a reflection of the natural world they inhabited. Each day, she ventured further into this magical realm, learning its secrets and befriending its inhabitants. She met a mischievous fox named Finn, whose fiery coat matched his quick wit, and a kind-hearted badger named Bramble, who shared tales of the forest's ancient history. Through their guidance, Anwen learned to harness the magic of the necklace, using it to help those in need and to heal the land. The forest, once an enigmatic backdrop to her life, now felt like an extension of her being, a living tapestry of interwoven stories and energies. Yet, Anwen's ventures were not without challenges. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and a chill crept into the air, she sat with Finn and Bramble beneath the wide canopy of an ancient oak. The three friends shared a silence filled with the gentle rustle of leaves and the distant call of a nightjar. Anwen's mind wandered back to the village, to her family and the people she had grown up with. Despite the magic she had discovered, a part of her felt adrift, caught between the world of Elderglen and the enchanted forest. Bramble, sensing her unease, spoke in his slow, thoughtful manner. "The forest is a part of you now, Anwen, but remember, roots run deep. What you learn here, share with those you care about. The magic is strongest when it is shared." A profound realization settled over Anwen. She understood that the necklace was not just a gift for her alone, but a beacon meant to bridge the worlds she straddled. The teachings of the forest were not to be hoarded, but woven into the fabric of village life, a thread of magic that could enrich the lives of her people. But as the days passed, Anwen sensed a growing unease within the forest. The once harmonious balance seemed threatened by an unseen force, a shadow that crept along the edges of her awareness. Determined to protect her newfound friends and the world she had come to love, Anwen set out on a journey to uncover the source of the disturbance. With Finn and Bramble by her side, she traveled through the forest, crossing crystal-clear streams and climbing rugged hills. The path was not always easy, but Anwen's heart was resolute, her spirit buoyed by the companionship of her friends and the magic of the necklace. As they journeyed, Anwen began to understand the depth of her connection to the forest, the way her actions could ripple through the natural world in ways she had never imagined. As they journeyed deeper into the forest, the shadows grew darker, the air heavier. It was in a secluded glen, where the trees stood like silent sentinels, that they discovered the cause of the forest's distress. A great thorny bramble had taken root, its twisted vines choking the life from the surrounding trees and casting a pall over the land. The bramble was an anomaly, an intrusion into the natural order that defied explanation. Anwen could feel the malevolent presence emanating from the heart of the bramble, a darkness that sought to consume the light and joy of the forest. But she also sensed something else, a glimmer of hope, a spark of life trapped within the tangle of thorns. It was a fragile light, one that flickered uncertainly but refused to be extinguished. With the guidance of her friends, Anwen approached the bramble, her heart steady despite the fear that gnawed at her edges. She placed her hand over the vial resting against her chest, feeling its warmth spread through her once more. Closing her eyes, she focused on the connection she felt to the forest, drawing strength from the land and the creatures that called it home. With a deep breath, she reached out to the bramble, her fingers brushing against the thorny vines. Energy surged through her, a radiant light that flowed from the necklace, through her hands and into the bramble. The vines shivered and writhed, the darkness within them retreating before the onslaught of Anwen's magic. It was a battle of wills, a clash of forces that resonated through the very air. As the last vestiges of shadow dissolved, the bramble began to transform. The thorns softened, the twisted vines unraveling to reveal a slender sapling at its core. Leaves unfurled, vibrant green and full of promise, and a single flower bloomed at its crown, radiant and pure. The transformation was a testament to the resilience of life, the ability of nature to heal and renew itself even in the face of adversity. The forest sighed with relief, the balance restored. Anwen stepped back, her heart swelling with joy and gratitude. She had faced the darkness and emerged victorious, not through force, but through the light of friendship and the wisdom of the natural world. Her journey had taught her the value of courage and the power of unity, lessons she would carry with her always. Returning to Elderglen, Anwen noticed subtle changes in her perspective. The village, with its cobblestone streets and timber-framed houses, appeared in a new light. Each house was not just a structure, but a story, a living part of the village's soul. Elderglen, once a quiet haven, now felt like a beacon of hope and possibility. She was greeted with cheers and laughter, the villagers marveling at the tale of their adventure, their hearts warmed by the reminder of the magic that lay within their own backyard. As night fell and the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, Anwen sat by the hearth, the crackling fire casting a cozy glow around her. She held the necklace in her hand, the vial's gentle light a constant reminder of the bond she shared with the forest and its inhabitants. It was a connection that transcended the boundaries of the physical world, a bond of the spirit and heart. One evening, as she sat by the fire, Anwen's thoughts turned to a question she had long pondered. What lay beyond the forest and the village, in the world she had only glimpsed in stories? Her grandmother had hinted at lands where the sun set in a burst of colors never seen in Elderglen, where rivers ran with gold and mountains whispered secrets to the sky. Anwen felt a pull towards these distant lands, a desire to weave her story into the wider tapestry of the world. Before departing on this new journey, Anwen sought counsel from her grandmother Elara. In the warm glow of the hearth, surrounded by the scent of dried herbs and ancient wisdom, Elara shared with Anwen the stories of her own youthful adventures. "Every journey we take shapes us, Anwen," Elara said, her eyes filled with the light of remembrance. "But remember, the heart knows its way home. Wherever you go, carry Elderglen with you." Though her journey had come to an end, Anwen knew that her story was far from over. The magic of the necklace had awakened something within her, a source of strength and understanding that would guide her for the rest of her days. And as she drifted off to sleep, the gentle melody of the forest lulled her into a peaceful dream, a promise of more adventures yet to come. In the heart of Elderglen, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees, Anwen had found a world of wonder and magic, a place where friendship and courage shone brighter than any darkness. And in doing so, she had discovered the true power of her heart, a power that would light her path wherever it may lead. Her story was now woven into the fabric of the land, a tale of harmony and hope that would echo through the ages. Story 3. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the leaves murmured secrets and the air was perfumed with the scent of pine and blooming wildflowers, there nestled a quaint little village known as Willowglen. The cottages were adorned with thatched roofs that glistened under the gentle glow of fireflies at dusk. Overhead, the moon hung like a silvery lantern, casting a calm luminance over the cobblestone paths that wound through the village. In this serene place lived a young girl named Marin, whose eyes sparkled with curiosity and wonder. Marin had a particular fondness for mysteries, especially the kind that whispered softly in the night and lingered in the shadows. Her best friend and constant companion was a wise old tortoise named Hobble, who had lived for more years than anyone could remember and had a gentle, knowing way about him. His shell, a mosaic of time-worn patterns, held stories of his long journey through life, and his eyes reflected a deep understanding of the world and its wonders. One evening, as Marin and Hobble sat by the hearth, sipping warm honey milk and listening to the crackle of the fire, a peculiar sound reached their ears. It was a soft, rhythmic tapping like raindrops on a window, yet the sky outside was clear and filled with stars. "What do you suppose that could be?" Marin wondered aloud, her brow furrowed with intrigue. Hobble, with his slow, deliberate movements, tilted his head and listened intently. "Perhaps it's the work of the wood sprites," he suggested in his deep, mellow voice. "They often play their tricks when the moon is full." But Marin, eager to uncover the truth, decided to investigate. She wrapped herself in a cozy cloak and, with Hobble ambling beside her, stepped out into the cool, fragrant night. The village lay in a tranquil hush, save for the mysterious tapping that seemed to beckon them deeper into the woods. The path was dappled with moonlight, and as they walked, Marin noticed the shadows dancing like whispers among the trees. The tapping grew louder, more insistent, leading them to the edge of the whispering woods. Here a gentle breeze carried the scent of lavender and damp earth. Marin paused, closing her eyes to better listen. "It seems to be coming from the old hollow oak," she said, pointing towards the towering tree whose gnarled branches twisted against the night sky. As they approached the tree, they found the source of the sound. A tiny, luminescent figure flitted about the trunk, tapping on the bark with a slender twig. It was a wood sprite, no bigger than a sparrow, with wings that shimmered like dew-kissed petals. "Good evening, little one," Marin greeted, her voice as soft as the night air. "Might we ask what you're doing?" The sprite paused in its task, regarding them with eyes as bright as stars. "Ah, good travelers," it chimed in a voice like tinkling bells. "I am Sylvan, and I am seeking aid." Intrigued, Marin knelt to speak with Sylvan. "What troubles you, dear Sylvan?" "The heartstone of our grove has gone missing," the sprite explained, its tiny face etched with worry. "Without it, our magic fades, and the woods will soon fall silent." Marin felt a tug at her heart. The Whispering Woods was a place of enchantment and life, and the thought of it growing silent filled her with sadness. "We shall help you find it," she promised, her eyes meeting Hobble's wise gaze. Hobble nodded slowly. "A mystery worth solving," he agreed. Sylvan's wings fluttered with relief. "Thank you, kind friends. I last saw the heartstone glowing beneath the light of the moon by the brook." With Sylvan perched lightly on her shoulder, Marin and Hobble made their way to the babbling brook that wound through the woods like a silver ribbon. The water sang a gentle lullaby, and the grass whispered beneath their feet. As they searched, Marin noticed something unusual. A trail of tiny footprints, barely visible in the soft earth, led away from the brook and deeper into the forest. "Look, Hobble," she pointed. "These footprints are too small for any of the woodland creatures we know." Hobble inspected the trail with a thoughtful frown. "Perhaps another sprite has taken the stone," he mused. Sylvan shook its head. "None of my kin would do such a thing, but it is said that the shadows of the forest sometimes come alive." Marin's eyes widened with wonder. "Then we must follow the trail," she said with determination. The footprints led them to a hidden glade where the moonlight pooled like liquid silver. There, among the ferns and wildflowers, they found a peculiar sight. A group of tiny creatures, no taller than mushrooms, were gathered around a glowing stone, their eyes wide with awe. These were the Moonshades, elusive beings who danced only under the light of the full moon. They were gentle souls, known for their love of stories and songs. Marin approached them slowly, her heart open and warm. "Hello, Moonshades," she called softly. "We seek the heartstone of the wood sprites." The Moonshades looked up, their eyes reflecting the moonlight. One stepped forward, a delicate creature with wings like cobwebs. "We found it by the brook," it explained. "Its light called to us, and we wished to hear its story." Sylvan fluttered forward, its glow mingling with that of the heartstone. "Dear Moonshades, the heartstone is vital to our grove. Without it, our magic dwindles." The Moonshades nodded as one, understanding dawning in their eyes. "We did not mean to cause harm," their leader said. "We shall return it to you, with our apologies." Marin smiled, her heart swelling with gratitude for the kindness and honesty of these gentle beings. "Thank you, Moonshades," she said. "Perhaps in return, Sylvan could share a story with you, one that the heartstone has witnessed." The Moonshades brightened at the idea, their wings fluttering with excitement. A story would be most welcome, they agreed. With the heartstone safely returned to Sylvan, Marin, Hobble, and the sprite watched as the Moonshades gathered around to listen. Sylvan began to speak, its voice weaving a tale of ancient times, of the first blossoms of spring and the whispers of the wind. As the night unfolded, Marin felt a deep sense of peace settle over the glade. The mystery of the missing heartstone had been solved not through conflict, but through understanding and friendship. Before departing, Sylvan turned to Marin and Hobble. "There is something you should know," the sprite began, its voice tinged with a hint of mystery. "The heartstone holds not only the magic of the woods, but also the memories of every creature that has ever lived here. It may be wise to visit it again, for it has a way of revealing truths when least expected." Marin and Hobble exchanged a glance, curiosity twinkling in Marin's eyes. "We will return," she promised, her mind already wondering what truths might lie hidden within the Heartstone. When the story came to an end, the moonshades danced in gratitude, their movements as graceful as the wind. Marin and Hobble bid them farewell, their hearts light and their steps easy as they returned to Willow Glen. Back at her cozy cottage, Marin tucked herself into bed, her mind filled with the gentle wonders of the night. Hobble settled into his own corner, his shell gleaming in the firelight. "Good night, Hobble," Marin whispered, her voice soft with contentment. "Good night, dear Marin," Hobble replied, his eyes closing with a slow blink. Outside, the whispering woods sang its lullaby, the Heartstone's glow a gentle beacon of magic and peace. And as sleep claimed her, Marin knew that the world was a little brighter, a little kinder, because of the friends she had made and the mysteries she had unraveled. She also knew that another adventure awaited, one that would perhaps reveal more of the heart's hidden truths, nestled within the whispers of the woods. As the first light of dawn crept through the window, Marin awoke with a sense of purpose. Today, she decided, she would learn more about the Heartstone. She dressed quickly and hurried to the village library, a quaint building with ivy-clad walls and windows that glinted like the eyes of an old, wise friend. The librarian, an elderly woman named Alara, welcomed Marin with a warm smile. "What brings you here so early, child?" she asked, her voice like the rustle of pages. Marin explained her encounter with the wood sprites and the moonshades, and her desire to understand the Heartstone. Alara listened intently, nodding her head. "The Heartstone is indeed a rare treasure," she said, leading Marin to a section filled with ancient tomes and scrolls. "It is said to contain the essence of the woods, a living memory of all that has ever been." Marin spent the morning poring over the books, discovering tales of the Heartstone's origins. She learned that it was gifted by the Elder Tree, the oldest and wisest of all trees, to the sprites to safeguard the magic of the forest. It was a symbol of unity and harmony, a bond between the creatures of the woods. As Marin read, her heart swelled with a deeper understanding of her beloved woods. She realized that the Heartstone was not just a source of magic, but a reminder of the interconnectedness of all life. Every rustle of leaves, every whisper of the wind was a part of a greater story, one that she was privileged to be a part of. When she finally closed the last book, Marin felt a newfound resolve. She would cherish the magic of the woods and the lessons it offered, and she would share its stories with others, ensuring that its wonders would never fade into silence. With this promise in her heart, Marin left the library, her spirit as bright as the morning sun. She returned to Hobble, who was waiting patiently by the hearth, his eyes twinkling with curiosity. "Did you find what you were looking for?" he asked. Marin smiled, a gentle light in her eyes. "Yes, and so much more," she replied, her voice filled with gratitude and determination. "The Heartstone is not just a mystery to solve, but a gift to cherish, and I intend to do just that." Together they sat by the fire, sharing stories and dreams, their hearts full of the magic and wonder of the Whispering Woods. As the day unfolded, Marin knew that her journey was far from over. There were still mysteries to uncover, stories to share, and truths to reveal. But she was ready, her heart open and her spirit strong, guided by the gentle whispers of the woods she called home. The following week, Marin found herself drawn once more to the Whispering Woods. Accompanied by Hobble, she wandered beyond the familiar paths, driven by an insatiable curiosity. The trees seemed taller here, their leaves whispering tales of times long past. The air was cool, tinged with the earthy scent of moss and the faint sweetness of distant blooms. As they ventured deeper, Marin stumbled upon an ancient stone circle, partially hidden by the encroaching forest. The stones were weathered, their surfaces etched with symbols that glowed faintly in the dim light filtering through the canopy. Marin felt a shiver of recognition. She had read about this place in one of the old tomes at the library. It was said to be a place of gathering for the spirits of the wood, a nexus of energy that pulsed with the heartbeat of the forest. Marin approached the stones with reverence, feeling the air grow heavy with magic. Hobble watched her with a knowing look, his ancient eyes reflecting the flickering light of the runes. "This place," he murmured, "holds the echoes of those who walked before us." As Marin traced her fingers over the symbols, a vision unfurled before her eyes. She saw the forest in its infancy, a vibrant tapestry of life woven with the essence of the heartstone. She saw the sprites and moonshades in their ancient dance, their laughter a melody that resonated through the ages. In this moment, Marin understood that the heartstone was more than a magical artifact. It was the heart of the forest itself, a living memory of its past, and a promise for its future. The realization deepened her connection to the woods, a bond forged in understanding and respect. With this newfound insight, Marin knew her role was to be a guardian of these stories, a keeper of the forest's history. She would ensure that its magic continued to thrive, nurturing the bonds between all who called it home. As she and Hobble made their way back to Willow Glen, Marin felt a sense of fulfillment settle over her. The forest's whispers were now her own, a symphony of secrets she would carry with her always. And as they stepped onto the familiar cobblestone paths, she knew that her adventures were just beginning. Each day, a new chapter in the ever-unfolding story of the Whispering Woods. Their return to Willow Glen was met with a festival of colors as the villagers gathered to celebrate the annual moonlit dance, a tradition honoring the balance between nature and the people who lived in harmony with it. Lanterns flickered like stars around the village square, casting a warm glow on the faces of the villagers who sang and danced in joyous camaraderie. Marin and Hobble joined the festivities, their spirits lifted by the merry atmosphere. It was here that Marin shared the tales of her recent adventures, her voice weaving the stories of the Heartstone, the sprites, and the moonshades into the tapestry of their community's lore. Her words captured the attention of young and old alike, igniting a spark of wonder and discovery in their hearts. As the night wore on, Marin felt the gentle weight of Sylvan, the sprite, alight on her shoulder once more. "The woods are grateful, dear Marin," it whispered, its voice barely audible over the music and laughter. "Your stories keep the magic alive." Marin nodded, her heart brimming with gratitude and purpose. She knew now that her journey was not just about uncovering mysteries, but about nurturing the connections that bound her world together. The Whispering Woods was her home, and its secrets were her legacy to share. As the moon climbed higher in the sky, casting its silvery light over the village, Marin and Hobble stood together at the edge of the square. The world around them was alive with music and laughter, the air vibrant with the promise of new adventures yet to come. "To the Heartstone," Marin whispered, raising a small wooden cup filled with sweet cider. "To the Heartstone," Hobble echoed, his eyes alight with wisdom and warmth. Together they drank to the forest and its mysteries, to the bonds that held their world together, and to the stories yet to be told. And as the night drew to a close, Marin knew that the heart of the Whispering Woods would continue to beat strong and true, a testament to the enduring magic of friendship, understanding, and love. Story 4. In the far reaches of the galaxy, where stars twinkled like a billion fireflies against the vast velvet of space, there was a quaint planet known as Thalassa. This world was a tapestry of azure seas and emerald forests, where the air was perfumed with the scent of ocean mist, and the gentle hum of waves was a constant lullaby. Here, life flourished in harmony with the elements, and the gentle Thalassians, amphibious beings with shimmering scales, lived among the coral cities beneath the waves. The coral cities were a marvel of organic architecture, with structures shaped by centuries of ocean currents and the diligent work of the Thalassians. Buildings spiraled gracefully upwards, their surfaces studded with vibrant sea anemones and luminescent mollusks. The Thalassians themselves moved through these watery streets with fluid grace, their scales reflecting every shade of the ocean, from deep sapphire to the palest aquamarine. The cities were alive with the sounds of Thalassian life, a symphony of clicks, whistles, and the soft swishing of water as the inhabitants went about their daily routines. Amidst this serene world, Leora, a young Thalassian with scales that shimmered in hues of sea foam and twilight, was known for her insatiable curiosity. Her mind was a whirlpool of questions about the universe beyond the waves, and her heart yearned for stories of distant places. She spent her days exploring the coral gardens and listening to the tales of elders, her imagination painting vivid pictures of the unknown. One day, while Leora was exploring a particularly vibrant coral garden, she stumbled upon an ancient Thalassian artifact partially buried in the sand. It was a delicate orb, etched with symbols that glowed faintly with an internal light. Sensing its significance, she carefully excavated it and carried it to the elders, hoping it might hold secrets of Thalassa's past or hints of the universe beyond. The elders gathered in a circular chamber, the walls adorned with intricate mosaics depicting the history of their people. As they examined the orb, their eyes widened with recognition and awe. It was a relic from their ancestors, a device meant to record and project visions of distant stars and galaxies. With reverence, they activated the orb, and the chamber was filled with a breathtaking display of swirling galaxies and distant worlds, each one a beacon of possibilities. The elders, moved by the discovery, shared stories of Thalassians who had once ventured beyond their oceanic home, seeking knowledge and understanding of the universe. Inspired by these tales, Leora felt an even stronger pull toward the mysteries that lay beyond the waves. On a typical day, as the twin moons of Thalassa cast their silvery glow over the ocean, a curious event unfolded. A sleek spacecraft, with a hull that gleamed like polished chrome, descended from the sky, rippling the water's surface as it settled. Out stepped a visitor from a faraway planet, a diminutive creature with fur that glowed softly like the embers of a dying fire. This was Quora from the planet Emberon, where the inhabitants thrived in the warmth of the planet's eternal sun. Quora had come to Thalassa on a mission of exploration, eager to learn about its unique ecosystem and the beings that called it home. Her heart was a kaleidoscope of emotions, anticipation, nervousness, and an insatiable curiosity that burned brighter than any star. However, her arrival did not go unnoticed. From the depths emerged Leora, her eyes wide with a mix of awe and apprehension. Their first meeting was a moment of mutual misunderstanding. Quora, accustomed to the dry, sunlit landscapes of Emberon, found the dampness of Thalassa overwhelming. She shivered involuntarily, her fur standing on end, and Leora, witnessing this reaction, assumed Quora was afraid. Leora's efforts to offer comfort were misinterpreted, as Quora misread the Thalassians' gestures as signs of hostility. Despite the initial awkwardness, the two soon found themselves drawn into an unexpected adventure. A sudden storm, rare but ferocious, brewed on the horizon, threatening to sweep away Quora's spacecraft. The winds howled like the voices of ancient spirits, and the sea churned with a fury that sent waves crashing against the coral reefs. In this moment of crisis, Leora's instincts took over. She led Quora to the safety of an underwater cavern, a place where the storm's wrath could not reach them. Here, beneath the sheltering rock and surrounded by the soft glow of bioluminescent algae, they found a moment of peace. As they waited for the storm to pass, Quora and Leora began to communicate in earnest. Through a combination of gestures, expressions, and the universal language of kindness, they shared their worlds with each other. Quora spoke of Emberon's radiant skies and the fiery blooms that danced across its meadows, while Leora described the vibrant coral gardens of Thalassa and the melodies sung by the ocean currents. During their exchange, Quora revealed a deeper motivation for her journey. She was not merely an explorer, but a seeker of knowledge to save her own world from a slow encroaching darkness, threatening to dim the eternal sun of Emberon. Her mission was not only to learn, but to gather insights that might help her people rekindle their light. This revelation added a profound layer to their interaction, imbuing their alliance with a shared purpose. To further solidify their bond, Leora invited Quora to experience the heart of Thalassian culture, a ceremonial gathering beneath the sea. The Thalassians had a tradition of storytelling through song, where their voices blended with the ocean's natural symphony to create hauntingly beautiful melodies. As Quora listened, she felt each note resonate within her, the music painting vivid images of Thalassa's history and the deep connection the Thalassians had with their world. This ceremony was not just a cultural exchange, but a turning point for Quora. She realized the importance of preserving one's heritage and the power of unity in the face of adversity. These songs, woven from countless generations, whispered ancient wisdom and hope, offering her insights she could carry back to Emberon. Their bond deepened as Leora took Quora on a journey through the ancient coral forests, where the sea life teemed with vibrant colors and curious creatures. They shared laughter and stories as Leora pointed out various marine wonders, each one a testament to the rich biodiversity of Thalassa. Cora's eyes widened with wonder at the sight of a luminescent jellyfish drifting lazily through the water, its tentacles trailing like delicate threads of light. As they explored, Cora confided in Leora about the pressure she felt as an emissary of hope for her people. She revealed her fears of failure, of returning to Emberon without the knowledge needed to save her world. Leora listened intently, her heart aching with empathy for her new friend. She spoke of the Thalassians' own struggles to maintain balance with their environment, sharing tales of resilience and adaptability. While sharing stories of their worlds, Leora took Cora to a hidden grotto, a place known only to a few Thalassians. Here, ancient carvings adorned the walls, depicting the chronicles of Thalassa's past. The images told tales of ancient Thalassians who had faced great challenges, overcoming them with unity and wisdom. Leora traced the carvings with her fingers, recounting the stories passed down through generations. Cora, in turn, shared the legends of Emberon, stories of fiery landscapes and the eternal sun that had always been their ally. In the quiet of the grotto, with only the gentle lapping of water as their companion, Leora voiced her own dreams. She expressed her yearning to explore beyond the ocean she called home, to see the stars up close, and to understand the worlds that lay beyond Thalassa's horizon. Her words were imbued with both hope and the fear of leaving the familiar behind. Cora listened, recognizing in Leora's dreams the reflections of her own journey. As the storm finally abated, leaving behind a world washed clean and sparkling under the dawnlight, Cora and Leora emerged from the cavern. The air was fresh, and the sea was calm, as if the storm had never been. Standing side by side on the shore, they watched as the first rays of the sun danced upon the water, painting it with hues of gold and rose. Cora realized that her spacecraft, though a little battered, remained intact. With Leora's help, she repaired the minor damages, their teamwork a testament to the bond they had forged. As they worked, they laughed and shared stories, their friendship growing deeper with every moment. When it was time for Cora to leave, she looked at Leora with gratitude shining in her eyes. "You've shown me the beauty of your world, and more importantly, the beauty of your heart," Cora said softly, her voice filled with warmth. Leora smiled, her scales catching the sunlight in a dazzling display. "And you, Cora, have taught me that true friendship knows no boundaries," she replied, her voice like the gentle lapping of waves on the shore. With a final embrace, Cora boarded her spacecraft, her heart full of the memories they had created together. As the ship ascended into the sky, Leora waved, knowing that their paths would cross again among the stars. Back on Emberon, Cora's tales of Thalassa and her newfound friendship with Leora inspired her people, igniting a spark of hope that fueled their efforts to save their son. Her journey became a beacon of unity, demonstrating that even in the darkest times, the light of friendship could guide the way. And so, beneath the vast canopy of the universe, two unlikely companions, once strangers from distant worlds, discovered the true meaning of friendship. Their story became a cherished tale among the stars, a reminder that in the grand tapestry of life, it is the threads of kindness and understanding that weave us together, creating a fabric of unity that spans galaxies. Story 5. In the quaint little village of Whispering Pines, nestled between rolling emerald hills and a shimmering sapphire sea, life unfolded like a delicate tapestry woven with threads of tranquility and magic. The cobblestone streets, polished smooth by centuries of footsteps, echoed with the gentle footfalls of villagers going about their serene lives. The thatched cottages, their roofs a patchwork of golden straw, leaned contentedly against one another, as if whispering secrets of old. The air was perpetually imbued with the heady scent of blooming lavender, mingling with the sweet melodies of birdsong that drifted from the surrounding woods. A gentle breeze, cool and refreshing, brushed the faces of passers-by, carrying with it tales of wonder and mystery from the vast, unexplored world beyond the village. The sky was a canvas of azure, occasionally adorned with wisps of cloud that seemed to dance in the wind's embrace. Among the villagers was a young girl named Lila, whose curious mind and kind heart were as notable as the sun-kissed freckles scattered across her cheeks. Her eyes, a vibrant green like the forest canopy, sparkled with a mischievous glint that hinted at her adventurous spirit. Lila's days were spent exploring the lush, verdant woods that embraced whispering pines like an emerald cloak. The woods were a labyrinth of twisted vines and towering trees, their leaves whispering secrets to the wind. Here, Lila gathered wildflowers, her fingers lingering on each petal as if deciphering the stories they held. Lila's best friend was a wise old tortoise named Ollie, whose age was marked by the intricate patterns on his shell. These patterns, glowing faintly under the moonlight, were said to be etched by the stars themselves. Ollie, with his slow, deliberate movements, was a living repository of ancient wisdom, and he had been Lila's steadfast companion since she was a small child. His eyes, a deep amber, seemed to hold the weight of centuries, yet they sparkled with a gentle warmth whenever Lila was near. One crisp autumn morning, as the world was painted in hues of amber and gold, Lila noticed something peculiar. The village's river, usually as clear as crystal and as gentle as a lullaby, had begun to glow with a soft, iridescent light. It was as if the river had caught a strand of the northern lights and decided to keep it for itself. The villagers were puzzled, gathering by the river's edge with whispers of curiosity and concern. Lila, her heart alight with the thrill of discovery, decided to investigate. With Ollie plodding steadily beside her, they followed the river upstream. Their path, lined with towering pines, was dappled with sunlight that filtered through the canopy, casting dancing shadows on the forest floor. The light around them seemed to ripple with a life of its own, casting ethereal reflections that shimmered like liquid dreams. "Do you think the river has found a new friend, Ollie?" Lila asked, her voice tinged with wonder. Ollie chuckled, a sound like the rustling of leaves in a gentle breeze. "Perhaps, young one. The world is full of friendships waiting to be discovered." Their journey was marked by a series of strange occurrences. The birds were singing in unusual harmonies, their songs weaving together like a tapestry of sound, each note a vibrant thread. Squirrels, usually busy with their acorn gathering, sat in a circle, engaged in what appeared to be a council of some kind. Their tiny bright eyes were filled with an intelligence that belied their size. And the flowers, oh, the flowers. They had begun to bloom in colors unseen before, each petal shimmering with a hint of the river's glow. Lila and Ollie paused to observe each phenomenon, noting the way the animals and plants seemed to be in tune with the mysterious luminescence. It was as if the entire forest was awakening, stretching its limbs and shaking off the dust of centuries. As they ventured deeper into the woods, they arrived at a small clearing where the river emerged from a rocky grotto. The entrance to the grotto was veiled by a curtain of ivy, its leaves a lush, vibrant green. From within, a soft, soothing hum resonated, mingling with the babbling of the stream. "There's something inside," Lila whispered, her voice a gentle breeze that barely disturbed the air. With a nod from Ollie, they carefully parted the ivy and stepped into the grotto. The air inside was cool and slightly damp, carrying the earthy scent of moss and stone. At the center of the grotto lay the source of the river's glow, a cluster of luminous crystals, their facets sparkling with an otherworldly light. As Lila and Ollie approached, they noticed a figure sitting beside the crystals. It was a small, ethereal creature with wings as delicate as a spider's web and eyes that shimmered with the colors of the dawn. This was Lumina, a guardian of the forest, entrusted with the care of its hidden wonders. "Welcome, dear friends." Lumina greeted them with a voice as soft as moonlight. "I see you have discovered the secret of the river's glow." Lila, entranced by Lumina's gentle presence, asked, "Why is the river glowing, Lumina?" "It's beautiful, but the village is curious and a little concerned." Lumina smiled, her eyes twinkling like stars. "The crystals you see are the tears of the aurora, a gift from the northern skies. They hold the essence of friendship and harmony. Recently, they have begun to awaken, seeking to share their light with the world." "But why now?" Ollie inquired, his wise eyes studying the guardian. "The time has come for the villagers to remember the unity between nature and their lives," Lumina explained. "The glow is an invitation to rekindle that bond, to celebrate the beauty of this land and the magic it holds." Lila nodded, understanding the guardian's words. We can help the villagers see this, can't we, Ollie? Ollie nodded, a slow, thoughtful gesture. Yes, we can show them that the glow is a blessing, not a mystery to fear. Their conversation continued as Lumina shared stories of the forest's ancient past. The Guardian spoke of a time when the villagers and the forest creatures lived in perfect harmony, each respecting the other's space and gifts. It was a time when the river's glow was a common sight, a symbol of peace and prosperity. Over time, however, the villagers had grown more insular, and the connection to the land had faded into mere folklore. When Lumina finished, she gave Lila a small, translucent stone, softly pulsating with a gentle light. "This will help you show them the way," she said, her voice a breeze carrying promises. With Lumina's guidance, Leela and Ollie returned to the village. They spoke to the villagers, sharing the story of the tears of the aurora and the message of friendship and harmony. The villagers, touched by the tale, gathered by the river to watch the glow dance across the water's surface. The village elders, who had witnessed the ebb and flow of time and change, took particular interest in the phenomenon. They recalled ancient tales of the tears of the aurora, stories passed down through generations, nearly forgotten in the folds of time. As they listened to Lila's recounting, their eyes glistened with a renewed sense of purpose. The villagers decided to host a festival to honor the river's glow and the newfound understanding it brought. Candles were lit along the riverbank, their flames flickering in harmony with the glow of the water. Lanterns, crafted from reeds and leaves, floated gently down the river, carrying wishes and dreams whispered by the villagers. As the days turned to weeks, the glow became a symbol of hope and unity. The villagers began to spend more time in the woods, planting new trees, tending to the flowers, and listening to the stories carried by the wind. The river's glow continued to light up their nights, a gentle reminder of the magic that flowed through their lives. Children, inspired by Lila's adventures, began to form exploration groups, setting off on small quests of discovery, seeking their own mysteries to unravel. They returned with pockets full of treasures, glimmering stones, curious leaves, and tales of strange encounters, each one a testament to the wonders that lay just beyond their doorsteps. In time, the village of Whispering Pines became a place where the bond between people and nature was celebrated with joy and gratitude. The river, with its luminous dance, was a testament to the power of understanding and friendship, a beacon of peace in a world filled with wonder. One evening, as the moon cast a silvery glow over the village and the stars began their nightly vigil, Lila sat by the river with Ollie. The gentle hum of the forest was a comforting lullaby, and the river's glow painted their faces with a soft light. "I think we've all changed a bit, Ollie," Leela mused, her voice barely above a whisper. "We've learned to see the magic around us, to appreciate the stories in the stones and the songs in the wind." Ollie nodded, his eyes reflecting the shimmering river. "Indeed, Leela, and perhaps the greatest magic of all is the one we create when we open our hearts to the beauty of the world." As they sat in the comforting embrace of nature, a new sound reached their ears, a gentle melody, ethereal and haunting, as if woven by the stars themselves. It was the song of the river, a melody that had lain dormant for centuries, now awakened by the village's newfound harmony. The villagers gathered once more, entranced by the celestial symphony that seemed to flow through the river and into their hearts. Lila closed her eyes, feeling the music infuse her with a sense of connection to the world around her. She realized that the river's glow was not just a reflection of the aurora, but a mirror of the inner light that could be found in each of them. A light that had the power to bring people together and heal old rifts. And so, as the stars twinkled above and the gentle hum of the river lulled the village to sleep, Lila, Ollie, and the villagers knew that the magic of Whispering Pines would forever be cherished, a timeless story whispered among the pines. The village, once hidden in the quiet embrace of nature, now stood as a shining example of harmony, its tale carried far and wide by those who visited and returned with hearts full of the same wonder Lila and Ollie had discovered. In the weeks that followed, the village grew busier with visitors from neighboring lands, drawn by the tales of the glowing river and the village's newfound harmony. Merchants set up stalls filled with vibrant fabrics, rare spices, and intricate trinkets, their wares reflecting the diverse cultures that converged upon the village. Whispering Pines became a melting pot of stories and traditions, each visitor adding a unique thread to its already rich tapestry. Among the visitors was an elderly wanderer named Marlowe, his eyes as sharp and inquisitive as a hawk's. Draped in a cloak that seemed woven from the very shadows of the forest, Marlowe was a storyteller, his words weaving tales of distant lands and forgotten lore. He listened intently to Lila's account of the river's glow and the guardian lumina, his mind piecing together fragments of ancient myths. In the evenings, Marlowe would sit by the river, sharing his stories with the villagers who gathered around him. His tales spoke of a time when the world was young and the sky was closer to the earth, when the tears of the aurora were scattered across the land by celestial beings to foster peace and understanding among all creatures. Through Marlowe's stories, the villagers learned of other places where the crystals had been discovered, each with its own unique glow and purpose. They realized that Whispering Pines was part of a larger tapestry, a world where magic still lingered in hidden corners, waiting to be uncovered. Lila, inspired by Marlowe's stories, felt a yearning to explore beyond the familiar bounds of her village. She spoke with her parents, who, though initially hesitant, understood her desire to see the world and learn more about the magic that connected them all. With Ollie by her side and Marlowe's blessings guiding her steps, Lila set off on a new adventure, her heart filled with the promise of discovery. As she walked through the cobblestone streets, the villagers waved her goodbye, their hearts warmed by the glow of the river and the knowledge that Lila's journey would bring back stories and wisdom from lands afar. As Lila ventured into the world beyond Whispering Pines, she carried with her the light of the tears of the aurora, a beacon of hope and unity. Her journey would take her to distant lands and introduce her to new friends, while the village she called home continued to thrive, its story echoed by those who visited and found their own hearts touched by its magic. And so, the tale of Whispering Pines and its glowing river became a legend, a story of harmony and wonder passed down through generations. It was a reminder that the magic of the world lay in the connections between people and nature, and that the light within each of us had the power to illuminate even the darkest corners of the world. Story 6. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and lush meadows, where the air was always tinged with the scent of blooming wildflowers, there lived a young girl named Mabel. She had a heart as gentle as the whispering wind, and a curiosity that twinkled in her eyes like stars in the night sky. Mabel's days were spent exploring the nooks and crannies of her surroundings, finding joy in the simplest of things, a bubbling brook, the rustle of leaves, or the way sunlight danced upon the cobblestone paths. One crisp autumn morning, while the village still slumbered under a blanket of mist, Mabel wandered into the forest at the edge of the farthest field. The forest was a place of secrets and stories, where the trees held whispers of ages past. As she meandered along a path dappled with golden leaves, she stumbled upon something curious, a small weathered chest, partially buried beneath the roots of an ancient oak. With delicate fingers, she brushed away the earth and carefully pried open the chest. To her astonishment, lying within was a beautifully carved wooden flute, its surface smooth and shimmering with a faint, otherworldly glow. Mabel's heart fluttered with a mix of excitement and wonder. She lifted the flute to her lips, and as she played a soft, lilting melody, the air around her shimmered like a mirage on a summer's day. From the shimmering air stepped a kindly old tortoise, his shell adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to tell stories of faraway lands. He introduced himself as Tolwyn, the guardian of the Whispering Woods. "Ah, young one," he said in a voice as soothing as the forest itself, "you have discovered the flute of echoing dreams. It has the power to awaken hidden truths and guide the heart to its deepest desires." Mabel's eyes widened with wonder as Tolwyn explained that the flute's magic was not in granting wishes, but in revealing the paths one must take to achieve them. Eager to learn more, Mabel joined Tolwyn on a journey through the forest, guided by the gentle music of the flute. As they walked, they met a variety of endearing creatures who offered their wisdom. There was Whimsy the squirrel, who taught Mabel the importance of patience by showing her the art of gathering acorns, one by one, to prepare for the winter. Then there was Leora the owl, whose keen eyes saw beyond the surface, teaching Mabel to look deeper into her own heart for answers. Their journey was not without its challenges. There came a time when Mabel and her companions reached a wide, rushing river with no bridge in sight. Mabel felt a pang of fear, uncertain of how to cross. But as she played a soft note on the flute, the river began to calm, and shimmering stepping stones emerged, forming a path. It was then that Mabel realized the flute's magic lay in harmonizing with the world around her, helping her to see solutions that had been there all along. With each step they took, Mabel's understanding of herself and the world deepened. She learned that true strength lay not in force, but in wisdom, patience, and the gentle guidance of friends. As their journey drew to a close, Mabel found herself back at the ancient oak, the flute resting in her hands, its glow now a part of her own heart. She thanked Talwyn, Whimsy, and Leora for their companionship and wisdom. With a promise to always cherish the lessons she'd learned, Mabel returned to the village, the flute safely nestled in the chest, waiting for the next curious heart to discover its secrets. And so, Mabel's days continued, filled with adventures and the gentle music of the flute that echoed through her spirit. The village, too, seemed to hum with a newfound harmony, as if the trees themselves whispered of the young girl who had learned to listen to the quiet magic of the world. In the warmth of her home, with the crackling fireplace casting a golden glow, Mabel would often share her tales with others, her voice a soothing balm that carried them to a place where dreams danced like fireflies in the night. And as the stars twinkled above, the village slept peacefully, cradled in the gentle embrace of wonder and the promise of new beginnings with each dawn. Story 7. Once upon a time, there was a curious little girl named Lily, who loved nothing more than discovering new wonders in the world around her. One night, as she gazed out her bedroom window at the twinkling stars, she noticed a strange flickering light in the distance, dancing among the trees of the enchanted forest that bordered her village. Filled with a sense of adventure, Lily slipped out of her cozy cottage and followed the enchanting light deep into the woodland realm. The forest seemed to come alive around her, with towering trees that whispered ancient secrets and a carpet of mushrooms that glowed like tiny lanterns, illuminating her path. As she ventured deeper, Lily encountered the most peculiar sights. A family of miniature rabbits hopped by, their fur shimmering like moonlight, and a swarm of fireflies swirled around her, their lights flickering in a mesmerizing pattern. Even the air seemed to sparkle with magic, carrying the sweet scent of wildflowers and the faint sound of tinkling bells. Suddenly, a tiny creature fluttered before Lily's eyes, a fairy no bigger than her thumb, with delicate wings that shimmered like rainbows. The fairy introduced herself as Gwendolyn and explained that the flickering light Lily had followed was a trail of pixie dust, leading to a secret gathering deep within the forest. Despite her initial trepidation, Lily found courage in her curiosity, and she eagerly followed Gwendolyn deeper into the enchanted realm. Along the way, they encountered whimsical obstacles that tested Lily's resourcefulness and bravery. A babbling brook required her to construct a tiny bridge from fallen twigs, while a maze of thorny vines challenged her to find the path that led through without a scratch. With each challenge, Lily grew more confident in her abilities, learning to trust her instincts and embrace the wonders around her. And at every turn, Gwendolyn and the other forest creatures offered gentle guidance and encouragement, reminding Lily that true courage often lies in embracing the unknown with an open heart. Finally, they arrived at a breathtaking clearing, where hundreds of fairies and other mystical beings had gathered for a celebration. Lily watched in awe as they danced and sang under the stars, their laughter and joy filling the air with a magical warmth. As the night drew to a close, Gwendolyn approached Lily with a parting gift, a tiny vial filled with the shimmering pixie dust that had led her on this extraordinary journey. "Keep this close to your heart," the fairy whispered, "and let it remind you that even in the darkest of times, there is always magic and wonder to be found, if you have the courage to seek it out." With a grateful smile, Lily made her way back home, her heart brimming with the memories of her enchanting adventure. And from that day on, whenever she felt lost or uncertain, she would gaze at the twinkling pixie dust and remember the valuable lessons she had learned in the whimsical forest. To embrace the unknown with curiosity, to face challenges with bravery, and to always keep her sense of wonder alive. Story 8. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the towering trees wore cloaks of emerald leaves and whispered secrets with the wind, there existed a hidden realm teeming with life and magic. The air was perfumed with the scent of pine and moss, and the ground was soft beneath a blanket of fallen leaves, gently crunching underfoot like a soft symphony. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in golden beams, creating patches of warmth that danced on the forest floor, while shadows played in the cooler, deeper parts. Here, amid the rustle of leaves and the melodious calls of forest birds, lived creatures both ordinary and extraordinary. Among them was a gentle doe named Lyra, whose steps were as light as the falling leaves. Her coat was the soft brown of sun-dappled earth, and her eyes were as deep and warm as the forest itself. Lyra was beloved by all the forest dwellers for her wisdom and kindness, always ready to lend an ear or share a piece of advice. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest was painted in hues of amber and gold, a chill breeze carried the first whispers of winter. Lyra sensed a change approaching, a shift in the balance of the forest's harmony. Concerned, she set off to consult Elder Maple, the oldest and most revered tree in the forest, whose branches stretched wide like arms welcoming the sky. As Lyra approached Elder Maple, the tree's leaves rustled softly, a welcome and a promise of guidance. "Dear Lyra," the tree intoned, its voice a deep, comforting rumble, "the winds of change are upon us, and with it comes the challenge of maintaining our delicate harmony." The doe listened intently, her ears twitching in earnest attention. "How can we ensure balance, Elder? What must we do?" she asked, her voice as gentle as a breeze through the leaves. Elder Maple's branches swayed thoughtfully. "Each season brings its own magic and responsibility," it explained. "The task of this season is to prepare for the coming winter. But more than gathering and storing, we must also ensure that every creature finds its place, its part in this cycle." With gratitude in her heart, Lyra set off to spread Elder Maple's wisdom. She trotted through the forest where the air was sweet and crisp, sharing the message with every creature she met. She spoke to the busy squirrels, their cheeks full of acorns, and the songbirds, perched high above, their feathers ruffled against the cool breeze. Each listened and understood, knowing that their actions would weave the fabric of their shared home. As the days grew shorter and the nights cooler, the forest community came together in a flurry of activity. The squirrels gathered nuts with renewed vigor, guided by Lyra's gentle encouragement. The birds, taking heed of her words, sang the songs of the changing season, their melodies a reminder of the cycle of life. In the evenings, when the sky turned to a tapestry of twilight colors, Lyra would gather with her friends by a quiet brook. The water shimmered beneath the moonlight, and a gentle mist rose from its surface, carrying with it the earthy scent of damp leaves. Here, by the brook's edge, they shared stories of the forest, tales of old told by their ancestors. One such evening, as the stars twinkled like scattered jewels in the sky, a young fox named Finn approached Lyra. His fur was a vibrant red, and his eyes sparkled with curiosity and the eagerness of youth. "Lyra," he began, his voice tinged with a hint of anxiety, "as the forest prepares for winter, I find myself unsure of where I fit in. What is my role in this grand tapestry?" Lyra smiled warmly, her gaze soft and assuring. "Dear Finn," she replied, "every creature has a place and purpose, just as every leaf has its branch, and every branch its tree. You are a guardian of stories, a keeper of our history. Share your tales, remind us of who we are and where we've been. In doing so, you strengthen the ties that bind us." Finn's eyes shone with understanding, and he nodded, feeling a deep sense of belonging. The gentle wisdom passed down from Elder Maple through Lyra to Finn was like a thread weaving through the forest, connecting each creature in a tapestry of unity and purpose. As winter's breath finally settled over the forest, a hush fell upon the land. Snow blanketed the earth in a pristine quilt, and the air was crisp and invigorating. The creatures, nestled in their dens and nests, remembered Lyra's guidance and the stories shared by Finn. They felt the warmth of their community, the comfort of knowing they were part of something greater. In this enchanted forest, where magic and reality danced in harmony, the cycle of life continued, ever turning. And there, beside the crackling fireplace of their shared spirit, the creatures of the forest knew peace, each playing their part in the eternal song of the natural world. Story 9. The Whispering Grove. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled amidst rolling hills and dense whispering forests, there was a legend that had been whispered from generation to generation, the tale of the Whispering Grove. It was said that hidden deep within the heart of the ancient woods lay a grove where the trees had the ability to speak, their voices carrying the wisdom of ages. The villagers believed that whoever could find this grove would be granted insight and wisdom beyond their years. It was a crisp autumn evening when a gentle breeze carried the scent of pine needles and damp earth through the village. The sky was a canvas of fading golds and purples, and as the sun dipped below the horizon, a fiery-haired girl named Leora sat by the fireplace in her cozy cottage. The flames danced merrily, casting a warm glow that flickered off the walls and painted shadows that seemed to breathe with life. Leora was known throughout Willowbrook for her insatiable curiosity and her heart that yearned for adventure. Her eyes sparkled like the stars on a clear night, and her laughter was a melody that brought joy to all who heard it. But beneath her cheerful exterior, Leora felt a longing for something more, something beyond the gentle life of the village. Her grandmother, wise and kind-hearted, sat across from her in a rocking chair, knitting with nimble fingers. The soft click-clack of needles was a soothing rhythm that punctuated the cozy silence. "Grandmother," Leora began, her voice barely above a whisper, "do you believe the stories about the Whispering Grove are true?" The old woman paused, her eyes twinkling with a knowing light as she looked up from her knitting. "Ah, the Whispering Grove," she mused, her voice rich with the cadence of 1,000 stories. "Many have sought it, my dear, but few have found it. The grove reveals itself only to those who seek wisdom, not for themselves, but for the world." Leora pondered her grandmother's words, feeling a spark of determination ignite within her chest. "I want to find it," she declared softly, her voice tinged with a mix of excitement and resolve. Her grandmother chuckled, a sound like the gentle rustle of leaves in the wind. "Then you must listen to the whispers of the forest, Leora. Follow them with an open heart." The next morning, Leora set off at dawn, the air crisp and invigorating against her face. She dressed warmly in a cloak the color of autumn leaves and carried a small satchel filled with provisions. As she stepped into the forest, the world seemed to hold its breath. The only sound, the gentle crunch of leaves beneath her boots. The forest was a tapestry of vibrant colors, leaves painted in shades of amber, crimson, and gold. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and shafts of sunlight pierced through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. Leora walked deeper into the woods, her heart guiding her as much as her feet. As the hours passed, the forest seemed to come alive around her. Birds flitted from branch to branch, their songs weaving melodies that danced through the air. Squirrels scampered along the ground, their bushy tails flicking as they collected acorns for the coming winter. Leora paused to rest by a babbling brook, the water clear and cold as it meandered over smooth stones. She sipped from her flask, the water refreshing her spirit as much as her body. As she sat, she closed her eyes, letting the sounds of the forest envelop her. It was then she heard it, a soft, gentle whisper, like the rustling of leaves in the breeze. At first, the sound was indistinct, but gradually it grew clearer, forming words that seemed to weave through her mind. "Seek the light that guides, the heart that listens," the whisper said, a voice both ancient and familiar. Leora's heart quickened, a thrill of excitement coursing through her veins. She rose to her feet, her senses attuned to the whispers that seemed to guide her deeper into the forest. She followed the sound, her footsteps light and sure. The day turned to dusk, the forest bathed in the soft glow of twilight. Leora's path led her to a clearing, and there, standing tall and majestic, was the entrance to the Whispering Grove. The trees here were ancient, their trunks wide and gnarled, their branches reaching skyward like outstretched arms. As she stepped into the grove, a feeling of peace and wonder enveloped her. The air was alive with the soft murmur of voices, a chorus of whispers that seemed to sing in harmony with the rustling leaves. Leora closed her eyes, letting the grove's magic wash over her. "Welcome, seeker of wisdom," the grove seemed to say, its voice a gentle caress. "You have come with an open heart, and for that you shall be get a gift." Leora felt a warmth spread through her chest, a sense of understanding and clarity that was both comforting and profound. The grove's whispers spoke of the interconnectedness of all things, the importance of kindness and compassion, and the beauty of the world that lay beyond the surface. As the last light of day faded, Leora knew it was time to return home. She left the grove, her heart filled with gratitude and a newfound sense of purpose. The journey back through the forest was a journey of reflection, the whispers of the grove echoing in her mind. When she returned to Willowbrook, Leora found that the world seemed both familiar and new. The village was the same, yet her perception had changed. She noticed the small acts of kindness that wove through daily life, the strength in the bonds of friendship and the beauty in simplicity. Her grandmother greeted her with a knowing smile, her eyes filled with pride. "You have found the grove," she said, her voice a gentle embrace. Leora nodded, her heart full of gratitude. "Yes, and I understand now that wisdom is not just knowledge, but the love and compassion we share with others." The days in Willowbrook passed gently, each one filled with the warmth of community and the joy of simple pleasures. Leora's journey had transformed her, and in turn, she shared the wisdom of the grove with those around her, weaving a tapestry of kindness and understanding that enriched the lives of all who heard it. And so, the legend of the Whispering Grove continued to be whispered through the village, a story of wonder and transformation, a reminder that the greatest journeys are those that lead us back to ourselves, with hearts open and spirits renewed. As the years passed, Leora grew older, her hair silvered with wisdom, her spirit as vibrant as ever. The village of Willowbrook thrived, a place where the whispers of the grove lived on in the actions and hearts of its people. On quiet evenings, as the sun set and the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Leora would sit by the fire with the village children gathered around her. With a voice as soothing as the forest breeze, she would tell them the story of the Whispering Grove, her eyes sparkling with the light of countless adventures. The children listened with rapt attention, their imaginations painting vivid pictures of the magical grove and the ancient trees that whispered secrets of the universe. Leora's tales kindled a spark of curiosity and wonder in their young hearts, a spark that would guide them on their own journeys of discovery and growth. One day, as Leora wandered through the village, she noticed a young girl standing at the edge of the forest, her eyes filled with the same longing for adventure that Leora herself had once felt. The girl's name was Arya, and she was known for her gentle spirit and her love of stories. Leora approached her with a warm smile, her heart full of understanding. "Are you thinking of seeking the Whispering Grove?" she asked softly. Arya nodded, her eyes wide with excitement and a hint of trepidation. "I want to hear the whispers for myself," she admitted. Leora placed a reassuring hand on Arya's shoulder, her touch a gentle promise of guidance and support. "Then listen to the forest and trust your heart," she advised. "The grove will find you when you are ready, just as it did for me." With Leora's encouragement, Arya set off, her heart brimming with hope and anticipation. As she disappeared into the forest, Leora watched her go with a sense of peace, knowing that the cycle of discovery and transformation would continue with each new generation. The seasons turned, painting the world with the vibrant hues of spring, the golden warmth of summer, the rich tapestry of autumn, and the quiet beauty of winter. The village of Willowbrook remained a haven of harmony and kindness, its people bound together by the wisdom of the grove. As Leora sat by the fire, her heart full of contentment, she realized that the greatest gift the grove had given her was not just the knowledge of the forest's whispers, but the understanding that true wisdom was found in the love and connections she shared with others. With a heart as light as the gentle breeze that rustled through the trees, Leora closed her eyes, the whispers of the grove a soothing lullaby that carried her into a peaceful slumber. And so the story of the Whispering Grove lived on, a tale of wonder and wisdom that continued to inspire and enchant all who heard it. A reminder that the magic of life lay not in the destination, but in the journey and the love that guided us along the way. Story 10. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled at the edge of an ancient forest, there lived a gentle soul named Leora. Leora was known throughout the village for her radiant smile and ever-helpful nature. Yet, beneath her cheerful demeanor, she felt a persistent uncertainty, a whispering wind of doubt that rustled through her thoughts. Leora had spent her life within the comfortable bounds of her village, surrounded by familiar faces and the soothing routines that marked her days. But as she worked in her small, sun-dappled garden, she often wondered what lay beyond the towering trees of the forest, what mysteries the world held beyond her known horizon. Despite this yearning, a deep-seated fear of change seemed to anchor her feet firmly to the village soil. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced down from the trees in a symphony of amber and gold, Leora decided to take a walk to the edge of the forest. The air was filled with the scent of fallen leaves and the promise of a new season. As she wandered along the winding path, she noticed a peculiar glimmer among the roots of an ancient oak. Kneeling down, she discovered a tiny, intricately carved wooden key, its surface warm to the touch despite the chill in the air. Intrigued, Leora tucked the key into her pocket and continued her walk, her mind swirling with possibilities. As evening fell and the first stars pricked the velvet sky, she returned home, the glow of her lamp casting comforting shadows on the walls. She placed the key on her bedside table, its presence both a mystery and a comfort as she drifted into a peaceful slumber. That night, Leora dreamed of a forest unlike any she had ever seen. Trees with silver leaves whispered ancient secrets, and streams of liquid light flowed gently over smooth stones. In the heart of this enchanted forest stood a magnificent tree, its branches reaching toward the heavens, its trunk wide and welcoming. As she approached, the tree spoke to her in a voice as soft as the breeze. "Leora," it said, "you hold the key to your own journey. Embrace change, for it is through transformation that you will find your true self." When Leora awoke, the morning sun was painting her room with strokes of gold. Determined to seek out the meaning behind her dream, she returned to the edge of the forest, guided by a newfound sense of purpose. As she stood before the shadowy entrance, she felt a gentle touch on her shoulder. Turning, she saw her dear friend Finn, a wise and kind-hearted woodcarver known for his gentle humor and endless stories. "You look as though you're about to embark on a grand adventure," Finn said, his eyes twinkling like the morning dew. "Remember, Leora, the forest is full of wonders, and sometimes the greatest magic is found within ourselves." Encouraged by Finn's words, Leora stepped into the forest, the wooden key clutched tightly in her hand. With each step, the forest seemed to come alive around her. The leaves rustled in greeting, and the air shimmered with unseen magic. As she journeyed deeper, she met a variety of creatures, each offering their own wisdom. There was Orin, the gentle bear, who taught her the value of patience as they watched the river slowly carve its path through the rocks. There was Sable, the swift fox, who showed her how to find joy in the small fleeting moments of life. And there was Nyx, the wise old owl, who shared stories of transformation, of caterpillars becoming butterflies and seeds sprouting into mighty oaks. With each encounter, Leora felt her fears begin to melt away, replaced by a growing sense of belonging and understanding. She realized that change was not something to be feared but embraced, a natural and beautiful part of life's journey. As dusk fell, she found herself once again before the great tree from her dreams. The tree's presence was a comforting embrace, and as she stood before it, the wooden key in her hand began to glow softly. Leora placed the key into a small hidden lock at the base of the tree, and with a gentle click, a door appeared, leading into a warm, illuminated chamber. Inside, she discovered a sanctuary filled with treasures of the forest, a collection of feathers, stones, and leaves, each one a testament to the beauty of transformation. In the center of the room was a mirror, its surface rippling like water. As Leora gazed into it, she saw not only her reflection, but also the journey she had taken, the fears she had overcome, the friendships she had forged, and the wisdom she had gained. In that moment, Leora understood that the true magic of the forest was not in its enchantments, but in the journey itself. With a heart full of gratitude, she returned to her village, carrying with her the lessons she had learned. From that day forward, Leora embraced change with open arms, knowing that each new experience was a step along her path of personal growth. She shared her stories with the villagers, encouraging them to explore their own forests of transformation. And so the village at the edge of the ancient forest flourished, its people inspired by Leora's journey. The forest, too, seemed to thrive, its secrets shared with those who were willing to listen and learn. And in the heart of it all was Leora, a gentle soul who had discovered that the greatest adventures were often found within. As the seasons turned and years passed, Leora's story became legend, a gentle reminder that change is a beautiful part of life's tapestry, and that within each of us lies the power to transform and grow. And thus, in the quiet of the night, beneath the watchful eyes of the stars, the village slept peacefully, cradled by the whispers of the ancient forest and the promise of new beginnings. Story 11. In the heart of the ancient Veridian forest, where sunlight filtered through a canopy of emerald leaves, a gentle world thrived beneath the watchful eye of the great oak, the oldest tree in the woods. Its gnarled bark and sprawling branches served as a testament to centuries of wisdom, and its roots delved deep into the earth, whispering secrets of the soil to those who listened closely enough. Among the denizens of this verdant sanctuary were the whispering winds, ethereal creatures who danced invisibly through the air, carrying the scent of fresh pine and the coolness of morning dew on their invisible wings. They were the guardians of the seasonal balance, ensuring that each transition from spring's bloom to winter's slumber was seamless and harmonious. In this tranquil haven lived a young hare named Thistle, whose coat was the color of autumn leaves. Thistle was known for her curious nature and gentle heart. She loved to wander the forest paths, her long ears twitching at the sound of rustling leaves, and her nose twitching as she caught the scent of wildflowers mingling with the crispness of a new season. One crisp morning, as the first frost of autumn glazed the forest floor with a delicate shimmer, Thistle ventured to the base of the great oak. There she met with Elder Fern, a wise old tortoise whose shell bore patterns as intricate as the forest itself. Elder Fern was revered for his deep knowledge of the forest's secrets and the stories of seasons past. "Good morning, Elder Fern," Thistle greeted, her voice as soft as the rustle of falling leaves. "Good morning, dear Thistle," Elder Fern replied, his voice slow and warm like the earth itself. "What brings you to the great oak on this fine autumn day?" "I have heard the whispering winds sing a new song," Thistle said, her eyes wide with wonder. "It's as if they are weaving a tale of change, and I wish to understand it." Elder Fern nodded, a knowing smile gracing his weathered face. "Ah, the whispering winds indeed carry the stories of the seasons. They are preparing the forest for the great change that comes with winter." As they spoke, the air around them began to hum with a gentle melody. The whispering winds encircled the great oak, their presence felt in the subtle sway of the branches and the soft rustling of leaves. The winds sang of the cycle that governed all life in the forest, a cycle of growth, change, and renewal. "Listen closely, Thistle," Elder Fern advised, "for the winds carry the wisdom of all who have come before us. They remind us that each season has its purpose and that balance must be maintained for harmony to endure." Thistle listened intently, her heart swelling with the beauty of the song. She understood now that the change she felt in the air was a part of the forest's natural rhythm, a reminder that life was an endless dance of transitions. Days turned into weeks, and the forest donned its cloak of fiery reds and golden yellows. As the days grew shorter, Thistle noticed the animals of the forest preparing for winter's embrace. The squirrels gathered acorns, the birds fluffed their feathers against the chill, and the whispering winds continued their gentle song, guiding the forest into its slumber. Yet, Thistle sensed an imbalance. The once clear stream that meandered through the heart of the forest had begun to slow, its waters clouded and troubled. Concerned, she returned to Elder Fern, who listened patiently as she recounted her observations. "The stream is the lifeblood of the forest," Elder Fern said thoughtfully. "We must find the source of its ailment and restore its flow, for for all creatures depend on its vitality. Together, Thistle and Elder Fern embarked on a journey upstream, their path lined with frost-kissed ferns and mushrooms that glowed faintly in the dim light. The forest was quiet, save for the soft crunch of leaves underfoot and the distant call of a lone owl. As they reached the source of the stream, they discovered a fallen tree blocking the water's path. A fierce storm had toppled it, and now its roots lay tangled in the stream bed, disrupting the delicate balance. "We must work together to clear the way," Elder Fern declared, his resolve as strong as the great oak itself, "and we will call upon our friends to assist us." With a series of gentle taps on the earth, Elder Fern summoned the forest creatures. From the underbrush emerged a procession of helpers, the industrious beavers, the nimble squirrels, and even the shy deer, all eager to lend their aid. Under Elder Fern's guidance, they toiled lovingly, their efforts guided by the wisdom of generations. The beavers gnawed through the fallen tree's branches, while the squirrels and deer worked together to clear the debris. Thistle darted back and forth, her heart light with the joy of unity. As the final branch was moved aside, the stream gurgled with gratitude, its waters flowing freely once more. The whispering winds joined the celebration, their song lifting high into the canopy, carrying a message of renewed balance through the forest. Exhausted but content, Thistle and Elder Fern returned to the great oak, where the forest creatures gathered to give thanks for the harmony restored. The evening sky glowed with the soft hues of twilight, and the air was filled with the scent of earth and pine. "You see, Thistle," Elder Fern said, his eyes twinkling with warmth, "when we work together, guided by the wisdom of the forest, we can overcome any challenge. The balance of our world is delicate, but it is also resilient." Thistle nodded, her heart full of gratitude and understanding. As the forest settled into the quiet of night, the whispering winds sang a lullaby, soothing the land into a peaceful slumber. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the great oak, the Veridian forest continued to thrive, its harmony preserved by the gentle hearts and wise souls who called it home. As the stars twinkled above, Thistle nestled into her cozy burrow, the melody of the whispering winds a comforting reminder that she was part of a greater story, a story of balance, unity, and everlasting wonder. Story 12. Beneath the canopy of the whispering woods, where sunlight trickled through the leaves in golden streams and the air was sweet with the scent of blooming honeysuckle, there lived a gentle soul named Marin. Marin had always been one for routine, delighting in the comfort of familiar paths and the gentle predictability of the forest's rhythms. Yet she felt a stirring within her, an unfamiliar yearning, like the soft murmur of a distant stream calling her name. Each morning, Marin would visit the pond nestled at the heart of the woods, its surface a mirror reflecting the sky's shifting moods. There she would sit upon a mossy stone, her fingers trailing through the cool, clear water. It was a place of solace and contemplation, where the world seemed to slow and her thoughts could unfurl like the fern fronds around her. One day, as Marin sat by her beloved pond, she noticed something unusual. A delicate flower, unlike any she had seen before, floated gracefully across the water's surface. Its petals shimmered with an iridescent glow, as if harboring the very essence of the moonlight. Intrigued, Marin reached out to touch it, and as her fingers brushed against the petals, a gentle warmth infused her hand, spreading through her like a whispering breeze. Startled yet enchanted, Marin watched as the flower dissolved into a cascade of sparkling droplets, each one a tiny universe of wonder. The water rippled softly, carrying a sense of transformation that resonated deep within her heart. It was as if the pond itself was speaking, urging her to listen to the quiet call of change. Over the following days, Marin found herself drawn to the pond more than ever, each visit revealing new marvels. The trees around her seemed to hum with a melodic energy, their leaves rustling secrets of ancient wisdom. The stones beneath her feet felt alive, whispering tales of the earth's deep heart. And the creatures of the forest, always kind but now somehow more vibrant, seemed to sense the shift within her, offering their gentle companionship. There was Finn, the wise old fox with fur like autumn leaves who appeared at her side, his eyes twinkling with secrets of the world beyond. "Change is but a dance with time, dear Marin," he would say, his voice as smooth as river stones. "Embrace it, and you shall find your true self. And then there was Leora, the spirited bird whose song could make the flowers bloom anew. She flitted around Marin, a burst of color against the verdant backdrop. Courage is the first step towards transformation, she chirped, her voice a melody of encouragement. Let your heart take flight, and you shall soar with the winds of change. Inspired by her friend's words, Marin began to explore the forest with new eyes, discovering paths she never dared to tread before. Each step brought her closer to understanding the rhythm of the woods, the pulsing heartbeat of nature itself. She learned to find beauty in the unexpected, to embrace the unfamiliar with an open heart. One twilight, as the sky blushed with the colors of dusk, Marin found herself at the edge of a glistening meadow she had never seen. The air was alive with the scent of lavender and chamomile, and the ground beneath her feet was soft as a feather bed. At the center of the meadow stood an ancient, gnarled tree, its branches reaching skyward like an embrace. Drawn to its presence, Marin approached, her heart pounding with anticipation. The tree seemed to glow with an inner light, its bark a tapestry of time etched with stories untold. As she laid her hand upon it, a gentle warmth enveloped her once more, and a soft voice echoed in her mind. Dear child of the forest, you have walked the path of change with grace and courage. In your journey, you have discovered the magic within yourself, the power of transformation that lies in the heart of the unknown. With those words, Marin felt a shift deep within her, like the turning of a season. The fears and doubts that had once held her back melted away, replaced by a newfound sense of peace and purpose. She realized that the journey of change was not one of leaving behind who she was, but of embracing who she was meant to become. As the moon rose high above the forest, casting its silver glow upon the world, Marin returned to the pond one last time. The water shimmered in the moonlight, a reflection of the stars above and the dreams within her. She smiled, knowing that the magic of the whispering woods had been with her all along. And so, Marin embraced the changes in her life with an open heart, guided by the wisdom of the forest and the friends who had walked beside her. She had learned that true transformation was not about fear or resistance, but about acceptance and the courage to follow the call of one's own heart. As the gentle night wrapped its arms around the forest, Marin drifted into a peaceful slumber, her dreams filled with the promise of new beginnings and the beauty of endless possibilities. And the whispering woods, with all its magic and mystery, watched over her with a tender, knowing gaze, as the world turned softly beneath the stars. Story 13. Once upon a time, nestled in the gentle embrace of a lush emerald valley, there lay a quaint little village called Willowbend. This village was known not for its size or wealth, but for its enchanting, whispering trees that swayed gracefully in the breeze, sharing tales of old and lessons that only the truly patient could hear. It was here, under the dappled shade of these ancient trees, that a young woman named Isolde lived. Isolde was a gentle soul, with hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that mirrored the tranquil blue of a midsummer sky. She had always been content within the familiar bounds of Willowbend, finding comfort in the predictable rhythm of its seasons. However, as the years passed, a yearning began to unfurl within her heart, a yearning for something more, something unknown. Despite this longing, Isolde was deeply afraid of change. The very thought of stepping beyond the village paths she had walked since childhood filled her with an inexplicable dread. Her world, though small, was safe and known, and the idea of leaving it behind felt like a leap into darkness. One crisp autumn morning, as the mist curled like a cat around the roots of the trees, Isolde took her usual path through the woods to collect kindling. Her steps were slow, her thoughts heavy with the weight of her inner conflict. As she wandered deeper into the forest, she came upon an unusual sight. A large, shimmering cocoon nestled between the branches of a grand old willow. The cocoon glowed with a soft, ethereal light, casting rainbow hues onto the forest floor. Curiosity piqued, Isolde approached it tentatively. She could feel a gentle warmth emanating from the cocoon, and as she reached out to touch it, a voice soft as a whisper resonated through the air. "Do not fear the change, dear one," it said, "for within this cocoon lies the secret of transformation." Startled but intrigued, Isolde sat beneath the willow, her fingers brushing the soft earth as she pondered the cocoon's message. She spent each day thereafter visiting the cocoon, finding solace in its presence and the quiet wisdom it imparted. Gradually, she began to see the beauty of change mirrored in the forest around her, the leaves turning from green to gold, the river flowing ever onward, never the same. As the days slipped by, Isolde's visits became a ritual. She would sit and listen, learning from the trees and the creatures that called the forest home. There was Nibbles the squirrel, who taught her the importance of preparation and foresight, and Luna the wise old owl, who spoke of seeing the world from new heights and perspectives. One evening, as a lavender dusk settled over Willowbend, Isolde arrived at the willow tree to find the cocoon splitting open. Her heart fluttered with anticipation as she watched a magnificent butterfly emerge, its wings a tapestry of colors that seemed to capture the very essence of the forest. The butterfly fluttered around Isolde, brushing her cheek with a gentle caress. In that moment, she understood the lesson the forest had been teaching her, the beauty of transformation, the courage to embrace the unknown, and the joy found in growth. With newfound resolve, Isolde decided to embark on a journey beyond the village, carrying the lessons of the forest in her heart. She bid farewell to Willowbend, promising to return with stories of her adventures and newfound wisdom. Through her travels, Isolde encountered many challenges and wonders. She discovered bustling towns and serene landscapes, each place teaching her something new about herself and the world. She met others who, like her, were learning to embrace change, and together they shared stories and laughter by the light of campfires. As time passed, Isolde's fear of change transformed into a deep appreciation for the journey it offered. She learned that every end was simply a new beginning, and with each transformation she grew stronger and more resilient. Eventually, Isolde returned to Willowbend, her heart full and her mind rich with experiences. She shared her stories with the villagers, who listened with rapt attention, inspired by her courage and the lessons she had learned. The forest, too, seemed to welcome her back, its leaves rustling in a warm embrace. And so, Isolde lived a life of wonder and discovery, a testament to the power of embracing change. The village of Willowbend thrived with her stories, and the whispering trees continued to share their ancient wisdom with those willing to listen. In the end, Isolde learned that true growth comes not from avoiding change, but from meeting it with an open heart and a curious spirit. And as she sat beneath the willow, the butterfly danced once more around her, a vibrant reminder of the beauty of transformation and the endless possibilities it brings. Story 14. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled at the edge of an ancient, whispering forest, lived a young girl named Linnea. The village was a place where time seemed to linger, with its cobblestone streets winding between cozy cottages, each topped with moss-covered roofs. Around the village, towering trees stood guard, their branches swaying gently in the breeze, casting dappled shadows on the ground below. Linnea was a curious soul, with eyes the color of the forest leaves in midsummer, and hair as wild and free as the wind itself. She had a penchant for wandering off the beaten path, her heart ever eager to uncover the secrets of the world around her. The villagers often found her exploring the edges of the forest, her pockets stuffed with peculiar stones, and her imagination as boundless as the sky. The forest that bordered the village was a place of mystery and wonder, known to the villagers as the Evergreen Enclave. It was said that the forest held 1,000 secrets, whispered only to those who dared to listen. Tales of magical creatures and hidden realms were passed down through generations, and though many dismissed them as mere folklore, Linnea believed there was truth in every story. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the scent of fallen leaves and the promise of adventure, Linnea set off on a journey into the heart of the Evergreen Enclave. She carried with her a small satchel, within which lay her most cherished possession, a simple but beautifully crafted compass. The compass had been a gift from her grandmother, who had always told Linnea that it would guide her to where she was meant to be. As she ventured deeper into the forest, Linnea felt an inexplicable pull, as if the very trees were guiding her steps. The forest was alive with the sound of rustling leaves, the distant calls of birds, and the soft trickle of a hidden stream. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting a warm, golden glow that danced across the forest floor. After walking for what seemed like hours, Linnea came upon a small clearing. In the center stood a majestic oak tree, its trunk wide and gnarled with age, its branches stretching out like welcoming arms. Beneath the tree's sprawling roots, Linnea noticed a peculiar shimmer, as if the earth itself was alive with magic. Curiosity piqued, she knelt down and began to carefully clear away the fallen leaves and earth. To her astonishment, she uncovered a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with delicate patterns that seemed to shift and change as she looked at them. Her heart quickened with excitement as she gently opened the box. Inside lay an exquisite, iridescent feather, unlike any she had ever seen. It shimmered with a myriad of colors, each hue more vibrant than the last. As she held it in her hands, a warmth spread through her, and she knew, instinctively, that this feather was something extraordinary. As if sensing her wonder, the feather began to glow softly, casting a gentle light that filled the clearing. To Linnea's amazement, the light formed into the shape of a small bird, its eyes twinkling with wisdom and kindness. The bird chirped a melody that resonated with Linnea's very soul, a song that spoke of friendship, courage, and the wonders of the hidden world. The bird introduced itself as Alaron, a guardian of the forest and keeper of its secrets. Alaron explained that the feather was a token of passage into the hidden world, a realm where magic flowed as naturally as the wind through the trees. It was a world that few had seen, a place of learning and growth, where the bonds of friendship could change the course of destiny. Eager to explore this hidden world, Linnea accepted Alaron's offer to accompany her on a journey beyond the veil of the ordinary. Together, they stepped into the light, leaving the clearing behind as the world around them transformed into a place of wonder. The hidden world was a kaleidoscope of vibrant colors and enchanting sights. Trees, with leaves of silver and gold, towered above them, their trunks adorned with luminescent moss that glowed softly in the twilight. Streams of crystal-clear water wound through the landscape, their banks lined with flowers that sang in harmony with the gentle breeze. As Linnea and Alaron journeyed through this realm, they encountered creatures of all shapes and sizes, each with their own tale to tell. There were playful sprites that danced among the flowers, wise old tortoises that shared stories of the ancient times, and graceful deer whose antlers sparkled like starlight. Through each encounter, Linnea learned more about the world and herself. She discovered that true strength came not from power or might, but from kindness and understanding. She learned that friendship could bridge even the widest of chasms, and that courage was not the absence of fear, but the will to face it. One day, as they wandered through a grove of whispering willows, Alaron paused, his eyes reflecting the light of the setting sun. He spoke of a challenge that lay ahead, a trial that would require all of Linnea's newfound wisdom and courage. It was a test of the heart, where only the truest of intentions would prevail. Linnea listened intently, her heart steady with resolve. She knew that this was the moment she had been preparing for, the culmination of her journey through the hidden world. With Alaron by her side, she felt ready to face whatever lay ahead. They traveled to a secluded glade, where the air was thick with anticipation, and the ground shimmered with a strange, ethereal light. In the center of the glade stood a stone archway, its surface etched with ancient runes that pulsed with a gentle glow. Alaron explained that beyond the archway lay the heart of the hidden world, a place where the essence of magic itself resided. To enter, Linnea would need to prove her worth by solving a riddle, one that had confounded many before her. The riddle was simple, yet profound. What is the greatest gift one can give, yet never lose? Linnea pondered the question, her thoughts swirling like leaves caught in a breeze. She considered all she had learned on her journey, the lessons of kindness, the strength of friendship, the courage to face the unknown. And then, like a ray of sunlight piercing through the clouds, the answer came to her. With a smile, she spoke the word that resonated with the very core of her being: love. As the word left her lips, the stone archway shimmered and dissolved, revealing a path bathed in golden light. Linnea stepped forward, her heart filled with a sense of peace and fulfillment. Beyond the archway lay a breathtaking sight, a garden of unparalleled beauty. where flowers bloomed in an endless array of colors, and the air was filled with the sweet, melodic hum of nature's symphony. At the center of the garden stood a magnificent tree, its branches reaching up to the heavens, its leaves sparkling like diamonds in the sun. This was the heart of the hidden world, a place where magic and reality intertwined, where the essence of life itself was celebrated in all its glory. As Linnea stood before the tree, she felt a profound connection to everything around her, a sense of belonging that filled her soul. Alaron perched beside her, his eyes alight with pride and joy. He spoke of the journey they had shared, the lessons learned, and the bonds forged. He told Linnea that she had not only discovered the hidden world, but had become a part of it, her spirit forever intertwined with the magic that flowed through the land. With a heart full of gratitude and a soul enriched by her experiences, Linnea knew it was time to return to her own world. But she carried with her the knowledge and wisdom she had gained, the friendships she had made, and the understanding that the greatest magic of all was the love and kindness that dwelled within. As she stepped back through the archway, the hidden world faded from view, leaving behind a gentle whisper of the wonders she had seen. Linnea found herself once more in the clearing beneath the ancient oak tree, the feather in her hand glowing softly in the fading light of day. The journey had changed her in ways she could scarcely comprehend, her heart now a tapestry woven with threads of courage, friendship, and love. She knew that the magic she had found in the hidden world would remain with her always, a guiding light in times of darkness, a reminder of the beauty and wonder that existed in every corner of the world. And so, with the feather safely tucked away in her satchel and a heart full of hope, Linnea began her journey home. She walked through the forest, the familiar sounds and scents wrapping around her like a warm embrace. The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold as the village came into view. The villagers greeted her with smiles and warm words, their curiosity piqued by the glow of joy that surrounded her. Linnea shared her tales of the hidden world, the creatures she had met, and the lessons she had learned. Her stories inspired awe and wonder, their magic spreading through the village like ripples in a pond. In the years that followed, Linnea became a beacon of kindness and wisdom in the village. Her adventures in the hidden world shaped her into a person of great empathy and understanding, her heart open to the beauty and magic in everyday life. She taught others the value of friendship, the strength of love, and the courage to face the unknown. The feather she had found remained a cherished symbol of her journey, a reminder of the world beyond the ordinary and the magic that lay within. And though the hidden world was a place few ever saw, its influence could be felt in the hearts of those who believed in its wonder. As the seasons changed and the years passed, Linnea's legacy grew. Her tales of the hidden world passed down through generations, inspiring new adventurers to seek out the magic in their own lives. The forest, with its ancient secrets and timeless beauty, continued to whisper its stories to those who would listen, its magic ever present, ever enduring. And so as the sun set on another day, casting a warm glow over the village and the forest beyond, Linnea's story came to a gentle close. Her journey through the hidden world had transformed her, leaving a legacy of love and wonder that would echo through time, a testament to the power of friendship, courage, and the magic of the heart. In the quiet of the evening, as the stars began to twinkle in the sky, Linnea sat by the fire, her heart full of gratitude and joy. The crackling flames danced in the hearth, casting a cozy glow that wrapped around her like a comforting embrace. She knew that the magic of the hidden world would remain with her always, a guiding light in the journey of life. And so, with a contented sigh and a heart full of dreams, Linnea closed her eyes and drifted into a peaceful slumber, her soul cradled by the gentle whispers of the forest and the eternal magic of the hidden world. Story 15. Once upon a time, in a village nestled at the edge of an ancient forest, there lived a gentle soul named Lila. Her days were spent tending to the garden she loved, where sunlight danced upon the leaves and the wind whispered secrets through the trees. Lila cherished the comfort of her little world, yet her heart secretly longed for adventure, for tales of the unknown that she had read in her treasured storybooks. One crisp autumn morning, with the air fragrant with the scent of fallen leaves, Lila awoke to a peculiar sight. Outside her window stood a doorway woven from branches and vines, shimmering with dewdrops that caught the first light of dawn. It was unlike anything she had ever seen, a portal that whispered promises of wonders beyond her wildest dreams. Curiosity tugged at her heartstrings, and with a deep breath, Lila stepped through the doorway. As she crossed the threshold, a gentle breeze wrapped around her like a welcoming embrace, carrying her into a world that was both strange and beautiful. The forest she entered was unlike any she had known, a tapestry of vibrant colors and luminescent flora. Tall trees with bark as smooth as silk towered above, their leaves sparkling with hues of emerald and sapphire. The air was filled with the soft hum of life, a symphony of chirping crickets and rustling leaves. As Lila ventured deeper, she encountered a stream that glowed with a gentle, golden light. Tiny fish, their scales shimmering like liquid sunlight, darted playfully beneath the surface. She knelt beside the water, mesmerized by the sight, when a voice, as soft as a sigh, spoke from the reeds. "Welcome, traveler," it said. Emerging from the foliage was a creature the likes of which Lila had never imagined. A small, fox-like being with fur that gleamed like silver in the sunlight, eyes as bright as the stars above. "Hello," Lila replied, warmth in her voice. "I'm Lila. Can you tell me what this place is?" The creature smiled, a gentle, knowing smile. "You are in the Enchanted Glade, a place where the curious come to find themselves. I am Finn, a guide to those who seek the wonders of this forest." Lila felt a flutter of excitement mingled with the comfort of Finn's presence. Together they walked along the path that wound through the glade, encountering wonders at every turn. They met a family of luminescent butterflies that fluttered around them, their wings leaving trails of sparkling dust in the air. Lila laughed with delight as one landed on her nose, its touch as light as a whisper. As they journeyed, Finn shared stories of the glade's magic. "Every creature here has a role, a part to play in the harmony of this place," he explained, his voice a gentle melody. "Just as you do, Lila." The path led them to a clearing where a gentle mist hung in the air, carrying the scent of honeysuckle and wild roses. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its branches stretching wide and high, adorned with blossoms that glowed softly in the twilight. Beneath it, a ring of stones formed a circle, etched with runes that pulsed with a soft, rhythmic light. "This is the heart of the glade," Finn said, his voice filled with reverence. "It is here that travelers find their courage, their purpose." Lila felt a gentle pull, a call to step into the circle. As she did, the runes glowed brighter, and a warmth spread through her, a feeling of being embraced by the very essence of the forest. She closed her eyes, and in that moment, she understood. The courage she sought was not in the grand adventures of distant lands, but in the willingness to step beyond the familiar, to embrace the unknown with an open heart. As the warmth filled her, visions of her own village appeared before her eyes, her garden, the friends she cherished, the quiet beauty of her world. She realized that exploration was not just about discovering new places, but also about seeing the familiar with new eyes, finding wonder in everyday life. With this newfound understanding, Lila opened her eyes to find Finn watching her, his gaze filled with kindness. "You have found your path, Lila," he said softly. Together they made their way back to the doorway of woven vines. Lila turned to Finn, gratitude shining in her eyes. "Thank you," she said, her voice a gentle melody in the forest air. Finn bowed his head, a smile of contentment on his lips. "May your heart always guide you to the wonders of the world, both near and far." With a final look at the enchanting glade, Lila stepped through the doorway and found herself back in her own garden. The sun was setting, casting a golden glow over the familiar landscape. Yet everything felt different, vibrant with the magic she had discovered within herself. And so, in the quiet of the evening, Lila sat by her window, her heart full of the forest's secrets. As the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, she knew that her adventures had only just begun, and the world was a wondrous place, waiting to be explored with courage and an open heart. And with that comforting thought, Lila drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the enchanting beauty of the glade and the gentle wisdom of her new friend, Finn. Story 16. In a secluded valley nestled between rolling hills, The village of Elmwood thrived in quiet enchantment. Thatched cottages lined winding lanes, their windows glowing with warm candlelight. Friendly waves were exchanged between neighbors as they tended to their gardens or walked along the babbling brook that flowed through the center of town. One crisp autumn evening, young Hazel was nestled in her favorite chair by the hearth. Her mother's gentle voice filled the room, weaving a tale of brave knights and mischievous pixies. But as the embers dimmed, something peculiar happened. The pages of the storybook began to flutter, as if stirred by an unseen breeze. At first, Hazel thought little of it. The cottage was quite old, and drafts were common. But the next night, as her mother read the same beloved tale, the flickering flames in the fireplace danced more wildly, casting exaggerated shadows across the walls. Hazel's eyes widened, and a tingle of excitement ran down her spine. There was no wind that night, yet the pages rustled energetically, desperate to turn themselves. She peered closer, half expecting tiny hands to emerge from the book's binding. The following evening, Hazel could hardly contain her curiosity. She begged her mother to read the tale once more, watching intently for any strange occurrences. As the story unfolded, the knickknacks on the mantel began to tremble ever so slightly. A carved wooden figurine of a wizened old owl seemed to turn its head, as if keeping a watchful eye. "Did you see that, Mother?" Hazel gasped, clutching her beloved stuffed bear tightly. Her mother smiled warmly. "I did indeed. It seems our storybook is full of more magic than we realized." In a flurry of excitement, Hazel rushed to fetch her cloak. "We must investigate at once. There could be mischievous spirits afoot, or perhaps a friendly woodland creature in need of our help." With a twinkle in her eye, her mother agreed, and they set off into the crisp autumn night. The village was peaceful and still, with only the occasional hoot of an owl drifting through the air. Hazel led the way, her keen eyes scanning for any clues. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the bushes beside the brook. The pair froze, holding their breath. A tiny face peeked out from beneath a fallen leaf, a plump little field mouse, whiskers twitching curiously. "Why, hello there," Hazel whispered. "Did you happen to see anything strange tonight?" The mouse's nose wiggled, and it scampered closer. In a series of squeaks and chirps, it proceeded to relate a most peculiar tale. According to the mouse, who had been foraging nearby, a soft golden glow had emanated from Hazel's very own cottage earlier that evening. The light pulsed in time with the storytelling, ebbing and flowing with the rise and fall of her mother's soothing voice. "A story sprite!" Hazel exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight. She had read about these whimsical creatures who were drawn to the magic of well-spun tales. Her mother nodded sagely. "It would seem our cherished storybook has become a temporary home for one of these elusive beings. No wonder the pages danced with such vigor. The sprite was reveling in the narrative." From that night onward, Hazel and her mother remained vigilant for signs of their storybook guest. Each evening as the tale was read aloud, the sprite's presence was felt through a series of delightful occurrences. A kaleidoscope of colors swirling in the flames, a sprinkling of glimmering dust motes drifting through a shaft of moonlight, the tinkle of imaginary bells heralding each turn of the page. On the final night of the tale's retelling, as the hero emerged victorious and the words "the end" were spoken, a brilliant burst of golden light filled the cottage. In that fleeting moment, Hazel glimpsed the story sprite, a tiny, radiant figure with gossamer wings and a beaming smile. With a merry wink and a shower of stardust, the sprite was gone, off to imbue another treasured tale with its unique magic. Hazel smiled contentedly, knowing that as long as there were storytellers like her mother, weaving magical worlds into existence with their words, the story sprites would never be far away. As she drifted off to sleep that night, visions of dragons and fairy folk danced behind her eyes, their brilliant hues glimmering like the lingering stardust in her dreams. Story 17. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight and shadow play an eternal game of hide-and-seek, there existed a realm beyond the ken of ordinary eyes. This was a place where the boundaries between the mundane and the magical faded, like the morning mist that danced over the whispering brook. Here, under the emerald canopy of towering trees, the hidden lives of natural creatures thrived in a harmony as old as the earth itself. The forest was alive with the gentle rustle of leaves, a melody that serenaded the creatures dwelling within. Birds of every shade and song flitted from branch to branch, their feathers glistening like jewels in the dappled sunlight. Beneath the forest floor, a network of roots and burrows wove a secret world, where wise old rabbits shared tales of foregone days with the younger kits, and dormice nestled in the warmth of their moss-lined homes. In this enchanted wood, the seasons were more than mere changes of weather. They were a symphony of transformation, each note resonating with the magic of the land. The creatures understood the delicate balance of their environment, which was nurtured by the gentle hand of a spirit known as the Keeper of Seasons. This ancient being, ageless and serene, was said to wander the forest in the guise of a gentle breeze or a sudden shower, weaving the threads of time and nature into a seamless tapestry. As the days grew longer and the air was filled with the heady scent of blooming flowers, the forest prepared for the festival of renewal, a celebration of spring's arrival. It was during this time that a peculiar phenomenon occurred, one that only the oldest of creatures could recall. It was the dance of the petals, a magical display where blossoms took flight, swirling like confetti in a gentle waltz upon the breeze. The young fox, Finn, with his coat as red as autumn leaves, watched in awe from the edge of a sunlit clearing. His friend Lyra, a wise and gentle owl with eyes as deep as the night sky, perched on a low-hanging branch above him, her feathers ruffled in the warm spring air. "Do you see, Finn?" Lyra hooted softly, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "The dance of the petals is a gift from the Keeper of Seasons, a reminder of the balance we must cherish." Finn nodded, his heart swelling with wonder and curiosity. "But Lyra," he asked, "what if something disturbs this balance? What if the dance doesn't come next year?" Lyra spread her wings, their span casting a comforting shade over Finn. "Balance is a delicate thing, dear Finn, but it can be restored with wisdom and care. The forest teaches us that every creature, every leaf and stream, has a role to play." As the festival of renewal approached, the creatures of the forest gathered to prepare. They worked in harmony, each contributing their strengths. The squirrels, nimble and quick, collected berries and nuts, while the bees, diligent and buzzing with purpose, gathered the sweetest nectar. The deer, graceful and watchful, cleared paths through the underbrush, ensuring that all could join in the celebration. Yet as the preparations unfolded, a shadow of concern passed over the forest. The skies darkened with the approach of a storm, an unusual occurrence during this time of blossoming. The Keeper of Seasons, sensing the disturbance, manifested as a gentle rain that fell upon the earth, whispering to the creatures below. The forest animals gathered in a sheltered glade, their eyes turned to Lyra, whose wisdom was sought by all. "The storm threatens our festival," she said, her voice calm yet resolute. "But remember, the balance of our world depends on unity. We must work together to protect our home." Finn, inspired by Lyra's words, spoke up with youthful determination. "We can guide the storm away," he said, his eyes bright with hope. "If we unite our efforts, we can shield the forest and ensure the dance of the petals continues." With a plan in place, the creatures set to work. The birds, led by Lyra, soared into the sky, their wings weaving a protective barrier of song and wind. The foxes and deer, swift and strong, scurried to gather fallen branches, building shelters for the vulnerable. The rabbits and mice, small yet clever, burrowed pathways to channel the excess rain into the stream, preventing floods. As the storm approached, it was met by the united front of the forest's inhabitants. The wind howled and the rain poured, but the creatures stood firm, their spirits buoyed by the knowledge that they were stronger together. Finn, feeling the warmth of his friend's camaraderie, realized that the forest's true magic lay not just in its enchanting sights and sounds, but in the harmony and love shared among its denizens. When the storm finally passed, the forest emerged glistening and renewed, the air filled with the fresh scent of rain and earth. The dance of the petals resumed, more vibrant than ever, a testament to the resilience and unity of the natural world. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the woodland, Lyra and Finn sat together, watching the petals twirl and drift like stars in the twilight. "You see, dear Finn," Lyra murmured, her voice a soothing balm, "the balance was restored not by magic alone, but by the bonds of friendship and cooperation. And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, where the lines between reality and magic blurred, the creatures continued to thrive in harmony, their lives a gentle reminder that wisdom and love could overcome even the fiercest of storms. Together they watched as the seasons turned, each bringing its own kind of beauty. And they knew that as long as they stood united, the forest would forever remain a place of peace and wonder. Story 18. In a faraway land, nestled among rolling emerald hills and sheltered by towering, whispering pines, lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. Known for its cobblestone paths that twined like gentle streams between thatched cottages, Willowbrook was a place where enchantment wove itself into the fabric of everyday life. Here the morning air was always sweet with the scent of blooming honeysuckle, and the nights were serenaded by the soft crooning of crickets and the twinkling of luminescent fireflies. One autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, a peculiar event began to unfold. The villagers noticed that their beloved moon lilies, delicate flowers that only opened under the light of the full moon, were blooming every night regardless of the lunar cycle. This strange occurrence was both enchanting and puzzling, for the moon lilies were said to hold ancient magic, blooming only under the silvery gaze of the full moon. Concerned yet intrigued, the villagers conferred in hushed tones at the village square, their breath forming soft clouds in the crisp evening air. It was decided that a solution must be sought, and who better to investigate than young Pippa, a curious and clever girl with eyes like star sapphires and a mind as sharp as a fox's wit. Pippa had always felt a deep connection to the world around her, understanding the language of the rustling leaves and the stories whispered by the babbling brook. With a satchel slung over her shoulder, filled with parchment and charcoal for notes, she set off to unravel the mystery of the nightly blooming moon lilies. Her first stop was the ancient library at the heart of Willowbrook, a place where time seemed to slow, and the air was filled with the musky scent of old parchment and the soft glow of enchanted lanterns. Here she sought the wisdom of the village's oldest and most revered elder, Master Eldrin, a gentle soul whose eyes held the knowledge of centuries. "Ah, Pippa," he greeted, his voice as comforting as a woolen blanket on a chilly night. "I hear you're on a quest to solve the mystery of the moon lilies." "Yes, Master Eldrin," she replied eagerly. "I've come to seek your guidance." Master Eldrin chuckled softly, his eyes twinkling like the evening stars. "The moon lilies are indeed curious this season," he mused, stroking his long silver beard. "But remember, dear child, that not all mysteries demand a complex solution. Sometimes the answer lies right before our eyes, waiting for us to notice." With these cryptic words echoing in her mind, Pippa thanked Master Eldrin and continued her journey. She wandered through the village, her senses keenly aware of every detail, the soft crunch of fallen leaves underfoot, the gentle caress of the evening breeze that carried with it the scent of pine and earth. As twilight deepened, she found herself at the edge of the enchanted forest, a place shrouded in mist and mystery. Here, the trees were ancient sentinels, their gnarled branches weaving a canopy that whispered secrets to those who dared to listen. It was said that the forest was home to magical creatures, wise and benevolent beings who might hold the key to the village's conundrum. With a heart full of hope, Pippa ventured deeper into the forest until she came upon a glade bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. In the center stood a creature unlike any she had ever seen. A moonlight fawn, its coat shimmering like spun silver, its eyes as deep and mysterious as the night sky. The fawn stepped forward gracefully, its gaze meeting Pippa's with a warmth that put her instantly at ease. "Greetings, little one," it spoke, its voice a gentle melody that seemed to wrap around her like a comforting embrace. "You seek the truth of the moon lilies." Pippa nodded, her curiosity piqued. "Yes, can you help me understand why they bloom every night?" The fawn smiled, a serene expression that filled Pippa with a sense of peace. "The lilies bloom in response to the dreams of the villagers, which have been unusually vivid as of late," it explained softly. "The dreams have been infused with hope and joy, resonating with the lilies' magic. It is the happiness in your hearts that has awakened their nightly dance." Understanding dawned on Pippa like the first light of morning. So, it's our dreams, she murmured, her heart swelling with awe and gratitude. The fawn nodded, stepping back into the shadows of the forest. Remember, young one, that magic is not always found in spells and potions, but in the simple joys and kindness shared among friends and family. With a newfound appreciation for the magic that wove through their lives, Pippa thanked the Moonlight Fawn and returned to the village. She shared the fawn's message with the villagers, who gathered around her with wide eyes and wonder-filled hearts. The mystery of the moon lilies was solved, not through complex spells or intricate puzzles, but through the gentle reminder of the power of joy and unity. From that night on, the villagers embraced their dreams and cherished the simple pleasures of life, knowing that their happiness was the true magic that brightened their world. As the village settled into peaceful slumber, the moon lilies continued to bloom, a nightly testament to the beauty of dreams shared and the light of joy that could illuminate even the darkest of nights. And so, nestled in the comforting embrace of their village, the people of Willowbrook slept soundly, knowing that in their hearts lay the true magic of their world. Story 19. In the distant reaches of the cosmos, where the stars twinkled like a million tiny lanterns in an endless velvet sky, lay the planet of Luminara. Known for its shimmering crystal forests and gentle, luminescent tides, it was home to the Lumini, a peaceful species that thrived on harmony and light. Their skin glowed softly in various hues, reflecting their emotions like a living rainbow. Yet, this tranquil world was soon to become the meeting ground of an unexpected alliance. Far above its serene surface, a small, peculiar spacecraft shimmered into view. It belonged to the Zorbian fleet, hailing from the gritty, industrial planet of Zorbex. The Zorbians were a hardy folk, with skin like burnished metal and eyes that glowed with an inner fire. Their society valued strength and resilience, and they often spoke in booming voices that echoed like thunder. The spacecraft, piloted by a young Zorbian named Kor, had veered off course during a training mission. Kor, eager to prove himself, had taken a risky shortcut through the Nebula of Whispers, a swirling mass of stardust known for its disorienting effects on navigation systems. As he attempted to regain control, the ship's systems faltered, and he found himself plummeting towards the enigmatic world of Luminara. On the surface, a Luminite named Lyra observed the unusual occurrence from her perch atop a crystalline hill. Her curiosity piqued. She watched as the strange vessel descended with a plume of smoke trailing behind. Lyra's heart glowed a soft blue, a mixture of concern and intrigue. Without hesitation, she made her way toward the crash site, her footsteps whispering across the soft, glittering sand. As the ship's hatch hissed open, Kor emerged, his metallic skin glinting in the ethereal light of the Luminaran moon. He scanned the unfamiliar terrain, his eyes narrowing with caution. When he saw Lyra approaching, Kor's instinct was to brace himself for confrontation, expecting hostility from this unknown being. However, Lyra's approach was gentle, her glow now a soothing green. "Are you injured?" she asked, her voice as soft as the gentle tide. Kor, taken aback by her kindness, hesitated before replying. "I am unharmed," he said, his voice rumbling with the weight of his culture's bravado, yet tinged with a note of gratitude. "But my ship, it is damaged." Lyra nodded, her understanding reflected in a warm, golden hue. "Come," she offered. "I can help you find what you need to make repairs." Together, the unlikely pair set off across the luminescent landscape, the moonlight casting their shadows long and slender beside them. As they walked, they shared stories of their worlds. Kor spoke of Zorbex's mighty storms and the strength of his people, while Lyra described the gentle harmony of Luminara and the beauty of its eternal twilight. Despite their differences, the two began to find common ground. Kor was surprised by Lyra's strength of spirit, which shone as brightly as any Zorbian flame, while Lyra admired Kor's determination and willingness to learn from his mistakes. Yet, there were moments of misunderstanding, as each struggled to comprehend the other's customs and values. Kor's boisterous laughter sometimes startled Lyra, her glow shifting to a startled yellow, while Lyra's quiet contemplation puzzled Kor, who mistook her silence for disapproval. One evening, as they rested beside a tranquil lake that mirrored the shimmering sky, Kor voiced his frustration. "I do not understand why you are so quiet at times, Lyra. It makes me uneasy." Lyra smiled gently, her light turning a reassuring lavender. In silence we find peace and understanding, Core. It allows us to listen not just with our ears, but with our hearts. Core pondered her words, the embers of his eyes softening. I see, he replied, his voice a rumble of newfound respect. Perhaps I have been too quick to fill the silence. Their journey continued, each moment a step towards mutual understanding. They faced challenges together, a sudden storm that threatened to sweep them away, and a treacherous path through a forest of crystal vines. In these trials, they learned to rely on one another, their bond forged in the fires of adversity. In the end, it was not the physical repairs to Core's ship that marked their greatest triumph, but the bridge they had built between their worlds. As Core prepared to depart, Lyra presented him with a small crystal, its surface glowing with a soft blue light. To remember Luminara, she said, her voice tinged with affection, and the friendship we have found here. Core accepted the gift with a rare smile, his metallic skin reflecting the gentle light. I will treasure it, he promised, his voice warm and sincere, and I will tell my people of the Lumini's kindness. As the ship ascended into the starry sky, Lyra watched until it became a distant twinkle, her heart glowing with the colors of hope and friendship. Though from different worlds, she and Core had discovered the true meaning of connection, a bond that transcended the stars themselves, shining as brightly as the light within them both. And so, beneath the eternal twilight of Luminara, a new story was written, a tale of unlikely companions, bound by the light of friendship, destined to inspire others across the vast expanse of the cosmos. Story 20. In the heart of the lush, whispering forest of Elderglen, where the sunlight trickled through a canopy of emerald leaves like liquid gold, there lay a hidden world untouched by time. The air was sweet with the scent of blooming wildflowers and the distant murmur of a babbling brook. It was here, in this serene haven, that a tale of wonder and transformation began to unfold. It all started with a young girl named Lila, who lived in a quaint cottage on the edge of the forest. Lila was a gentle soul, with eyes as bright as the morning sky and hair spun like honey. Her days were filled with the simple joys of life, tending her garden, listening to the birds' symphonies, and weaving stories from her imagination. However, beneath her calm demeanor lingered a quiet yearning for something more, something that lay beyond the familiar paths of her woodland home. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced to the rhythm of the wind, Lila embarked on a journey that would forever change her world. Armed with nothing but a wicker basket and an adventurous spirit, she ventured deeper into the forest than she had ever dared before. The path was lined with ancient oaks, their gnarled branches stretching toward the sky like wise old guardians. The air was cool and invigorating, carrying with it the promise of discovery. As Lila wandered deeper into the heart of the forest, she stumbled upon a clearing bathed in a mystical glow. In the center of this clearing stood a tree unlike any she had ever seen. Its bark shimmered with an iridescent sheen, and its leaves seemed to hum with a soft melodic tune. Drawn by an inexplicable force, Lila approached the tree, her heart beating with a mixture of awe and curiosity. Nestled among the roots of the tree was a small, ornate box. It was crafted from a wood that seemed to pulse with life, and its surface was etched with intricate patterns that glowed faintly in the dappled sunlight. Lila knelt down, her fingers trembling with anticipation as she lifted the lid. Inside, she found a delicate silver key resting upon a bed of soft moss. It glittered like a star fallen to earth, and Lila felt an undeniable sense of destiny as she held it in her hand. With the key came a sudden rush of understanding. This was no ordinary key. It was a key to a world hidden within the forest itself, a world that could only be unlocked by those with a pure heart and an unwavering spirit. Lila felt a warmth spread through her, a connection to the ancient magic that pulsed through the land. She knew that she had been chosen to embark on a journey beyond imagination. Guided by an unseen force, Lila followed a winding path that seemed to appear before her eyes. The forest around her transformed, revealing hidden wonders at every turn, a cascade of luminous butterflies that danced like living jewels, a symphony of birds whose songs wove an enchanting melody, and a carpet of flowers that bloomed in colors more vibrant than any she'd ever known. The world was alive with magic, and Lila felt herself becoming a part of it. As the day waned into twilight, Lila arrived at the entrance to a hidden realm, a gateway woven from vines and adorned with blossoms that glowed with an ethereal light. With the silver key in hand, she unlocked the gate and stepped into a world that defied all expectations. Before her lay a valley filled with wonders beyond her wildest dreams. In this hidden world, the trees towered like ancient sentinels, their leaves shimmering with a spectrum of colors. The air was alive with the fragrance of exotic blooms, and the ground beneath her feet was a mosaic of soft moss and glistening stones. A gentle breeze carried the sound of distant laughter and music, inviting Lila to explore further. As she ventured deeper, Lila encountered creatures unlike any she had ever imagined. There were mischievous sprites that flitted through the air, their laughter like the tinkling of bells, and gentle giants whose footsteps made the earth tremble with warmth and kindness. Each creature she met greeted her with a nod of recognition, as if they had been waiting for her arrival. Among these magical beings was a wise old owl named Alden, whose eyes held the wisdom of centuries. Alden perched on a branch above Lila, his feathers a tapestry of moonlight and shadows. "Welcome, dear child," he hooted in a voice as soft as a whispering breeze. "You have been chosen to walk this path of wonder and discovery." Lila felt a sense of belonging she had never known before. With Alden as her guide, she explored the hidden realms of the forest, uncovering its secrets and marveling at its beauty. She learned to listen to the whispers of the trees, to dance with the rhythm of the earth, and to see the world through the eyes of its enchanted inhabitants. As the days turned into weeks, Lila's heart swelled with joy and a newfound understanding of the world around her. She discovered that the true magic lay not in the wonders she encountered, but in the connections she forged and the friendships she nurtured. The creatures of the forest became her companions, each teaching her valuable lessons about courage, kindness, and the power of a pure heart. Yet, as Lila's journey unfolded, she realized that her presence in this hidden world was not without purpose. The forest was ailing, its magic dwindling with each passing day. A shadow had fallen over the land, threatening to extinguish the light that had once flourished. The creatures whispered of a darkness that lurked at the heart of the forest, a force that sought to claim its magic for its own. Determined to protect the world she had come to love, Lila embarked on a quest to restore the balance and rekindle the magic that sustained the forest. With Alden by her side, she ventured into the depths of the unknown, guided by the light of the silver key and the strength of her own spirit. Their journey led them to the heart of the forest, where the darkness lay in wait. It was a place shrouded in shadows, where the air was thick with an ominous stillness. Lila felt a shiver run down her spine, but she stood firm, her heart filled with resolve. In the heart of the darkness, Lila discovered the source of the forest's ailment, a twisted, gnarled tree that pulsed with a malevolent energy. Its roots spread like tendrils, choking the life from the land and casting a pall over the once vibrant world. Lila knew that she had to act quickly to save the forest and its inhabitants. With a deep breath, Lila reached into her heart, drawing upon the magic she had come to know. She remembered the lessons of friendship and courage, of kindness and compassion. As she focused her energy, the silver key began to glow with a brilliant light, illuminating the darkness with its warmth. With a steady hand, Lila approached the twisted tree and pressed the key against its bark. The air vibrated with a powerful hum as the light spread, encircling the tree and dissolving the darkness. Lila felt a surge of energy course through her, a connection to the very essence of the forest. As the light enveloped the tree, its twisted form began to transform. The gnarled branches straightened, the bark softened, and the roots withdrew from the earth. Slowly, the tree was reborn, its leaves unfurling in a cascade of colors that shimmered like a rainbow. The darkness lifted, and the forest came alive with a renewed vibrancy. The creatures of the forest emerged from their hiding places, their eyes filled with gratitude and wonder. The air was once again filled with the songs of birds and the laughter of sprites, and the ground blossomed with a tapestry of flowers. Lila stood in the midst of this wondrous transformation, her heart full of joy and a sense of fulfillment. She had discovered the true magic of the forest, the power of love, friendship, and the courage to stand against darkness. As the forest thrived once more, Lila knew that her journey had come to an end. She had discovered a hidden world within the natural environment, a world filled with wonder and magic. But more importantly, she had discovered the depths of her own heart and the strength that lay within. With a grateful heart and a spirit renewed, Lila returned to her cottage on the edge of the forest. She carried with her the memories of her journey and the friendships she had forged, knowing that the magic of the forest would always be a part of her. And so, in the heart of the lush, whispering forest of Elderglen, the story of Lila and the hidden world lived on. A tale of wonder and transformation, of friendship and courage. It was a story that would be told for generations to come, a reminder that magic exists within us all, waiting to be discovered and cherished. Story 21. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and lush emerald forests, there was a humble shoemaker named Thomas. Thomas lived in a cozy, timber-framed cottage at the edge of the village. His days were filled with the rhythmic tapping of his hammer and the soft rustle of leather as he crafted shoes that were known far and wide for their comfort and durability. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves fluttered down from the trees, Thomas discovered something peculiar. Tucked away at the back of his workshop, buried beneath a pile of dusty old boots, was a small, intricately carved wooden box. Its polished surface glinted softly in the morning light, and a delicate scent of lavender wafted from it. Curiosity piqued, Thomas gently opened the box. Inside, nestled on a bed of velvet, was a pair of spectacles with frames that shimmered as if woven from moonbeams. Unsure of what they were, Thomas decided to try them on. As he placed the spectacles on his nose, a warm, comforting glow enveloped him, and the world around him transformed. Through these magical lenses, Thomas saw not just the world as it was, but as it could be. The worn leather of his shoes shimmered with potential, revealing visions of who might wear them and where they might travel. The village, with its familiar cobblestone streets and thatched roof cottages, glistened with unseen stories and hidden magic. Eager to understand this newfound gift, Thomas set off on a journey to explore the wonders his spectacles unveiled. His first stop was the village well, a place where people gathered to fill their buckets and share stories. As he approached, he noticed an elderly woman struggling with her heavy pail. "Good day to you, Thomas," she greeted him with a warm smile, her wrinkled hands trembling slightly. "Good day, dear Agatha," he replied, his voice gentle. "May I assist you with your burden?" As he helped Agatha with her pail, the spectacles showed him a vision of her younger days, full of laughter and dancing by the riverside. Inspired by her hidden strength, Thomas realized that each person carried within them a story untold, a reservoir of experiences that shaped their present. Thomas's journey led him to the heart of the forest, where the trees whispered secrets to the wind. There, he met a fox with eyes as bright as the evening stars. The fox introduced himself as Felix, a guardian of the forest's mysteries. "I see you wear the spectacles of possibilities," Felix said, his voice smooth and lyrical. "They reveal the magic in the mundane, the extraordinary in the ordinary." Thomas nodded, grateful for the fox's guidance. "But how do I use this gift to help others?" he asked, the gentle breeze rustling the leaves around them. Felix pondered for a moment, his tail swaying thoughtfully. "Wisdom lies not in changing the world, but in seeing it clearly," he said. "Help others see the beauty and potential they hold within." With this advice, Thomas returned to the village, his heart full of purpose. He shared the visions he saw through the spectacles, helping people discover their hidden talents and dreams. He showed a young musician the melodies woven into the songs of the forest, and a shy painter the vibrant colors in the petals of a flower. As the days turned into weeks, the village began to change. People walked with renewed confidence, their lives enriched by the magic Thomas had helped them see. The village, once ordinary, now pulsed with creativity and joy, each person a living testament to the wonders that lay hidden beneath the surface. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Thomas sat by his fireplace, the spectacles resting in their velvet-lined box. He realized that he no longer needed them to see the beauty around him. His heart had learned to recognize it without their aid. And so, with a contented sigh, he placed the box on the mantelpiece, a reminder of the journey that had transformed not only his life, but the lives of those around him. And from that day forward, the village thrived, its people bound together by the gentle, unseen magic of friendship and understanding. As the fire crackled softly in the hearth, Thomas drifted into a peaceful sleep, knowing he had found the true treasure in the ordinary wonders of the world. And so the village continued to flourish, a place where stories and dreams intertwined, forever touched by the magic of a humble shoemaker and his extraordinary spectacles. Story 22. In the heart of a serene valley, where the misty mountains met lush, rolling meadows, there lay a village unlike any other. This village was known for its ancient, whispering trees and the gentle, winding river that sang sweet melodies as it meandered through the land. The villagers, too, were unique, living harmoniously with nature and practicing the old ways of magic that had been passed down through generations. In this enchanting village lived a young woman named Linnea. She was known for her radiant smile and her affinity for tending the vibrant gardens that surrounded her cottage. But despite the beauty she nurtured in the world around her, Linnea carried a quiet heaviness in her heart, a restlessness that she couldn't quite understand. She felt as if the world was a tapestry unraveling at the seams, and she was a single thread pulled taut by the winds of change. As the seasons shifted from the warm embrace of summer to the crisp coolness of autumn, Linnea found herself yearning for something more, something different. Yet, the thought of change filled her with a deep, unshakable apprehension. She was anchored to her routines, her familiar comforts, much like the towering oaks rooted deeply in the earth. One gentle afternoon, as Linnea wandered through the forest, she stumbled upon a hidden glade, bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. There she discovered an ancient willow tree, its branches swaying gracefully in the breeze, casting dancing shadows upon the forest floor. Beneath the willow's boughs sat an elderly woman, her eyes twinkling like stars reflected in a tranquil pond. Her name was Maya, a wise healer known for her deep connection to the magic of the land. "Welcome, dear one," Maya greeted, her voice a soothing melody that seemed to harmonize with the rustling leaves. "What brings you to this sacred grove?" Linnea hesitated, feeling the weight of her unspoken burdens. "I feel caught between worlds," she confessed, her voice barely a whisper. "I long for change, yet I'm afraid of what it might bring." Maya nodded knowingly, her gaze soft and understanding. "Ah, the dance of transformation," she mused. "It is a journey we all must take, though its path is often shrouded in mystery and fear." Gently, Maya reached into her satchel and withdrew a small, shimmering vial. "This elixir," she explained, handing it to Linnea, "is made from the essence of the willow and the wisdom of the ages. It will help you see with new eyes, to understand the changes within and around you." Linnea accepted the vial, cradling it in her hands as if it were a fragile, precious thing. Its iridescent liquid glowed softly in the fading light, casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon her skin. "Drink it when you are ready," Maya advised. "And remember, true transformation comes not from magic alone, but from the journeys we undertake and the lessons we learn along the way." With a grateful heart, Linnea returned to her cottage, the elixir a comforting presence in her pocket. That night, as the moon hung high in the sky, casting its silvery glow upon the earth, she sat by her window, contemplating the path ahead. Finally, summoning her courage, Linnea uncorked the vial and drank deeply. The elixir was cool and sweet, like dew-drenched blossoms, and as it coursed through her veins, she felt a profound sense of calm envelop her being. The world around her began to shimmer and change. Colors deepened, the stars twinkled more brightly, and the gentle song of the river seemed to echo with newfound clarity. As she drifted into a peaceful slumber, Linnea was wrapped in dreams of transformation. Dreams where she was both the seed and the blossom, the river and the stone, ever changing, yet ever the same. In the days that followed, Linnea noticed subtle shifts within herself. The fear that had once gripped her heart began to loosen its hold, replaced by a sense of curiosity and wonder. She found joy in the small things, the blush of dawn, the laughter of children, the rustle of leaves in the wind. Friends and neighbors, too, sensed the change within her. Among them was Rowan, a gentle soul with eyes as kind as a summer sky. He often joined Linnea in her garden, sharing stories and helping tend to the flowers. His presence was like a soothing balm, easing her worries and reminding her of the beauty in companionship. Change is like the seasons, Rowan observed one afternoon as they planted seeds for the coming spring. Each brings its own challenges and gifts. It's our willingness to embrace them that shapes who we become. Inspired by his words and her own growing confidence, Linnea decided to venture beyond the village, to explore the wider world and the wonders it held. With Maya's guidance and Rowan's support, she embarked on her journey, carrying with her the lessons she had learned. Through lush forests and across tranquil meadows, Linnea wandered, meeting new friends and encountering magical landscapes that mirrored her inner growth. She learned from the wise whispers of the wind and the stories etched in ancient stones. With each step, she discovered more about herself and the world, unraveling the mysteries of her own heart. In time, Linnea returned to her village, her soul enriched by the journey and her spirit alight with the joy of newfound knowledge. She realized that change was not something to be feared, but embraced, a force that wove the threads of life into a beautiful tapestry. Gathered with her friends by the fireside, Linnea shared tales of her adventures, her voice a gentle lullaby that wrapped around them like a warm blanket. And as the fire crackled and the stars twinkled above, she understood that her true transformation lay not in the destination, but in the journey itself. For Linnea had discovered the beauty of personal growth, a magic all its own, and learned that the heart's greatest treasures are found in the courage to change and the wisdom to embrace it. And so, nestled in her cozy cottage, surrounded by the love and laughter of friends, Linnea drifted into a restful sleep, her dreams as bright and boundless as the sky above. Story 23. In a small village, nestled between emerald hills and the edge of an ancient forest, there lay a quaint little shop known as the Curiosity Nook. Its weathered sign swung gently in the breeze, creaking ever so slightly as the sun set behind the purple-tinted mountains. The shop was a treasure trove of oddities and trinkets, each with its own whisper of mystery and magic. It was run by a kindly old man named Tobias, whose eyes twinkled like stars, and whose stories of adventure were as endless as the winding river that flowed nearby. One crisp autumn afternoon, a young girl named Lila wandered into the Curiosity Nook, her cheeks rosy from the chill in the air. Her curiosity was as boundless as the sky, and she loved nothing more than to explore the dusty shelves of the shop, discovering forgotten wonders. Tobias greeted her with a warm smile, his voice soft and welcoming like the first snowfall in winter. "Ah, Lila, my dear," he said, his voice rich and comforting. "What secrets of the world shall we uncover today?" Lila giggled, her eyes scanning the myriad of curious items that filled the shop. It was then that her gaze fell upon something she had never seen before, a small, unassuming teapot, nestled between a stack of old books and a brass telescope. It was made of smooth, mottled stone, its handle shaped like the elegant curve of a swan's neck. "What's this?" Lila asked, pointing to the peculiar teapot. Tobias chuckled softly, his eyes sparkling with a secret he was eager to share. "Ah, that is no ordinary teapot, my dear. It is the Teapot of Whispers." Lila's eyes widened with wonder. "The Teapot of Whispers?" "Indeed," Tobias nodded, his voice a gentle murmur. "Legend has it that this teapot has the ability to reveal the truth of one's heart. Pour the finest tea into it, and it will offer you wisdom in the form of a whisper only you can hear." Lila was intrigued, her mind alight with possibilities. "May I try it, Tobias?" "Of course," he replied kindly, handing her the teapot with care. "But remember, Lila, it reveals only what is already within you." With a heart full of anticipation, Lila took the teapot home. That evening, as the stars began to twinkle like diamonds scattered across velvet, she brewed her favorite chamomile tea. The rich, floral aroma filled the room as she poured it into the teapot, her hands steady but her heart fluttering with excitement. She listened intently as the steam rose from the spout, carrying with it the softest of whispers. At first, it was like the wind through the trees, barely discernible, but gradually it became a gentle voice, as soothing as a lullaby. "Seek not the answers in what you see, but in what you feel." the whisper said. Lila pondered the words, feeling a strange warmth spreading through her, a reassurance that was as comforting as a mother's embrace. That night, she dreamed of a path through the forest, shadowed yet inviting, beckoning her to follow. The next morning, compelled by the dream and the teapot's wisdom, Lila decided to venture into the forest. She packed a small satchel with bread and cheese, and with the teapot wrapped carefully in a soft cloth, she set off on her journey. As she walked, the forest came alive around her. The leaves rustled like paper in the wind, the air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and the sunlight danced through the branches, painting the forest floor in patterns of gold and green. After walking for what felt like hours, Lila came upon a clearing where an ancient oak tree stood, its trunk gnarled and wise. Beneath its shade sat a fox with fur as red as autumn leaves and eyes that glinted with intelligence. "Hello," said the fox, his voice as smooth as silk. "What brings a young one like you so deep into the forest?" Lila, surprised but not afraid, replied, "I'm following the path of my heart, seeking the wisdom that lies within." The fox tilted his head, considering her words. "Ah, the journey within is often the most difficult, yet the most rewarding. Perhaps I can help you along the way." Lila smiled, grateful for the company. "I would like that very much." Together, they continued through the forest, the fox sharing tales of the woods, while Lila listened with rapt attention. As they journeyed, Lila found herself growing more attuned to the world around her, the song of a distant bird, the gentle babble of a hidden stream, the whispering of the wind through the leaves. When they reached a small glade, they met an owl perched solemnly on a low branch. His feathers were as white as new-fallen snow, and his eyes held the wisdom of ages. "Greetings, travelers," the owl hooted, his voice deep and resonant. "What wisdom do you seek in these ancient woods?" Lila looked at the owl, her heart full. "I seek to understand the whispers of my heart, to see the truth that lies within." The owl nodded sagely. "Then you must face the challenge of reflection. Look into the pool of clear water and see what it reveals." In the center of the glade was a small pond, its surface as smooth as glass. Lila approached it cautiously, the fox and owl watching silently. She knelt beside the water and gazed into its depths. At first she saw only her reflection, but as she looked deeper, the water shimmered, and images began to form. She saw herself, not as she was, but as she could be, kind, wise, and brave. She saw herself helping others, her heart open and full of love. As the vision faded, she realized that the wisdom she sought was already within her, waiting to be discovered. The fox smiled, his eyes warm with understanding. "You have found what you were looking for, haven't you?" Lila nodded, her heart light and full of joy. "Yes, I have. Thank you, both of you." The owl ruffled his feathers, a soft, approving sound. "Remember, Lila, wisdom is not about knowing everything, but about understanding yourself." With newfound clarity, Lila thanked her companions and made her way back through the forest. The teapot nestled safely in her satchel. When she returned to her village, the sun was setting, painting the sky in hues of pink. She felt different, changed by her journey, not just in the forest, but within herself. From that day on, Lila carried the wisdom of the teapot and the forest with her, sharing it with others through kindness and understanding. She visited the Curiosity Nook often, her bond with Tobias deepening as they shared stories and sipped tea together. And every night, as she lay in bed, the whispers of the teapot echoed softly in her heart, a gentle reminder that the greatest magic of all was the love and wisdom within her. In the cozy warmth of her room, under the soft glow of moonlight, Lila drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the promise of new adventures and the comforting knowledge that she was never truly alone. Story 24. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the leaves whispered secrets to the wind and the sun painted dappled shadows on the forest floor, lived a tapestry of life unseen by most. This forest, known only to those who lived within its bounds as Verdantia, was a place where nature's symphony played in perfect harmony. Here the creatures of the forest lived their hidden lives, each one a note in the grand composition of the woods. As the first light of dawn filtered through the canopy, a gentle mist hugged the forest floor, lending a silvery sheen to the emerald moss and ferns. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the earthy scent of damp wood and fresh leaves. It was in this serene morning that a small gathering took place at the base of the oldest tree in Verdantia, a venerable oak whose branches seemed to touch the sky. Among those gathered was a wise old tortoise named Eldrin, whose shell bore the marks of countless years beneath the sun and rain. Beside him sat a sprightly squirrel named Tessa, whose agility and cheerfulness were matched only by her curiosity. Perched on a low branch, a robin named Finn sang a soft greeting to the day, his melodious notes echoing through the forest. Eldrin, with his slow and deliberate manner, began to speak, his voice as soothing as the gentle rustle of leaves in a summer breeze. "My dear friends," he said, "today marks the turning of the seasons. As the warmth of spring begins to embrace our forest, we must prepare for the changes it brings. Each season holds its own magic, a balance that we must strive to maintain." Tessa, her eyes sparkling with wonder, leaned closer. "What kind of magic, Eldrin?" she asked, her voice a whisper of excitement. "The magic of renewal," Eldrin replied, his eyes twinkling with wisdom. "Spring awakens the earth, coaxing new life from the soil and calling forth blooms of every color. It is a time of growth and harmony, but also a time when we must ensure that this growth does not overwhelm the balance we hold dear." Finn, his feathers puffed with pride, added, "Our song, the dance of our lives, it all contributes to the balance. We must listen to the forest, feel its pulse, and act in harmony with its needs." As Eldrin and Finn spoke, the forest seemed to hum in agreement, a gentle breeze rustling the leaves as if in applause. The creatures of Verdantia understood that each one played a role, and together they maintained the delicate equilibrium that allowed the forest to thrive. As the days grew longer and the sun's warmth deepened, the forest burst into a vibrant tapestry of greens and blossoms. Tessa, with her nimble paws, darted among the branches, collecting seeds and nuts while sharing laughter with the other squirrels. She understood now the wisdom Eldrin had imparted, and she took care to leave some seeds behind, ensuring that the forest could continue its cycle of life. Finn, with his joyful song, greeted each dawn with a chorus that called the sun to rise and the flowers to open their petals to the light. His music was a reminder of the beauty and harmony, each note a thread in the fabric of the forest's melody. Eldrin, though moving slowly, offered guidance to the younger creatures, sharing stories of past springs and the lessons they held. His presence was a steady anchor, a reminder of the enduring wisdom that nature offered to those who took the time to listen. As spring gave way to the lush fullness of summer, the forest thrived in its glory. The sun-dappled glades were alive with the hum of bees and the flutter of butterfly wings. The air was thick with the scent of wildflowers, and the gentle murmur of a brook provided a soothing backdrop to the life that flourished around it. Yet one summer day, a curious phenomenon began to take shape. The skies darkened unexpectedly, and a soft, silvery rain began to fall, though the sun still shone brightly. This was no ordinary rain. It was the kind that seemed to wash away all worries, leaving behind a sense of calm and renewal. The creatures of the forest paused in their activities, feeling the magic of the rain as it kissed their fur and feathers. Tessa, her tail flicking with delight, chattered to Eldrin. "What is this rain, Eldrin? It feels different." Eldrin, with a knowing smile, explained, "This is the rain of reflection. It visits us but once every generation, a reminder from the forest itself to pause, to reflect on the path we tread, and to renew our commitment to balance." Finn nodded, his song softer now, a lullaby carried by the rain. "It is a gift," he said, "a chance to listen to our hearts and to the whispers of the forest." As the rain continued, the creatures of Verdantia gathered once more beneath the great oak. They shared stories of their lives, of the challenges they had faced and the friendships they had formed. In their tales, they found strength and wisdom, realizing that the true magic of the forest lay not only in its beauty, but in the bonds they shared. When the rain finally ceased and the sun shone anew, the forest was transformed. A rainbow arched gracefully across the sky, its colors vivid against the azure backdrop. It was a promise, a reminder of the harmony they had pledged to uphold. With the changing of the seasons, as summer waned and autumn's golden hues began to paint the leaves, the creatures of the Verdantia continued their dance of life. They had learned that the magic of their forest was not just in the turning of the seasons, but in the balance they maintained through love, friendship, and respect for the natural world. And so, under the shadow of the ancient oak, where the stories of the past whispered in the wind and the promise of tomorrow glowed in the sunset, the creatures of the forest lived in harmony, their lives a testament to the wisdom of nature and the strength of unity. In the gentle embrace of the forest, where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, the hidden lives of its creatures thrived, each day a new chapter in the eternal story of Verdantia. And as the night descended, with stars twinkling like diamonds in the sky, a peaceful hush fell over the forest, wrapping it in a blanket of serenity and dreams. Story 25. In the heart of a quiet, wooded valley, nestled beneath the gentle embrace of ancient oaks, lay the village of Elderglen. It was a place where time seemed to move at a more leisurely pace, and where the whispering winds carried tales of enchantment. Here, each season painted the landscape with its own palette of colors, from the vibrant greens of spring to the golden hues of autumn. In this tranquil village lived a young woman named Lyra, known for her kind heart and a gentle smile that could light up the gloomiest of days. Yet beneath her serene exterior, Lyra struggled with a restlessness she could not quite understand. Change was stirring within her, like the first murmurs of spring beneath winter's snow, and she found herself yearning for something she could not name. One misty morning, as dawn's first light painted the sky in shades of rose and gold, Lyra set out towards the forest, seeking solace among the towering trees. The forest was a place of magic, where sunlight filtered through the canopy like liquid gold, and the air was imbued with the sweet scent of pine and earth. As she walked, the gentle crunch of leaves underfoot and the distant call of a cuckoo seemed to whisper secrets of the woods. Lyra's thoughts were a tangled web of longing and uncertainty, and she paused by the edge of a sparkling brook that danced its way through the forest. It was here, as she watched the water weave its path around moss-covered stones, that she noticed something unusual. A delicate, shimmering cocoon nestled among the roots of a grand oak. Curiosity piqued, Lyra knelt beside the cocoon, her fingers gently brushing its iridescent surface. It pulsed faintly with an inner light, and as she watched, it seemed to respond to her touch with a warmth that spread through her fingertips and into her heart. This cocoon held a mystery, much like the change she felt stirring within herself. As days turned to weeks, Lyra returned to the cocoon, drawn to its quiet magic. She often sat by the brook, reading aloud or sharing her thoughts and dreams, as if the cocoon were a trusted friend. In turn, the forest seemed to embrace her, the trees whispering encouragement in the soft rustle of leaves, the brook singing its timeless song of transformation. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with the colors of twilight, Lyra found herself joined by an unexpected companion. An elderly man with twinkling eyes and a beard as white as the winter snow appeared along the path. He wore a cloak of woven leaves, and his presence was as comforting as the embrace of a warm hearth. "Good evening, Lyra," he greeted her with a nod. His voice was like the gentle rustle of autumn leaves. "I am Eldrin, keeper of the forest's secrets." Lyra smiled, feeling as though she had known him forever. "Good evening, Eldrin. I have been spending time with this cocoon. It seems special." Eldrin chuckled softly, his eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom. "It is indeed. That cocoon is a reflection of your own journey, a mirror to the changes you seek within yourself." Lyra's brow furrowed in thought. "But I don't know what those changes are." "Ah," Eldrin replied, sinking down beside her. "The path to understanding often begins with questions. The forest teaches us that transformation is not just about change, but about discovery. Patience, dear Lyra, is the soil in which growth takes root." Over the following days, Lyra and Eldrin often met by the brook, their conversations weaving together like the branches of the trees. Eldrin shared tales of the forest's magic, of creatures that transformed with the seasons, and of the resilience found in nature's ever-changing tapestry. Through his stories, Lyra began to see her own transformation not as something to fear, but as an opportunity to embrace. The forest, too, was a teacher, its rhythms and cycles mirroring Lyra's inner journey. She learned to listen to the soft murmurs of the earth, to feel the pulse of life in the vibrant green leaves, and to trust the slow unfolding of her own path. One morning, as spring breathed its gentle warmth over the land, Lyra arrived at the brook to find the cocoon shimmering with a brilliant light. With Eldrin by her side, she watched in awe as the cocoon began to unravel, its delicate threads unfurling like petals in bloom. From within emerged a creature of ethereal beauty, a butterfly with wings like stained glass, their colors shifting with every movement. It hovered for a moment, its wings catching the sunlight in a dazzling display, before taking flight in a graceful dance through the forest. Lyra felt a deep sense of peace settle over her, like the gentle embrace of a summer breeze. She understood now that her own transformation was not about becoming something new, but about revealing the beauty that had always been within her. As the butterfly disappeared into the forest's embrace, Lyra turned to Eldrin, her eyes alight with newfound clarity. "Thank you, Eldrin. I see now that change is not to be feared, but to be welcomed." Eldrin nodded, a soft smile playing on his lips. "You have discovered the magic of your own heart, dear Lyra. Remember, the journey is as important as the destination." With a heart full of gratitude, Lyra returned to her village, carrying with her the lessons of the forest and the gentle wisdom of Eldrin. She knew now that life was a tapestry of transformations, each thread woven with care and purpose. In the days that followed, Lyra shared her newfound understanding with those around her. Her kindness and warmth became a beacon of comfort, and the village of Elderglen thrived under her gentle influence. The forest, with its timeless magic, continued to watch over them all, a reminder that beauty and growth could be found in the most unexpected places. As the seasons turned, Lyra's journey of personal discovery became a cherished part of Elderglen's lore, a tale whispered among the trees and carried on the wind. And in the heart of the forest, the brook sang its eternal song, a melody of transformation and hope, echoing the changes that had taken root within Lyra's heart. Story 26. In a sleepy village nestled on the edge of a vast, whispering forest, there lived a young girl named Clara. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity, and her heart thumped with the rhythm of adventure. Every evening, at the cusp of twilight, she would sit by her window, watching the golden sun sink behind the lush canopy, wondering what lay beyond the towering trees and the songs of the evening breeze. One particularly warm evening, as the stars began their gentle dance across the velvet sky, Clara felt an irresistible pull from the forest. She donned her cozy, worn cloak, kissed her slumbering cat, Luna, goodbye, and set off towards the enchanting woods with a lantern in hand. The air was thick with the fragrance of wild jasmine and the earthy scent of moss, wrapping her in a comforting embrace. As she stepped into the forest, the familiar world fell away, replaced by a realm shimmering with magic. The trees whispered secrets to each other, their leaves rustling like 1,000 tiny voices. Fireflies wove intricate patterns in the air, their glow painting Clara's path with a soft, golden light. She followed a winding trail, lined with mushrooms that glowed like little lanterns, guiding her deeper into the heart of the forest. Soon, Clara came upon a clearing where the moonlight pooled like silver water. In the center stood a grand, ancient tree, its bark etched with swirling patterns that seemed to shift and dance in the moonlight. As she approached, a gentle rustle caught her ear. From behind the gnarled roots peeked a creature unlike any she had ever seen. It was a tiny fox, no larger than a teacup, with fur that shimmered like stardust and eyes that twinkled with the light of 1,000 stars. "Hello, brave traveler," the fox squeaked in a voice as soft as a lullaby. "I am Astra, the guardian of this realm. What brings you to our enchanted woods?" Clara, feeling a swell of courage, replied, "I've come to explore and to understand the mysteries that lie within these woods." Astra nodded, a knowing glint in its eyes. "Then you must visit the Lake of Reflections. It lies beyond the Meadow of Whispers and through the Vale of Echoes. There you will find what you seek." With Astra by her side, Clara embarked on her journey through the forest. They traversed the Meadow of Whispers, where the grass hummed gentle tunes and the flowers swayed as if in a dream. The Vale of Echoes was next, where every sound Clara made was mirrored back to her, teaching her to tread softly and listen closely. As they neared the Lake of Reflections, Clara felt a sense of peace settle over her. The lake was a mirror of the night sky, its waters still and clear, reflecting the constellations above. Clara knelt by the water's edge, her reflection gazing back at her with a gentle smile. In that moment, she realized that the courage to explore came not from the absence of fear, but from the heart's quiet determination to seek out the unknown. Astra, sitting beside her, nodded as if understanding her thoughts. "The greatest journeys are those that teach us about ourselves," the little fox said softly. Feeling a newfound sense of purpose, Clara knew it was time to return home. The path back seemed shorter, her steps lighter, as if the forest itself was guiding her. As they reached the edge of the woods, Astra paused, looking up at her with fondness. "Thank you for your bravery," Astra whispered. "Remember, the magic of exploration lives within you, wherever you go." Clara smiled, her heart alight with warmth and gratitude. She waved goodbye to her new friend and stepped back into her village, her spirit aglow with the wonders she had seen. That night, as Clara lay in bed, the stars outside her window seemed to twinkle a little brighter, whispering tales of adventure and courage. And as she drifted into a peaceful sleep, she knew that the forest and its magic would always be a part of her, a gentle reminder that, with a brave heart, the world was full of enchanting possibilities. Story 27. Once upon a time, in a realm where magic danced through the air like fireflies on a summer's eve, there lived a young fox named Russet. Her fur was the color of sunset, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Russet lived in the whimsical brambleroot forest, a place teeming with ancient trees that whispered secrets to those who knew how to listen. The forest was home to all manner of delightful creatures, from mischievous pixies to wise old owls. One crisp autumn morning, Russet awoke to a most peculiar sight. The leaves that had fallen overnight seemed to have formed strange patterns on the forest floor. Intricate swirls and whorls covered every inch of the mossy ground, as if some unseen hand had carefully arranged them. Russet's ears perked up, and her nose twitched. "How strange," she murmured. She scampered out of her cozy den, determined to unravel this mystery. As she ventured deeper into the forest, she noticed that the patterns grew more complex, almost like a secret language. Russet racked her brain, trying to decipher the meaning behind these curious leaf arrangements. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out from above. "Well, well, if it isn't our clever little friend Russet." Russet looked up to see Willow, a wise old owl perched on a gnarled branch. Willow's feathers shone like moonlight, and her eyes twinkled with mischief. "Willow," Russet exclaimed, "do you know what's causing these strange leaf patterns?" Willow chuckled softly. "Ah, my dear, you've stumbled upon the work of the autumn sprites. They're mischievous little fellows who dance among the falling leaves, weaving their magical patterns as they go." Russet's eyes widened. "Autumn sprites? I've never heard of such creatures." "That's because they're quite shy," Willow explained. "They only reveal themselves to those with open hearts and keen eyes." Just then, a flurry of leaves swirled around them, and Russet caught a glimpse of tiny, glowing figures dancing in the breeze. The autumn sprites! Russet watched in wonder as the sprites twirled and leaped, leaving behind intricate patterns in their wake. She noticed that each pattern seemed to tell a story, from the changing of the seasons to the falling of the first snowflake. With Willow's guidance, Russet began to decipher the sprites' language, learning the secrets hidden within the swirling leaves. She discovered that the sprites were nature's storytellers, sharing their tales with those who took the time to listen. As the autumn days grew shorter, Russet spent more and more time with the autumn sprites, marveling at their intricate dances and learning the wisdom they had to share. She realized that even the smallest creatures could hold great magic, if only one had the patience and curiosity to seek it out. When winter finally arrived, blanketing the forest in a soft white cloak, the autumn sprites bid farewell to Russet with one final, magnificent performance. As they danced their way into the realm of dreams, they left behind a parting gift, a single, perfect leaf pattern that seemed to encompass the entire cycle of the seasons. Russet smiled, her heart filled with gratitude for the wondrous experiences she had shared with the autumn sprites. She knew that their magic would forever be woven into the fabric of the brambleroot forest, awaiting the next curious soul to unravel its mysteries. From that day on, Russet made it her mission to share the stories and wisdom of the autumn sprites with all who would listen. And whenever the leaves began to fall, she would pause and remember the enchanting dance of those magical creatures, forever etched into the tapestry of nature's tales. Story 28. In the heart of the forest, where the whispers of the wind dance with the secrets of time, there lay a hidden sanctuary, known only to those with kind eyes and gentle footsteps. This was a place where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of pine and earth, and where the sunlight filtered through the canopy in a kaleidoscope of gold and green. Here, in this sacred grove, lived a community of creatures whose lives were intertwined with the rhythms of the natural world. Among these creatures was a wise old tortoise named Thistle. Thistle's shell was a mosaic of emerald and amber, etched with the stories of 100 seasons. He moved with the unhurried grace of someone who had learned patience from the trees themselves. Thistle was the keeper of the forest's lore, a role bestowed upon him by the gentle passage of time and the trust of his fellow inhabitants. One crisp morning, as the frost kissed the leaves with silver, Thistle sat at the edge of a sun-dappled clearing. His eyes, as deep and warm as the earth, surveyed the tapestry of life around him. Squirrels chattered in the branches, their tails flicking like fluffy metronomes, while a family of deer grazed quietly nearby, their coats dappled with the shadows of the leaves. The forest was alive with the symphony of nature, each note a testament to the balance and harmony that had been nurtured over generations. Yet, as Thistle observed, he sensed a subtle shift, a disturbance in the delicate equilibrium that sustained their world. The skies, usually a serene azure, had taken on a peculiar hue, as if the heavens themselves were holding their breath. The winds, which typically carried the scent of blooming wildflowers and fresh rain, now whispered of an impending change. It was as if the forest was waiting, poised on the edge of an unseen transformation. Intrigued and a touch concerned, Thistle decided to seek the counsel of his dearest friend, Luna the owl. Luna was a creature of the night, her feathers a soft blend of moonlight and shadow. She was renowned for her wisdom, gleaned from countless hours spent in contemplation beneath the starlit sky. As twilight descended and the first stars began to twinkle like diamonds on velvet, Thistle made his way through the forest, his steps guided by the gentle glow of fireflies. The cool night air wrapped around him like a comforting embrace, carrying with it the scent of damp leaves and the distant lullaby of a bubbling brook. He found Luna perched on a branch of the ancient oak, her eyes reflecting the soft luminescence of the moon. "Good evening, Thistle." She hooted softly, her voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves in the wind. "What brings you to my corner of the woods this night?" "Luna, my friend," Thistle began, his voice a gentle rumble. "Have you noticed the change in the air? The forest seems to be holding its breath, as if anticipating something beyond the horizon." Luna blinked slowly, considering his words. "Indeed, I have felt it too," she replied, her gaze drifting towards the sky. "The stars speak of a shift, a turning of the wheel. It is as if the seasons themselves are preparing for a dance of renewal." The two friends sat in companionable silence, listening to the nocturnal chorus of crickets and frogs. It was then that Luna shared a piece of wisdom, handed down through generations of her kind. The forest teaches us that change is the heartbeat of life. Every leaf that falls, every river that flows, is part of a greater tapestry. We must trust in the balance and embrace the transformation with open hearts. Thistle nodded thoughtfully, absorbing her words as the night deepened around them. "Perhaps the time has come for us to remind the forest of its own strength and unity," he mused. "Together, we can ensure that harmony prevails." With renewed purpose, Thistle and Luna set about gathering their forest friends. They spoke to the rabbits, who burrowed beneath the earth, and the foxes, whose eyes gleamed like topaz in the night. They reached out to the fish in the streams, whose scales shimmered like liquid silver, and the birds, whose songs wove through the branches like threads of melody. Together, they devised a plan to restore the balance that had been disturbed. Each creature, no matter how small, had a role to play in this symphony of unity. The squirrels gathered acorns, planting them in the fertile soil to ensure the growth of new trees. The bees busied themselves with pollinating flowers, their hum a promise of abundance. Even the rocks, steadfast and silent, offered their strength, forming barriers to guide the flow of water and soil. As the days passed, the forest began to respond to their efforts. The skies gradually returned to their familiar blue, and the winds carried the scent of renewal. The balance was being restored, not through force or domination, but through the gentle power of cooperation and understanding. And so it was that the forest, with its hidden lives and ancient wisdom, taught its inhabitants a timeless lesson. That true strength lies not in standing alone, but in standing together. As the seasons continued their eternal dance, the creatures of the forest thrived in harmony, their lives a testament to the beauty of balance. In the years that followed, Thistle and Luna continued to watch over their beloved home, their friendship a beacon of hope and peace. And though the forest would face many changes, its heart remained steadfast, beating in time with the rhythm of the earth and the stars above. Thus, as the story gently draws to a close, we find comfort in the knowledge that the forest, with its hidden wonders and quiet wisdom, will always endure, a sanctuary for all who seek its embrace. Story 29. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between emerald hills and a sun-dappled forest, there existed a small, unassuming shop named the Curiosity Cottage. The shop was a kaleidoscope of colors and textures, where sunlight danced through stained glass windows, casting rainbows upon shelves brimming with peculiar trinkets and artifacts from every corner of the world. The shopkeeper, a kind-hearted woman named Mabel, was known for her warm smile and the stories she spun about each item in her collection. But among the myriad of curiosities, there was one that even she did not fully understand, a small, ordinary-looking teacup made of porcelain with a delicate pattern of golden leaves encircling its rim. One brisk autumn afternoon, a young girl named Clara wandered into the Curiosity Cottage. Clara was known in the village for her inquisitive nature and the twinkle of wonder that never left her eyes. She was drawn to the teacup, seemingly by an invisible thread of magic, and picked it up with gentle hands. As her fingers traced the golden leaves, the shop seemed to fall away, and Clara found herself in a lush meadow, the air sweet with the scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees. Standing beside her was a wise old owl named Oliver, his feathers as soft and gray as the morning mist. "Welcome, dear Clara," Oliver hooted warmly, his eyes twinkling like stars. "This is the meadow of memories, where the past whispers its secrets." Clara, though surprised, felt a calming sense of belonging in this strange, beautiful place. "What is this place, and why am I here?" she asked, her voice a soft melody amidst the rustling leaves. Oliver fluffed his wings and perched on a nearby branch. "The teacup you hold is enchanted, you see. It reveals the unseen wonders of your heart, and the paths it yearns to explore." Guided by Oliver, Clara embarked on a journey through the meadow. She encountered a family of rabbits who taught her the importance of community and kindness. Their small, burrowed home was always open to those in need. She found a stream where shimmering fish leaped joyously, showing her the beauty of living in harmony with one's surroundings. But soon, Clara faced her first challenge. At the edge of the meadow stood a tall, ancient tree, its branches heavy with golden fruit. A gentle breeze whispered that the fruit held the wisdom of ages, but it was guarded by a riddle. Oliver fluttered to Clara's shoulder. "To reach the fruit, you must solve the tree's mystery. Once answered, it will share its knowledge with you." The tree spoke in a voice like the rustling of 1,000 leaves. "I speak without a mouth and hear without ears. I have no body, but I come alive with the wind. What am I?" Clara sat beneath the tree, her thoughts as busy as the bees that hummed around her. She closed her eyes, letting the sounds of the meadow fill her mind, whispers of the breeze, the babbling of the brook, and the rustling of the leaves. Then it struck her. "An echo," she whispered, her voice light as the gentle breeze. The tree shivered with delight, its branches swaying gracefully as it rewarded Clara with a single golden fruit. She took a bite, and a warm glow spread through her, filling her with an understanding of the world's many wonders and the wisdom to cherish them. Clara returned to the Curiosity Cottage, the meadow fading into memory, but the lessons she learned remained clear in her heart. The teacup, once ordinary, now shimmered with a gentle, golden light, a reminder of the journey she had taken, and the friendships she had formed. As Clara stepped out into the crisp autumn air, she felt a sense of peace and fulfillment. She knew that the world was full of magic waiting to be discovered, not just in enchanted teacups, but in every smile shared and every kindness given. Back home, as stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Clara nestled into her bed, the echoes of the meadow's wisdom cradling her into a gentle sleep. And as she drifted off, she knew that her heart, like the magical teacup, would always be open to the wonders of the world. Story 30. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between the gentle folds of emerald hills and whispering forests, there lived a young woman named Leora. Her days were spent in the sun-dappled fields, where she helped her family tend to their small farm. Leora loved the comfort of her routines. She knew every inch of the land, every rustle of the leaves, and every song of the birds that flitted through the clear blue sky. Yet beneath her serene exterior, Leora felt a stirring, a quiet yearning for something more. She was content, but a part of her longed for change, though the thought of leaving her familiar world filled her with trepidation. Change, she thought, was like the wild river that ran near the village, forever moving and reshaping the land in its path. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Leora sat beside the riverbank, watching the water ripple and dance under the moonlight. Her thoughts were interrupted by a gentle voice, as soft as the wind through the willows. "Why do you sit here with such a heavy heart, dear one?" Startled, Leora turned to find an elderly woman with twinkling eyes and a shawl woven from the stars themselves. The woman sat beside her, her presence as comforting as a mother's embrace. "I am the keeper of the river," she introduced herself with a warm smile. "I sense you are at a crossroads." Leora sighed, her breath mingling with the cool night air. "I feel a pull to change, but I'm afraid of what I might lose." The keeper nodded knowingly. "Change is like the river, unpredictable yet beautiful. It shapes us, just as the waters shape the stones beneath them. Would you like to see how?" With a wave of her hand, the keeper conjured a small, shimmering pool beside them. In its depths, Leora saw reflections not of her past, but of possibilities, each ripple revealing a different path she might take. She watched as each vision unfolded, showing her as a healer, a painter, a traveler exploring lands beyond the horizon. "These are glimpses of what you could become," the keeper explained. "But remember, the choice is yours. Growth requires courage and trust in oneself." The visions mesmerized Leora, yet they also filled her with a sense of peace. For the first time, she understood that change was not something to fear, but a journey to embrace. The river's magic mirrored the transformation she could feel within herself, a gentle stirring, like the first blush of dawn. In the days that followed, Leora found herself speaking more with the keeper, who became her guide and confidant. Together, they walked through the forest, where the trees whispered ancient secrets, and the flowers bloomed with colors more vivid than Leora had ever noticed. With each step, she felt her fears ebb away, replaced by anticipation and wonder. One morning, as the village awoke to the soft glow of sunrise, Leora stood at the crossroads of her life, ready to choose her path. Her family, friends, and the keeper gathered to support her, their faces shining with love and encouragement. With a heart full of newfound courage, Leora chose the path of a healer, a calling she had glimpsed in the keeper's magical pool. She realized that her desire for change was not just about leaving, but about becoming, a transformation of the heart. As she began her journey, the villagers gifted her with herbs and knowledge, tokens of their support and faith in her abilities. The keeper of the river pressed a small glistening stone into Leora's hand, a reminder of the river's power to shape and transform. Years later, Leora returned to the village, a skilled healer whose touch brought comfort and wellness to those in need. Her journey had taught her the beauty of growth and the strength found in embracing change. She had transformed, not by leaving everything behind, but by carrying the essence of her village and the wisdom of the river within her. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Leora continued to weave her life, a tapestry of experiences and transformations, forever grateful for the journey that had begun by the riverbank, with the keeper's gentle guidance. In the end, Leora understood that change was not something to fear, but a magical transformation, a celebration of personal growth and the endless possibilities that life holds. And as the river flowed on, ever constant yet ever changing, so too did Leora's heart, open and free, ready for whatever journey lay ahead. Story 31. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there stood a little shop that went unnoticed by most. It was a shop with a faded sign that read, "Whimsy and Wonders," where the sunlight danced through dusty windows, casting gentle rainbows on the wooden floor. This was the domain of an elderly shopkeeper named Mr. Thistle, whose eyes twinkled with the mystery of 1,000 untold stories. One chilly autumn morning, a young girl named Clara wandered into the shop, her cheeks flushed from the crisp air. Clara was a curious soul, with hair that tumbled like dark waterfalls and a mind that brimmed with dreams. As she explored the aisles filled with curious trinkets and ancient knickknacks, her gaze fell upon a peculiar object, a small ornate pocket watch encased in a glass dome. Drawn to its subtle gleam, Clara asked Mr. Thistle about it. The old man smiled, his voice a soft rustle like leaves in the wind. "Ah, the timekeeper's watch," he said. "It's no ordinary watch, my dear. Legend has it, it holds the power to glimpse into moments of time." Intrigued, Clara decided to purchase the watch, feeling a strange sense of kinship with the delicate item. Mr. Thistle wrapped it carefully, his fingers moving with the grace of someone who knew the importance of such things. With the watch tucked safely in her pocket, Clara left the shop, her heart beating with the promise of adventure. That evening, as the sky blushed with the colors of a setting sun, she sat by the window of her cozy room, the watch cradled in her hands. The air was filled with the comforting scent of apple pie baking in the kitchen below. As Clara examined the watch, her fingers traced its intricate engravings. Suddenly, the hands of the watch began to whirl, faster and faster, until they stopped with a soft click. Clara found herself no longer in her room, but in the middle of a lush, verdant forest, where the air was sweet with the scent of pine and wildflowers. Startled but unafraid, Clara noticed a gentle creature approaching her, a fox with fur as red as autumn leaves, eyes bright and curious. "Greetings, traveler," the fox said in a voice as smooth as silk. "I am Soren. It seems the timekeeper's watch has brought you here." Clara introduced herself, feeling a warmth from Soren's presence. "Do you know why I'm here?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper among the rustling leaves. Soren nodded, sitting gracefully on the mossy ground. "This forest holds secrets of time and wisdom. There is something you seek, though you might not yet know it. The watch has chosen you to uncover it." With Soren as her guide, Clara ventured deeper into the forest, where sunlight filtered through the canopy, painting golden patterns on the path. They encountered a myriad of creatures, each with their own stories and wisdom. There was Luna, the wise old owl who spoke of the past with reverence, and Pippin, the mischievous squirrel who taught Clara the importance of seeing the world from different perspectives. As they journeyed, Clara realized the forest was not just a place, but a tapestry of time itself, woven with threads of past, present, and future. Each creature she met shared a piece of this tapestry, helping Clara to understand the flow of time and the importance of every moment. Their journey led them to the heart of the forest, where an ancient tree stood tall and proud. Its bark was gnarled with age, and its roots stretched deep into the earth. In its branches there perched a bird with feathers like polished silver and eyes that gleamed with the knowledge of ages. The bird, named Aurelia, was the guardian of the forest's heart. She welcomed Clara and Soren, her voice a melodious song that resonated with the very essence of time. "You have come far, young traveler," Aurelia said. "The watch has brought you here to understand the balance of time, to see that every moment, whether joyous or sorrowful, is a part of who you are." Clara listened intently, the truth of Aurelia's words settling in her heart like a gentle rain. She realized that the watch was not just a tool for seeing time, but a reminder to cherish each moment, to learn from both the light and the shadows of her journey. With newfound understanding, Clara thanked Aurelia and the forest's inhabitants, her heart full of gratitude. Soren smiled, his eyes warm with friendship. "Remember, Clara, the journey is as important as the destination. Carry this lesson with you, wherever time may take you." As the sun dipped below the horizon, Clara found herself back in her room, the watch resting quietly in her hands. The scent of apple pie lingered in the air, wrapping her in its comforting embrace. She smiled, knowing the journey had changed her in ways she would cherish forever. From that day on, Clara wore the timekeeper's watch as a reminder of the wisdom she had gained and the friends she had made. And though she never knew when the watch might whisk her away again, she was ready to embrace the wonders and wisdom that each moment offered. And so, under the watchful glow of the moon and stars, Clara drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the gentle whispers of the forest and the timeless tales of whimsy and wonders. Story 32. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the sun filtered through a tapestry of emerald leaves, the natural world thrived in a symphony of harmony and balance. This was the domain of creatures seldom seen by human eyes, where the boundaries between reality and magic gracefully intertwined like the gentle streams that wove their way through the woodland. At the center of this verdant expanse stood the great oak, a tree as old as time itself, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches reaching skyward like elegant arms welcoming the heavens. It was whispered among the woodland dwellers that the great oak held the wisdom of the ages, its roots entwined with secrets from the deepest earth, and its leaves carrying whispers from the whispering winds. Nestled at the foot of the great oak lived a gentle creature known as Briar, a small, soft-furred fox with eyes the color of twilight. Briar was beloved by all for his wisdom and kindness, traits passed down from his ancestors, who had long been guardians of the forest's balance. Each day, Briar would wander the forest paths, greeting each creature with a nod of his russet head and a soft, reassuring word. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun cast a golden glow over the forest, Briar noticed something amiss. The air, usually filled with the harmonious songs of birds, was unusually still, and the leaves, autumnal in their hues of crimson and gold, whispered of an imbalance. It was as if the forest itself held its breath in anticipation. Briar quickened his pace along the leaf-strewn path, his paws crunching softly on the dry foliage. He soon came upon his dear friend, Lyra, a wise old owl with feathers like silver moonlight. Perched high in the great oak, Lyra peered down with keen eyes, sensing Briar's unease. "Something troubles the forest, dear Briar," Lyra hooted softly, her voice like the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze. Briar nodded, his heart heavy with concern. "Yes, Lyra. The balance feels disrupted, as if a shadow has cast itself upon our home." The owl blinked slowly, considering this. "We must consult the winds," she suggested. "They carry the stories of the skies and the whispers of the earth. Perhaps they will shed light on this mystery." With that, Lyra spread her wide wings, gliding gracefully down to Briar's side. Together, they ventured to the highest point in the forest, a rocky outcrop known as the Whispering Hill. Here, the winds gathered, swirling gently around them, bringing with them the scents of pine and fresh rain. As they sat in quiet contemplation, the wind began to speak, its voice a gentle sigh in the autumn air. It told of a rift in the harmony, a disturbance caused by an unusual phenomenon, a magical storm that had been brewing far to the north. The storm threatened to upset the delicate balance of the forest, sending the creatures into disarray and disrupting the natural order they cherished. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Briar nodded solemnly, his resolve firm. "We must restore harmony before the storm arrives," he said, determination shining in his eyes. Lyra blinked in agreement. "But how, dear Briar? We are but small creatures in a vast world." Briar thought for a moment, recalling the teachings passed down through generations. "We must enlist the help of the forest itself, for we are all connected, every tree, every stream, every creature. Together we are stronger." With a plan forming in his mind, Briar and Lyra set off through the forest, gathering their friends, the swift deer, the clever squirrels, the industrious beavers, and many more. Each creature, in turn, offered their unique talents to the cause, weaving a tapestry of unity and cooperation. As they worked, the forest came alive with a sense of purpose. The beavers reinforced the dam to control the flow of water, ensuring the streams ran clear and true. The squirrels collected acorns and seeds, planting them in places where new growth was needed. The deer, fleet-footed and graceful, helped to clear paths, ensuring that every creature could move freely and safely. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in hues of deep indigo, the magical storm arrived, its presence heralded by a gentle rumble of thunder. But instead of chaos, there was a profound stillness, a collective breath held by all who called the forest home. The storm, sensing the unity and harmony that had been restored, softened its approach. The rain fell as a gentle drizzle, nourishing the earth and washing away the tension that had gripped the forest. The winds, once wild and unruly, now whispered softly through the trees, carrying with them the promise of peace. Briar stood beneath the great oak, his heart swelling with gratitude as he watched his friends and the forest breathe a sigh of relief. The balance had been restored, not through force or conflict, but through wisdom, friendship, and a deep respect for the natural world. As the first stars appeared in the sky, twinkling like diamonds scattered across a velvet canvas, Briar turned to Lyra, who perched beside him on a low branch. "We did it, dear Lyra," Briar said softly, his voice warm with contentment. Lyra nodded, her eyes reflecting the starlight. "Yes, Briar, together we have shown that even the smallest of us can make a difference when we stand united." And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the great oak, the forest settled into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the gentle lullaby of the winds and the promise of a new dawn. In the heart of this enchanted land, where magic and reality danced hand in hand, the creatures of the forest knew that their home was safe, their bonds of friendship as enduring as the ancient trees themselves. And in this timeless sanctuary, where whispers of wisdom flowed like the streams that wound their way through the trees, the story of Briar and his friends would be told for generations to come, a tale of harmony, courage, and the enduring power of unity. Story 33. In a secluded corner of the world, nestled within the heart of an ancient forest, there lay a hidden haven where nature's creatures lived in serene harmony. This forest, vibrant with the whispers of ancient oaks and the lullabies of babbling brooks, was a realm where the mundane and the magical intertwined seamlessly with the changing seasons. As morning broke, the forest awoke in a symphony of sounds. The gentle rustling of leaves murmured through the air as a soft breeze carried the earthy scent of moss and damp wood. Sunlight filtered through the emerald canopy, casting dappled patterns upon the forest floor, where carpets of wildflowers swayed gently, their colors a tapestry of blues and purples, yellows and whites. In this enchanted place lived two friends, a wise old tortoise named Thistle and a sprightly young hare called Willow. Thistle, with his shell weathered like ancient stone, was a venerable creature who had seen countless seasons come and go. Willow, with her fur soft as downy clouds and eyes bright as morning dew, was filled with youthful curiosity and boundless energy. The forest was their home, and its creatures their kin. Yet it was not merely the animals that dwelled here. The forest itself was alive with magic. The gentle rains that fell in spring were said to be tears of joy from the sky, nurturing the earth anew. Summer's warm breezes carried whispers of forgotten tales, while autumn's falling leaves were the forest's way of sharing its accumulated wisdom. Winter, with its blanket of snow, offered a time of rest and reflection. One crisp autumn day, as the leaves turned to shades of gold and crimson, Willow bounded through the forest, her paws barely touching the ground. She loved this time of year, when the air was filled with the sweet scent of ripe berries and the soft crunch of leaves underfoot. She dashed through the trees, her heart light with the joy of the season, until she reached the sun-dappled clearing where Thistle often basked in the sun's warmth. "Thistle! Thistle!" Willow called, her voice a melody of excitement. "I've found something wonderful!" Thistle, who was in the middle of enjoying a particularly pleasant nap, opened his eyes slowly and turned to his eager friend. "What is it, dear Willow?" he asked, his voice as deep and mellow as the forest itself. "It's a tree," Willow explained, her words tumbling over one another in her excitement. "But not just any tree. It's the oldest, tallest tree I've ever seen. Its branches reach all the way to the sky, and it's covered in the most beautiful glowing moss." Thistle smiled, his heart warmed by Willow's enthusiasm. "Ah! You have discovered the great elder tree," he said knowingly. "It is a special tree, indeed. It is said to hold the wisdom of the forest within its ancient bark." "Can we visit it, Thistle, please?" Willow pleaded, her eyes shining with a mixture of wonder and anticipation. Thistle nodded, his smile widening. Of course, my dear. Let us make our way there, and perhaps the great elder tree will share its secrets with us. Together they set off through the forest. The path was lined with towering ferns that brushed against Willow's fur, and mushrooms that dotted the ground like tiny umbrellas. The air was alive with the gentle hum of bees and the distant call of songbirds, creating a melody that accompanied their journey. As they approached the great elder tree, Willow's breath caught in her throat. It was indeed a magnificent sight. The tree stood proudly, its roots anchoring it firmly to the earth, while its branches stretched towards the heavens. The moss that covered it shimmered with an ethereal light, as if tiny stars had taken residence upon its bark. "Hello, great elder tree," Thistle greeted, his voice filled with reverence. "We have come to seek your wisdom." The tree, ancient and wise, responded not with words, but with a gentle rustling of its leaves. Willow felt a sense of peace envelop her, as if the tree was embracing her with its age-old tranquility. As they sat beneath its boughs, Thistle began to speak, sharing tales of the forest's history and the lessons it had to offer. He spoke of the importance of balance, of how every creature, great and small, played a vital role in maintaining the harmony of their world. He told stories of seasons past, of how the forest adapted and thrived through change, and how friendship and understanding were the keys to overcoming any challenge. Willow listened intently, her heart swelling with the knowledge and wisdom being shared. The great elder tree, with its quiet presence, seemed to nod in agreement, its leaves whispering softly in the breeze. As the sun began to set, casting a golden glow across the forest, Willow felt a deep sense of contentment. She realized that the forest was more than just her home. It was a living tapestry of life, woven together with love, wisdom, and magic. "Thank you, Thistle," Willow said softly, her voice filled with gratitude. "And thank you, great elder tree, for sharing your wisdom with us." Thistle nodded, his eyes twinkling with warmth. "Remember, dear Willow, the forest will always be here to guide you. As long as we listen and learn, we will always find our way." With that, the two friends began their journey back home, their hearts light with the knowledge that they were part of something greater than themselves. The forest, aglow with the light of the setting sun, whispered around them, a gentle reminder of the beauty and magic that lay within its embrace. And so, as night fell and the stars twinkled above, Willow and Thistle found comfort beneath the ancient trees, knowing that they would always be surrounded by the gentle, guiding presence of their beloved forest. Story 34. In a hidden corner of the cosmos, where stars whispered secrets to one another and nebulae wove tapestries of light, there lay a small, unassuming planet named Luminara. It was known for its endless fields of luminescent flowers that glowed gently under the twin moons, casting a soft, shimmering light that danced across the landscape like a delicate symphony of color. Here, among the myriad forms of life, lived a gentle creature named Nara. She was a Luminaran, belonging to a species renowned for their shimmering, translucent wings that caught the moonlight and refracted it into a dazzling array of hues. Nara was a caretaker of the blossoms, tending to them with meticulous care, ensuring they bloomed to their fullest potential, casting their light far and wide into the universe. One evening, as Nara flitted among the flowers, singing softly to them in a voice as soothing as the evening breeze, a shadow fell across her path. Looking up, she spotted something quite out of the ordinary, a small spacecraft, its hull a patchwork of metals and colors, hovering unsteadily above the fields before landing with a soft thud. Curious and a bit cautious, Nara approached the craft, her wings shimmering with each step. The door of the vessel opened with a gentle hiss, and out stepped a rather peculiar sight, a tall, lanky figure with skin that glowed faintly like polished silver, and eyes that twinkled with curiosity and intelligence. He was a Tylorian, a species known for their brilliant minds and penchant for exploration. The Tylorian introduced himself as Zephyr, an interstellar traveler who had lost his way amidst the swirling stars. His ship, the Star Drifter, had been damaged by a wayward meteor, forcing him to make an unexpected landing on Luminara. Nara, ever hospitable, offered her assistance. "You are welcome here, Zephyr," she said, her voice a gentle melody. "I will help you repair your ship so you can continue your journey." Zephyr, though grateful, found himself puzzled by Nara's world. The luminous flowers, the tranquil hum of the breeze through their petals, the way the ground seemed to pulse with life, all were foreign to him. But it was Nara's serene demeanor that intrigued him the most. As they worked together, gathering materials and mending the Star Drifter, they discovered that their differences extended far beyond appearance. Zephyr, accustomed to the fast-paced, logical world of Tyloria, struggled to adapt to the slow, deliberate rhythm of Luminara. Nara, in turn, found Zephyr's methods perplexing, his structured approach contrasting sharply with her intuitive way of life. One day, as they toiled under the twin moons, a disagreement arose. Zephyr, eager to finish the repairs, suggested a shortcut that Nara felt might harm the delicate ecosystem of the flowers. Frustrated, Zephyr exclaimed, "Why do you care so much about these plants? They're just flowers." Nara paused, her wings drooping slightly. "They are more than just flowers, Zephyr. They are life, light, and the heart of this world. To harm them would be to harm ourselves." Her words lingered in the air, a gentle reminder of the interconnectedness of all things. Zephyr, realizing his oversight, felt a pang of guilt. He had been so focused on leaving that he had forgotten to truly see the world around him. "I'm sorry, Nara," Zephyr said quietly. "I've been too focused on my own goals to appreciate the beauty here." With a newfound understanding, the two resumed their work, this time with a balance of Zephyr's technical skill and Nara's gentle wisdom. Days passed, and with each one their friendship deepened. They shared stories of their worlds. Nara spoke of the songs of the flowers, while Zephyr recounted tales of distant stars and galaxies. Together, they faced challenges beyond the repair of the ship. A sudden storm threatened to uproot the fields, and it was only through their combined efforts that they managed to save the flowers, anchoring them with care and precision. In these moments of crisis, they found strength in each other. Nara offered comfort and calm, her presence a steady lighthouse in turbulent seas, while Zephyr provided innovative solutions, his mind a beacon of creative problem-solving. When the storm passed, leaving the fields glistening with dew that sparkled like diamonds, Zephyr and Nara sat together under the moons, their hearts full of gratitude. It was then that Zephyr realized the true meaning of friendship, not a bond of convenience, but a connection born of understanding, respect, and shared experiences. Finally, the day came when Zephyr's ship was ready to take to the stars once more. As he prepared to leave, he turned to Nara, his heart full of warmth. "Thank you, Nara," he said, his voice rich with emotion, "for showing me that true strength lies in kindness and that no star shines brighter than the light of friendship." Nara smiled, her wings catching the moonlight in a radiant display. "And thank you, Zephyr, for teaching me that there are worlds beyond our own worth exploring, and that together we can weather any storm." With a gentle hum, the Star Drifter rose into the sky, its patchwork hull glowing softly as it sailed into the vast expanse of space. Nara watched until it was just a twinkle among the stars, her heart full of the knowledge that true friendship transcends distance, difference, and time. And so, under the watchful gaze of the twin moons, the fields of Luminara continued to bloom, their light a testament to the bonds forged in understanding and the everlasting glow of friendship. Story 35. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the gentle rustling of leaves sang lullabies to the moon, there was a small, unassuming glade that the villagers of Elderglen rarely traversed. It was a place of serene beauty, where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of honeysuckle, and the ground was carpeted with soft moss that glimmered like emerald velvet under the sunlight. This glade was the gateway to a hidden world, known only to those with the purest of hearts and sharpest of eyes. One such heart belonged to a young girl named Leora. With hair that tumbled like cascades of sunlight and eyes as bright and curious as a robin's, Leora was the kind of child who saw magic in the mundane. She lived with her grandmother, a wise woman who spun tales of wonder by the fireside, her voice weaving threads of enchantment that captivated young Leora's imagination. It was from these tales that Leora learned of the Enchanted Glade, a place her grandmother described as a realm of endless possibilities, where the boundaries between reality and dreams blurred like the morning mist. One crisp autumn morning, when the world was painted in hues of amber and gold, Leora set off into the woods with a heart full of adventure. She followed the winding path, her feet crunching through a carpet of fallen leaves, until she reached the glade. There, the air was different, thicker, almost palpable, with the promise of secrets waiting to be unveiled. As she stepped into the clearing, the glade seemed to sigh, welcoming her into its embrace. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches stretching toward the sky like the arms of an old guardian. Nestled in its roots was a peculiar object, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Leora felt an irresistible pull toward it, as if the box itself was whispering her name. She knelt beside it, tracing the elaborate patterns with her fingertips. The wood was warm and alive under her touch, humming with a gentle energy that resonated with her very soul. With a soft click, the box opened, revealing a shimmering stone, no larger than a robin's egg. It pulsated with a faint, ethereal glow, casting delicate patterns of light across Leora's face. As she held it in her palm, she felt a rush of warmth and a sense of profound peace. It was as though the stone was a conduit, connecting her to the very heart of the forest. Leora knew, instinctively, that this was no ordinary stone. It was the heart of the woods, a fabled treasure her grandmother had often spoken of. A stone said to hold the power to bridge worlds and bring forth the hidden wonders of nature. Yet with such power came responsibility, for the heart was also a guardian of balance, a keeper of harmony between the seen and unseen. As Leora held the heart, the world around her shifted subtly. The glade seemed to come alive, the leaves whispered secrets, the flowers turned their faces toward her, and the very air vibrated with anticipation. She realized that she was now a part of something greater, a guardian of the glade, entrusted with the care of its mysteries. Her first challenge came in the form of a shadow that crept into the forest, a blight that threatened to suffocate the vibrant life within. The trees began to wither, their leaves turning to ash, and the air grew heavy with sorrow. Leora, with the heart clutched to her chest, felt the forest's pain as if it were her own. Determined to save her beloved woods, Leora embarked on a journey to seek the source of the shadow. Guided by the whispers of the heart, she ventured deeper into the forest than ever before. The path was fraught with obstacles, tangled underbrush that snagged her clothes, murky bogs that threatened to swallow her whole. But Leora pressed on, her resolve as unyielding as the ancient trees. Along her journey, she encountered a curious creature, a fox with fur as silver as moonlight, and eyes that twinkled with mischief. His name was Reuven, and though he appeared sly, there was a kindness in his gaze that put Leora at ease. Reuven offered his aid, his nimble paws guiding her through the treacherous terrain. Together they formed an unlikely friendship, one forged in shared purpose and mutual respect. As they journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, Leora learned to listen, not just with her ears, but with her heart. She discovered the language of the woods, the songs of the streams, and the stories etched into the bark of ancient trees. The heart revealed to her the interconnectedness of all things, the delicate web of life that bound every creature to the land they called home. It was this wisdom that led them to the source of the shadow, a dark, twisted entity born of imbalance and greed. It sought to consume the heart, to wield its power for its own ends, and in doing so threatened the very fabric of the forest. Leora understood then that true strength lay not in power, but in harmony. With Reuven by her side, she faced the entity, her heart filled with the light of the heart. She spoke not with words, but with the essence of the forest itself, extending a hand not in conflict, but in understanding. The shadow hesitated, its dark tendrils quivering in uncertainty. In that moment, Leora saw the truth. It was not a creature of malice, but of sorrow, born from the neglect and forgotten dreams of those who had once cherished the woods. She reached out with compassion, offering the shadow a place within the balance of the forest. Slowly the shadow began to dissolve, its darkness giving way to light. Where once there was despair, there was now hope, a new beginning woven into the tapestry of the glade. The forest breathed a sigh of relief, its life force restored, its harmony renewed. With the threat vanquished, Leora and Reuven returned to the glade, where the ancient oak stood proud and strong. The heart of the woods glowed warmly in Leora's hand, a testament to her courage and compassion. She knew that she was not just a guardian of the glade, but a part of its eternal story. A story of friendship that defied expectations, of wisdom that overcame adversity, and of a journey that transformed a young girl into a true caretaker of the earth. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of twilight, Leora nestled the heart back into its wooden box, returning it to the roots of the oak. She understood now that the heart was not hers to keep, but to protect and cherish, just as she cherished the friendships and lessons she had gained. With a heart full of gratitude, Leora and Reuven bid farewell to the glade, their bond stronger than ever. As they walked back through the whispering woods, the forest seemed to hum with contentment, its leaves whispering a gentle song of thanks. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Leora returned home to her grandmother, who welcomed her with open arms and a knowing smile. Together, they sat by the crackling fire, the warmth enveloping them like a tender embrace. As Leora recounted her adventure, her grandmother listened with eyes that sparkled with pride and love. In the quiet of the night, as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the velvet sky, Leora drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the magic of the woods and the promise of new adventures yet to come. For she knew that as long as there were stories to tell and hearts to guide, the world would always hold a place for those who dared to see beyond the ordinary into the extraordinary realms of wonder and possibility. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the gentle rustling of leaves sang lullabies to the moon, there was a small, unassuming glade that the villagers of Elderglen rarely traversed. It was a place of serene beauty, where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of honeysuckle, and the ground was carpeted with soft moss that glimmered like emerald velvet under the sunlight. This glade was the gateway to a hidden world, known only to those with the purest of hearts and sharpest of eyes. One such heart belonged to a young girl named Leora. With hair that tumbled like cascades of sunlight and eyes as bright and curious as a robin's, Leora was the kind of child who saw magic in the mundane. She lived with her grandmother, a wise woman who spun tales of wonder by the fireside, her voice weaving threads of enchantment that captivated young Leora's imagination. It was from these tales that Leora learned of the Enchanted Glade, a place her grandmother described as a realm of endless possibilities, where the boundaries between reality and dreams blurred like the morning mist. One crisp autumn morning, when the world was painted in hues of amber and gold, Leora set off into the woods with a heart full of adventure. She followed the winding path, her feet crunching through a carpet of fallen leaves, until she reached the glade. There, the air was different, thicker, almost palpable with the promise of secrets waiting to be unveiled. As she stepped into the clearing, the glade seemed to sigh, welcoming her into its embrace. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches stretching toward the sky like the arms of an old guardian. Nestled in its roots was a peculiar object, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Leora felt an irresistible pull toward it, as if the box itself was whispering her name. She knelt beside it, tracing the elaborate patterns with her fingertips. The wood was warm and alive under her touch, humming with a gentle energy that resonated with her very soul. With a soft click, the box opened, revealing a shimmering stone, no larger than a robin's egg. It pulsated with a faint, ethereal glow, casting delicate patterns of light across Leora's face. As she held it in her palm, she felt a rush of warmth and a sense of profound peace. It was as though the stone was a conduit, connecting her to the very heart of the forest. Leora knew, instinctively, that this was no ordinary stone. It was the heart of the woods, a fabled treasure her grandmother had often spoken of. A stone said to hold the power to bridge worlds and bring forth the hidden wonders of nature. Yet with such power came responsibility, for the heart was also a guardian of balance, a keeper of harmony between the seen and unseen. As Leora held the heart, the world around her shifted subtly. The glade seemed to come alive, the leaves whispered secrets, the flowers turned their faces toward her, and the very air vibrated with anticipation. She realized that she was now a part of something greater, a guardian of the glade, entrusted with the care of its mysteries. Her first challenge came in the form of a shadow that crept into the forest, a blight that threatened to suffocate the vibrant life within. The trees began to wither, their leaves turning to ash, and the air grew heavy with sorrow. Leora, with the heart clutched to her chest, felt the forest's pain as if it were her own. Determined to save her beloved woods, Leora embarked on a journey to seek the source of the shadow. Guided by the whispers of the heart, she ventured deeper into the forest than ever before. The path was fraught with obstacles, tangled underbrush that snagged her clothes, murky bogs that threatened to swallow her whole. But Leora pressed on, her resolve as unyielding as the ancient trees. Along her journey, she encountered a curious creature, a fox with fur as silver as moonlight and eyes that twinkled with mischief. His name was Reuven, and though he appeared sly, there was a kindness in his gaze that put Leora at ease. Reuven offered his aid, his nimble paws guiding her through the treacherous terrain. Together they formed an unlikely friendship, one forged in shared purpose and mutual respect. As they journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, Leora learned to listen, not just with her ears, but with her heart. She discovered the language of the woods, the songs of the streams, and the stories etched into the bark of ancient trees. The heart revealed to her the interconnectedness of all things, the delicate web of life that bound every creature to the land they called home. It was this wisdom that led them to the source of the shadow, a dark, twisted entity born of imbalance and greed. It sought to consume the heart, to wield its power for its own ends, and in doing so threatened the very fabric of the forest. Leora understood then that true strength lay not in power, but in harmony. With Reuven by her side, she faced the entity, her heart filled with the light of the heart. She spoke not with words, but with the essence of the forest itself, extending a hand not in conflict, but in understanding. The shadow hesitated, its dark tendrils quivering in uncertainty. In that moment, Leora saw the truth. It was not a creature of malice, but of sorrow, born from the neglect and forgotten dreams of those who had once cherished the woods. She reached out with compassion, offering the shadow a place within the balance of the forest. Slowly the shadow began to dissolve, its darkness giving way to light. Where once there was despair, there was now hope, a new beginning woven into the tapestry of the glade. The forest breathed a sigh of relief, its life force restored, its harmony renewed. With the threat vanquished, Leora and Reuven returned to the glade, where the ancient oak stood proud and strong. The heart of the woods glowed warmly in Leora's hand, a testament to her courage and compassion. She knew that she was not just a guardian of the glade, but a part of its eternal story, a story of friendship that defied expectations, of wisdom that overcame adversity, and of a journey that transformed a young girl into a true caretaker of the earth. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of twilight, Leora nestled the heart back into its wooden box, returning it to the roots of the oak. She understood now that the heart was not hers to keep, but to protect and cherish, just as she cherished the friendships and lessons she had gained. With a heart full of gratitude, Leora and Reuven bid farewell to the glade, their bond stronger than ever. As they walked back through the whispering woods, the forest seemed to hum with contentment, its leaves whispering a gentle song of thanks. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Leora returned home to her grandmother, who welcomed her with open arms and a knowing smile. Together, they sat by the crackling fire, the warmth enveloping them like a tender embrace. As Leora recounted her adventure, her grandmother listened with eyes that sparkled with pride and love. In the quiet of the night, as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the velvet sky, Leora drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the magic of the woods and the promise of new adventures yet to come. For she knew that as long as there were stories to tell and hearts to guide, the world would always hold a place for those who dared to see beyond the ordinary into the extraordinary realms of wonder and possibility. Story 36. Once upon a twilight eve, as the forest stirred with the gentle hush of nightfall, a family of rabbits emerged from their burrow beneath an ancient oak tree. The little ones, with twitching noses and bright, curious eyes, followed their mother closely as she led them on their nightly foraging adventure. This was no ordinary forest, for every leaf, every blade of grass thrummed with an ancient magic passed down through generations. The elder rabbits knew the secrets of the woodland realm, teachings whispered to them by the wise old oak that guarded their home. As they hopped across the mossy floor, the little rabbits marveled at the ethereal glow of the woodland mushrooms, their caps shimmering like fairy lanterns. The air was thick with the earthy scent of decaying leaves and the sweet fragrance of wildflowers nodding in the evening breeze. Suddenly, a distant rumble echoed through the trees, and the mother rabbit paused, her ears erect and twitching. "Listen, my little ones," she said softly. "The storm approaches, and with it the forest will awaken." As if on cue, the first raindrops began to patter against the canopy above, and the forest seemed to come alive with a symphony of sounds. The rustle of leaves, the pitter-patter of raindrops, and the gurgle of streams swelling with fresh water all blended into nature's enchanting melody. The mother rabbit led her brood to a sheltered hollow beneath the twisted roots of an ancient willow. Here, they watched in wonder as the storm unleashed its magic upon the woodland realm. Sparks of electricity danced across the sky, illuminating the forest in brilliant flashes. With each thunderous rumble, the trees trembled and shed a shower of raindrops, glistening like diamonds in the flickering light. But this was no ordinary storm, for as the lightning danced among the branches, the forest itself seemed to respond. Glowing tendrils of energy snaked through the undergrowth, pulsing in time with the rhythm of the rain. The little rabbits gazed in awe as the very essence of nature was revealed before their eyes. As the storm passed and the forest settled into a contented hush, the mother rabbit turned to her little ones. "Do you see, my children?" she said softly. "The storms are not something to fear, but a celebration of the cycle of life. The rain nourishes the earth, and the lightning charges the very air with energy, renewing the balance of our woodland home." The little rabbits nodded, their eyes wide with wonder and newfound understanding. They had witnessed the magic of the forest firsthand, a sacred rite as old as the trees themselves. As they returned to their burrow, the mother rabbit smiled, knowing that her little ones had taken the first steps on their journey to become the next guardians of the forest's ancient wisdom. For in this enchanted realm, every creature played a role in maintaining the delicate harmony of nature, and the secrets of the woodland whispered on the wind, waiting to be discovered by those who opened their hearts to the magic that surrounded them. Story 37. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the whispers of the wind carried secrets from one tree to another, there lived a community of creatures who thrived in the delicate balance of nature. The forest, a tapestry of verdant greens and earthy browns, was alive with the gentle hum of life. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, where wildflowers peeked shyly through the underbrush, and the scent of rich, loamy earth mingled with the crisp freshness of pine. Among these inhabitants was a wise old turtle named Thistle, whose shell was a mosaic of mosses and tiny ferns. Thistle was known for his deep understanding of the forest's rhythms and his gentle counsel to those who sought his wisdom. His home was a small, clear pond nestled between towering willow trees, their long, languid branches swaying gently in the breeze. This pond was a place of serenity, where the air was cool and the soft murmur of water lapping against the shore was a lullaby to all who visited. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned the color of sunrise and the air was filled with the sweet tang of ripe apples, a young squirrel named Pippin scampered to Thistle's pond. Pippin's fur was the color of cinnamon, and his eyes sparkled with curiosity and a hint of worry. "Good morning, Thistle," Pippin chirped, his voice a melody of youthful exuberance tempered by a thread of concern. "I've noticed that the acorns are fewer this year, and the birds are murmuring about the changing winds. I fear the forest is unbalanced." Thistle, with the patience of one who has seen many seasons come and go, nodded slowly. "Ah, young Pippin," he began, his voice as smooth and deep as the pond itself. "The forest speaks in whispers, and we must listen closely to understand its needs." As they spoke, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, carrying with it the earthy fragrance of autumn and the distant song of a brook gurgling over smooth stones. The air was crisp and invigorating, filled with the promise of change and the quiet assurance of renewal. "Come," Thistle said, motioning with a slow, deliberate gesture. "Let us visit the great oak. Her wisdom surpasses even the oldest of us. and she has seen more seasons than any creature alive. Together, they made their way through the forest, Thistle's slow, deliberate path, a contrast to Pippin's quick, nimble movements. The journey was a symphony of nature's sounds, the rustle of leaves, the soft crunch of twigs underfoot, and the distant call of a solitary owl, even in daylight, signaling the interconnectedness of all life in this vibrant tapestry. The great oak stood at the heart of the forest, her branches spreading wide and welcoming, her trunk thick with the stories of centuries etched into the bark. As they approached, the air seemed to hum with a quiet reverence, and the light took on a golden hue, as though the very sun paid homage to her majesty. "Great oak," Thistle spoke, his voice carrying the weight of respect, "we seek your guidance. The forest is changing, and we are concerned for its balance." The great oak, with her leaves whispering like ancient parchment in the wind, responded in a voice that seemed to resonate from the earth itself. "Fear not, dear friends," she intoned, "for the forest is a living being, ever adapting, ever resilient. The acorns may be few, but the ground will nurture them, and the winds, though restless, bring seeds from afar. Balance is not a stillness, but a dance, an ongoing conversation with the world." Pippin listened intently, comforted by the great oak's wisdom. He realized that the forest was much like a family, bound by ties that were invisible yet unbreakable, each part relying on the others to thrive. As evening descended, casting the forest in a soft, dusky glow, Pippin and Thistle sat by the pond once more. The sky above was a canvas of indigo, the first stars winking into existence like tiny lanterns guiding them through the night. "Thank you, Thistle," Pippin said, his voice now calm and filled with newfound understanding. "I see now that we must trust in the forest and do our part to help maintain its harmony." Thistle nodded, his eyes reflecting the light of the rising moon. "Indeed, Pippin. Remember, the forest's strength lies in its diversity and unity. We are each a note in its grand symphony, contributing to the beauty of its song." As they sat in companionable silence, the gentle chorus of crickets serenading the night, Pippin felt a deep sense of peace. The forest, with its ancient wisdom and boundless life, was a place of endless wonder and enduring balance. And though the seasons would continue to change, each bringing new challenges and gifts, the harmony of nature would always endure, guided by the wisdom of its oldest and wisest inhabitants. Thus, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Pippin and Thistle drifted into dreams filled with the promise of tomorrow, secure in the knowledge that they were part of a world where magic and reality wove together in a never-ending dance of life. Story 38. In the heart of a lush, emerald forest where the trees whispered secrets to the wind and the streams sang gentle lullabies, there lived a young woman named Leora. Leora was as much a part of the forest as the ancient oaks and the babbling brooks, but lately she felt an uneasy stirring within her soul. Change was afoot, and it both intrigued and frightened her. Leora had always cherished her simple life, tending to her garden of wildflowers and herbs, and communing with the woodland creatures. Yet a restlessness had taken root, a yearning for something more that she couldn't quite define. Each evening, as she sat by the flickering firelight in her cozy cottage, she pondered the source of her unease. One crisp autumn day, when the leaves blazed in shades of amber and gold, Leora set out on a walk to clear her mind. She wandered deeper into the forest than she had ever dared before, her feet guided by an unseen force. The air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, and the sunlight filtered through the canopy in golden shafts, painting the forest floor in a dappled dance. As she walked, Leora stumbled upon an ancient gnarled oak tree, its bark twisted with age and wisdom. Nestled within its roots was a shimmering pool of water, reflecting the sky like a mirror. Drawn to its ethereal beauty, Leora knelt beside it and peered into its depths. Instead of her reflection, she saw a vision of herself, but older, wiser, aglow with an inner light she had never known. Startled, Leora pulled back, but a gentle voice whispered through the rustling leaves. "Fear not, dear one," it said, soothing as a lullaby. "This is a glimpse of your true self, the person you are destined to become." Confused but entranced, Leora leaned back in to watch the vision unfold. In the reflection, she saw herself engaging in acts of kindness, her hands healing those in need, her voice uplifted in song, spreading joy and peace. She realized this was the change she had sensed, a transformation not of her surroundings, but of her spirit. As the vision faded, Leora felt a warmth enveloping her, like the embrace of an old friend. She knew she could not ignore this calling. With a resolute heart, she rose and made her way back home, the path through the forest now alive with possibility. In the days that followed, Leora sought the counsel of her dear friend, Bryn, a wise old owl who had watched over the forest for many moons. Perched high in his oak, Bryn listened intently as Leora poured out her heart, sharing the vision and her fears of change. Transformation is a part of life, dear Leora, Bryn cooed softly. It is the thread that weaves the tapestry of our existence. Embrace it, and you will discover the strength and beauty that lies within. Encouraged by Bryn's words, Leora began her journey of self-discovery. She spent her days learning the ancient arts of healing and song, guided by the wisdom of the forest and the gentle creatures who inhabited it. Each step she took brought her closer to the vision she had seen, her spirit blossoming like the wildflowers in her garden. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Leora found herself once again by the ancient oak and its enchanted pool. This time, she gazed into the water with a heart full of acceptance and gratitude. The vision returned, clearer and brighter than before. Leora saw herself embracing her newfound gifts, spreading light and love throughout the land. She understood now that this was not an end, but a beginning, a journey of continuous growth and discovery. With a serene smile, Leora rose from the pool, her heart at peace. The forest around her seemed to hum with approval, the trees swaying gently in the evening breeze. She knew she was not alone on this path. The forest, her friends, and the magic within her would guide her steps. As she made her way back home, the glow of the firelight welcoming her from afar, Leora felt a profound sense of belonging. She had learned that true transformation comes from within, and that by embracing change, she had unlocked the limitless potential of her own soul. And so, under the starlit canopy of the forest, Leora's journey continued, a tale of growth, friendship, and the magical power of embracing one's true self. And in the warmth of her cottage, nestled by the crackling fire, she drifted into dreams, knowing that with each new day, her heart would continue to expand, like the timeless beauty of the forest itself. In the heart of a lush, emerald forest, where the trees whispered secrets to the wind and the streams sang gentle lullabies, there lived a young woman named Leora. Leora was as much a part of the forest as the ancient oaks and the babbling brooks, but lately she felt an uneasy stirring within her soul. Change was afoot, and it both intrigued and frightened her. Leora had always cherished her simple life, tending to her garden of wildflowers and herbs, and communing with the woodland creatures. Yet, a restlessness had taken root, a yearning for something more that she couldn't quite define. Each evening, as she sat by the flickering firelight in her cozy cottage, she pondered the source of her unease. One crisp autumn day, when the leaves blazed in shades of amber and gold, Leora set out on a walk to clear her mind. She wandered deeper into the forest than she had ever dared before, her feet guided by an unseen force. The air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, and the sunlight filtered through the canopy in golden shafts, painting the forest floor in a dappled dance. As she walked, Leora stumbled upon an ancient gnarled oak tree, its bark twisted with age and wisdom. Nestled within its roots was a shimmering pool of water, reflecting the sky like a mirror. Drawn to its ethereal beauty, Leora knelt beside it and peered into its depths. Instead of her reflection, she saw a vision of herself, but older, wiser, aglow with an inner light she had never known. Startled, Leora pulled back, but a gentle voice whispered through the rustling leaves. "Fear not, dear one," it said, soothing as a lullaby. "This is a glimpse of your true self, the person you are destined to become." Confused but entranced, Leora leaned back in to watch the vision unfold. In the reflection, she saw herself engaging in acts of kindness, her hands healing those in need, her voice uplifted in song, spreading joy and peace. She realized this was the change she had sensed, a transformation not of her surroundings, but of her spirit. As the vision faded, Leora felt a warmth enveloping her, like the embrace of an old friend. She knew she could not ignore this calling. With a resolute heart, she rose and made her way back home, the path through the forest now alive with possibility. In the days that followed, Leora sought the counsel of her dear friend, Bryn, a wise old owl who had watched over the forest for many moons. Perched high in his oak, Bryn listened intently as Leora poured out her heart, sharing the vision and her fears of change. Transformation is a part of life, dear Leora, Bryn cooed softly. It is the thread that weaves the tapestry of our existence. Embrace it, and you will discover the strength and beauty that lies within. Encouraged by Bryn's words, Leora began her journey of self-discovery. She spent her days learning the ancient arts of healing and song, guided by the wisdom of the forest and the gentle creatures who inhabited it. Each step she took brought her closer to the vision she had seen, her spirit blossoming like the wildflowers in her garden. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Leora found herself once again by the ancient oak and its enchanted pool. This time, she gazed into the water with a heart full of acceptance and gratitude. The vision returned, clearer and brighter than before. Leora saw herself embracing her newfound gifts, spreading light and love throughout the land. She understood now that this was not an end, but a beginning, a journey of continuous growth and discovery. With a serene smile, Leora rose from the pool, her heart at peace. The forest around her seemed to hum with approval, the trees swaying gently in the evening breeze. She knew she was not alone on this path. The forest, her friends, and the magic within her would guide her steps. As she made her way back home, the glow of the firelight welcoming her from afar, Leora felt a profound sense of belonging. She had learned that true transformation comes from within, and that by embracing change, she had unlocked the limitless potential of her own soul. And so, under the starlit canopy of the forest, Leora's journey continued, a tale of growth, friendship, and the magical power of embracing one's true self. And in the warmth of her cottage, nestled by the crackling fire, she drifted into dreams, knowing that with each new day, her heart would continue to expand, like the timeless beauty of the forest itself. Story 39. In the heart of the tranquil Vale of Luminara, where the air always carried a hint of lavender and the streams sang lullabies, lay the quaint village of Mosswood. The villagers often spoke of how the sun seemed to linger a little longer over their fields, painting the skies in hues of golden honey as it set each evening. Nestled between whispering woods and rolling meadows, Mosswood was a place where magical creatures and humans lived harmoniously, sharing tales and laughter by the fireside. One gentle spring evening, as the village was basking in the soft glow of twilight, something peculiar began to unfold. Each night for a fortnight, faint chimes echoed through the village, as if 1,000 tiny bells were ringing in the distance. The sound was soothing, yet its source remained a mystery. The villagers, though intrigued, were never alarmed, for they trusted the land and its enchantments. In a cozy cottage at the edge of the village lived a wise old owl named Headland and a young girl named Leora. Leora was known for her curiosity and kindness, her auburn hair always tucked under a sun hat, and her pockets often brimming with acorns and wildflowers. She had a knack for noticing things others might overlook, and it was she who first decided to uncover the mystery of the nightly chimes. One evening, as Leora sat by the hearth with Headland perched nearby, she mused, "These chimes, dear Headland, they sound like a song the stars might sing. What do you think could cause such a melody?" Headland, with his deep amber eyes twinkling in the firelight, hooted softly, "Ah, young one, the world holds many secrets, and sometimes they choose to reveal themselves only to those who seek with a gentle heart. Perhaps we might find some answers in the forest." Thus, with a promise of adventure in her heart, Leora set off the next morning with Headland fluttering above her, his wings casting fleeting shadows on the sun-dappled path. The forest welcomed them with open arms, the tall trees whispering secrets through rustling leaves, the ground carpeted with soft moss that cushioned their steps. As they ventured deeper, the chimes grew clearer, guiding them like a silken thread through the tapestry of the woods. They soon came upon an ancient oak, its branches stretching proudly towards the sky, and at its base they found a peculiar gathering. A cluster of fireflies danced in the air, their glow weaving patterns of light, and in their midst, a small gathering of woodland creatures sat in rapt attention. Rabbits, squirrels, and even a few curious foxes watched as a patch of violets seemed to sway to the rhythm of the chimes, a gentle breeze carrying the sound. "Look, Headland," Leora whispered, her eyes wide with wonder. "The flowers are singing." Headland nodded sagely. "Indeed, it appears the violets hold the secret to this melody. But how and why, I wonder?" As if in response to his musings, a delicate figure emerged from within the circle of violets. It was a sprite, her wings shimmering like dew-kissed cobwebs in the morning sun. She smiled warmly at Leora and Headland, her voice a soft melody of its own. "Greetings, seekers of mysteries. I am Lyra, guardian of the violets. The chimes you hear are a gift from the flowers to the forest, a lullaby to welcome the season of renewal." Leora, captivated by the gentle beauty of the sprite, asked, "But why now, dear Lyra? What has changed?" Lyra's eyes twinkled with the wisdom of ages. "As the world awakens from winter's embrace, the violets have chosen this year to share their song with the village, a reminder of the harmony that binds us all. Yet there is more to this tale. A wise creature has foretold of a special star descending upon Mosswood, and the flowers wish to guide it safely home." Intrigued by this revelation, Leora pondered the meaning of a descending star. "A star, you say? How do we guide it, and what does it seek?" "The star," Lyra explained, "is a spirit of kindness and joy, seeking a place where its light can be most cherished. The violet's song will guide it, but the star needs a beacon, a heart pure and open, willing to show it the way." Leora felt a warmth blossoming within her, understanding that perhaps she was meant to be that beacon. She looked at Headland, who nodded in encouragement. "Lyra, I would be honored to help guide the star." With that, Lyra presented Leora with a delicate bracelet woven from violet petals and enchanted threads. "Wear this, dear Leora. It will help you connect with the star and lead it to its new home." As night fell, Leora and Headland returned to the village, where the chimes seemed to sing with a newfound clarity. Standing under the starlit sky, Leora felt a gentle tug at her heart, a connection she could neither see nor touch, but that felt as real as the earth beneath her feet. Suddenly, from the heavens, a soft light began to descend, weaving its way through the tapestry of stars, drawn to the village like a moth to a flame. The villagers gathered, eyes wide with awe as the light approached, its glow embracing each corner of Mosswood with a warmth that rivaled the sun. Leora, her heart alight with the connection to the star, stepped forward. The star, a shimmering orb of light and joy, hovered before her, its presence a gentle caress against her skin. With a graceful nod, Leora led the star through the village, the chimes guiding them both, until they reached the ancient oak. The star settled among the violets, its light mingling with the glow of the fireflies. The chimes reached a crescendo, a symphony of gratitude and harmony, before gently fading into the night. The villagers, touched by the gentle magic of the evening, returned to their homes with hearts full of wonder and peace. Leora, her task complete, felt a deep sense of fulfillment as she and Headland made their way back to their cottage. As they settled by the hearth, Headland hooted softly, "You have done a great deed, Leora. The star has found its home, and the village its harmony." Leora smiled, her heart aglow with the warmth of friendship and purpose. "It was the violets and their song, dear Headland. They remind us that sometimes the answers to our mysteries lie in the most unexpected places." And so, as the fire crackled gently and the moon watched over Mosswood, Leora and Headland drifted into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the knowledge that the world was just a little bit brighter, thanks to the magic of friendship and the song of the violets. In the heart of the tranquil Vale of Luminara, where the air always carried a hint of lavender and the streams sang lullabies, lay the quaint village of Mosswood. The villagers often spoke of how the sun seemed to linger a little longer over their fields, painting the skies in hues of golden honey as it set each evening. Nestled between whispering woods and rolling meadows, Mosswood was a place where magical creatures and humans lived harmoniously, sharing tales and laughter by the fireside. One gentle spring evening, as the village was basking in the soft glow of twilight, something peculiar began to unfold. Each night for a fortnight, faint chimes echoed through the village, as if 1,000 tiny bells were ringing in the distance. The sound was soothing, yet its source remained a mystery. The villagers, though intrigued, were never alarmed, for they trusted the land and its enchantments. In a cozy cottage at the edge of the village lived a wise old owl named Headland and a young girl named Leora. Leora was known for her curiosity and kindness, her auburn hair always tucked under a sun hat, and her pockets often brimming with acorns and wildflowers. She had a knack for noticing things others might overlook, and it was she who first decided to uncover the mystery of the nightly chimes. One evening, as Leora sat by the hearth with Headland perched nearby, she mused, "These chimes, dear Headland, they sound like a song the stars might sing. What do you think could cause such a melody?" Headland, with his deep amber eyes twinkling in the firelight, hooted softly, "Ah, young one, the world holds many secrets, and sometimes they choose to reveal themselves only to those who seek with a gentle heart. Perhaps we might find some answers in the forest." Thus, with a promise of adventure in her heart, Leora set off the next morning with Headland fluttering above her, his wings casting fleeting shadows on the sun-dappled path. The forest welcomed them with open arms, the tall trees whispering secrets through rustling leaves, the ground carpeted with soft moss that cushioned their steps. As they ventured deeper, the chimes grew clearer, guiding them like a silken thread through the tapestry of the woods. They soon came upon an ancient oak, its branches stretching proudly towards the sky, and at its base they found a peculiar gathering. A cluster of fireflies danced in the air, their glow weaving patterns of light, and in their midst a small gathering of woodland creatures sat in rapt attention. Rabbits, squirrels, and even a few curious foxes watched as a patch of violets seemed to sway to the rhythm of the chimes, a gentle breeze carrying the sound. "Look, Headland," Leora whispered, her eyes wide with wonder. "The flowers are singing." Headland nodded sagely. "Indeed, it appears the violets hold the secret to this melody. But how and why, I wonder." As if in response to his musings, a delicate figure emerged from within the circle of violets. It was a sprite, her wings shimmering like dew-kissed cobwebs in the morning sun. She smiled warmly at Leora and Headland, her voice a soft melody of its own. "Greetings, seekers of mysteries. I am Lyra, guardian of the violets. The chimes you hear are a gift from the flowers to the forest, a lullaby to welcome the season of renewal." Leora, captivated by the gentle beauty of the sprite, asked, "But why now, dear Lyra? What has changed?" Lyra's eyes twinkled with the wisdom of ages. "As the world awakens from winter's embrace, the violets have chosen this year to share their song with the village, a reminder of the harmony that binds us all. Yet there is more to this tale. A wise creature has foretold of a special star descending upon Mosswood, and the flowers wish to guide it safely home." Intrigued by this revelation, Leora pondered the meaning of a descending star. "A star, you say? How do we guide it, and what does it seek?" "The star," Lyra explained, "is a spirit of kindness and joy, seeking a place where its light can be most cherished. The violet's song will guide it, but the star needs a beacon, a heart pure and open, willing to show it the way." Leora felt a warmth blossoming within her, understanding that perhaps she was meant to be that beacon. She looked at Headland, who nodded in encouragement. "Lyra, I would be honored to help guide the star." With that, Lyra presented Leora with a delicate bracelet woven from violet petals and enchanted threads. "Wear this, dear Leora. It will help you connect with the star and lead it to its new home." As night fell, Leora and Headland returned to the village, where the chimes seemed to sing with a newfound clarity. Standing under the starlit sky, Leora felt a gentle tug at her heart, a connection she could neither see nor touch, but that felt as real as the earth beneath her feet. Suddenly, from the heavens, a soft light began to descend, weaving its way through the tapestry of stars, drawn to the village like a moth to a flame. The villagers gathered, eyes wide with awe as the light approached, its glow embracing each corner of Mosswood with a warmth that rivaled the sun. Leora, her heart alight with the connection to the star, stepped forward. The star, a shimmering orb of light and joy, hovered before her, its presence a gentle caress against her skin. With a graceful nod, Leora led the star through the village, the chimes guiding them both, until they reached the ancient oak. The star settled among the violets, its light mingling with the glow of the fireflies. The chimes reached a crescendo, a symphony of gratitude and harmony, before gently fading into the night. The villagers, touched by the gentle magic of the evening, returned to their homes with hearts full of wonder and peace. Leora, her task complete, felt a deep sense of fulfillment as she and Headland made their way back to their cottage. As they settled by the hearth, Headland hooted softly, "You have done a great deed, Leora. The star has found its home, and the village its harmony." Leora smiled, her heart aglow with the warmth of friendship and purpose. "It was the violets in their song, dear Headland. They remind us that sometimes the answers to our mysteries lie in the most unexpected places." And so, as the fire crackled gently and the moon watched over Mosswood, Leora and Headland drifted into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the knowledge that the world was just a little bit brighter, thanks to the magic of friendship and the song of the violets. Story 40. In the heart of a lush and ancient forest, where the gentle rustle of leaves harmonized with the whispering winds, there lay a quaint little village named Willowbrook. Nestled amidst towering oaks and silver birches, the village seemed to breathe with the essence of time itself. Its cobblestone paths were lined with cottages adorned with vibrant blooms, and the air was perpetually filled with the soothing scent of lavender and rosemary. In this village lived a young woman named Marin, who was known for her kind heart and gentle spirit. Marin had always felt a deep connection to the forest, often wandering beneath its emerald canopy, finding solace and inspiration among its secrets. Yet, despite her love for the village and the forest that embraced it, Marin found herself struggling with an unsettling sense of change that stirred within her, like autumn leaves caught in a restless breeze. Marin's heart ached with the desire for something more, yet she was hesitant to let go of the familiar comforts of her life. The village was all she had ever known, and the thought of change filled her with a deep, uncertain sadness. She confided in her dearest friend, a wise old woman named Thalia, who lived on the edge of the forest in a cozy cottage surrounded by wildflowers and the hum of bees. Thalia was a woman of great wisdom and warmth, with eyes that sparkled like the morning dew. Her presence was as comforting as a soft blanket on a cold winter's night. She listened intently to Marin's worries, her fingers gently weaving strands of lavender into a wreath as Marin spoke. "My dear Marin," Thalia said softly, her voice like the soothing murmur of a brook, "change is as natural as the turning of the seasons. Just as the forest transforms from the vibrant greens of summer to the fiery hues of autumn, so too must we embrace the changes within ourselves." Despite Thalia's comforting words, Marin's heart remained heavy. She took long walks through the forest, hoping to find answers among the whispering trees and the songs of the birds. One day, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold, Marin stumbled upon a hidden glade she had never seen before. The glade was a place of serene beauty, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. In its center stood a magnificent tree, its bark shimmering with an otherworldly light. As Marin approached, she noticed that the tree's leaves were like tiny mirrors, reflecting her own image back at her. She gazed into the leaves, and as she did, she saw not only herself but the myriad possibilities that lay within her. The tree, ancient and wise, seemed to speak to her in a language of rustling leaves and gentle breezes. It told her of the magic that dwelt within all living things, the potential for growth and transformation that lay dormant like seeds, waiting for the right moment to sprout. In that moment, Marin felt a warmth spread through her, like the first rays of dawn chasing away the shadows of night. She realized that the change she feared was not something to be dreaded, but a journey of self-discovery and growth. Buoyed by this newfound understanding, Marin returned to the village, her heart light and her spirit renewed. She shared her experience with Thalia, who smiled knowingly, her eyes twinkling with pride. "You've discovered the magic within yourself, Marin," Thalia said, embracing her friend. "And with that magic, you can shape your own path, just as the river carves its way through the valley." Inspired by her journey, Marin decided to embrace the change she once feared. She began to explore new paths, learning from the forest and its creatures. She found joy in the simple wonders of life, in the friendships she nurtured, and in the love she shared with her village. Through her journey, Marin learned that change, though often daunting, was a source of strength and beauty. She discovered that by embracing her true self, she could transform her life and inspire those around her. And so, as the seasons turned and the forest continued its eternal dance, Maren thrived, her spirit as boundless as the sky above. The village of Willowbrook flourished with her, a testament to the magic of personal growth and the beauty of transformation. In the quiet moments, beneath the watchful gaze of the ancient tree, Maren would often reflect on her journey, feeling a deep sense of peace and gratitude. She knew that the magic of change was a lifelong companion, guiding her through the twists and turns of life with wisdom and grace. And thus, in the heart of the enchanted forest, Maren found her own magic, transforming not only her life but the lives of those she held dear, creating a tapestry of love and discovery that would be cherished for generations to come. Story 41. In the heart of the ancient verdant wood, where sunbeams danced like playful sprites upon the emerald canopy, there existed a world known only to those who dared to tread softly and listen with their hearts. It was a realm where the whispers of the wind carried tales as old as the earth, and the very air seemed to shimmer with the secrets of time. At the center of this enchanting forest, nestled beneath the boughs of a towering silver oak, lay the village of Willowspool, a community of creatures who lived in perfect harmony with nature. Here, the gentle deer, wise owls, and clever foxes shared their days in a delicate balance, each respecting the rhythms of the land and the wisdom passed down through generations. The creatures of Willowspool were guided by Eldermoss, an ancient tortoise whose shell bore the patterns of countless seasons. Eldermoss was revered for his deep understanding of the natural world and the mysteries that lay within its folds. His eyes, a soft mossy green, seemed to hold the reflection of every leaf, stream, and star that had ever graced the forest. One crisp autumn day, as the leaves turned to gold and the air was filled with the scent of ripe apples, a gentle murmur spread through Willowspool. The creatures gathered in the glade, their breath visible in the cool, misty air, to hear Eldermoss speak. It was time for the annual Gathering of Seasons, a cherished event where the community would share stories of old and seek the guidance of nature to prepare for the winter ahead. Eldermoss, with a slow and deliberate motion, raised his head to address the assembly. "We are but the stewards of this land," he began, his voice a soothing rustle like leaves caressed by the wind. "Every creature, every tree, and every drop of rain holds a purpose. We must listen to the lessons they offer." As he spoke, a gentle breeze stirred, carrying with it the faintest hint of pine and the distant sound of a babbling brook. The creatures listened intently, their hearts open to the ancient wisdom. "The seasons are our guides," Eldermoss continued, "a tapestry woven with threads of change and continuity. Each brings its own gifts and challenges, and through them we learn the art of balance." As the gathering dispersed, a young hare named Thistle, whose coat was the color of a cloudless sky, approached Eldermoss. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity and a hint of uncertainty. "Eldermoss," she began hesitantly, "how can we help the forest when the storms come and the nights grow long?" Eldermoss regarded Thistle with a gentle smile, his gaze as steady as the ancient trees. "Dear Thistle," he replied, "nature provides us with the tools to endure. We must use our knowledge and the strength of community to weather the storms. Remember, even the fiercest wind cannot break a braid of grass woven together." Inspired by Eldermoss's words, Thistle set out to share her newfound understanding with her friends. She gathered the creatures of Willowspool, and together they devised a plan to prepare for the coming winter. They collected acorns and berries, storing them in the hollow of a great oak. The squirrels taught the foxes to create cozy burrows, lined with soft moss, while the birds showed the rabbits how to weave nests from twigs and leaves to shelter them from the chill. As the days grew shorter and the first snowflakes began to drift from the sky, Willowspool was ready. The creatures huddled together, wrapped in the warmth of friendship and the comfort of shared wisdom. The forest, blanketed in white, seemed to hold its breath, as if listening to the quiet song of unity that emanated from the village. Throughout the winter, Thistle would often visit Eldermoss, the two exchanging stories by the light of the moon. Under his gentle guidance, she learned to read the signs of the seasons, to understand the language of the stars, and to feel the pulse of the earth beneath her paws. With the return of spring, the forest awoke in a symphony of color and sound. Buds burst forth in blossoms of pink and yellow, and the streams sang once more as they danced over stones worn smooth by time. The creatures of Willowspool celebrated the renewal of life, their hearts full of gratitude for the gifts of nature and the lessons of the past. In the years that followed, Thistle grew to become a wise and respected leader of her own, her fur now touched with the silver of experience. She often shared the teachings of Elder Moss with the young ones of the forest, passing on the legacy of balance, harmony, and the enduring power of unity. And so, the cycle continued, a timeless dance of life and learning, as the creatures of Willowspool thrived in their hidden world, nurtured by the gentle wisdom of the seasons and the enduring love of the land. Story 42. Once upon a time, in the heart of the Whispering Woods, there was a quaint little village known as Luminara. The village was nestled between rolling hills and gentle streams that shimmered like ribbons of silver under the moonlight. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming lavender and the soft rustle of leaves that seemed to whisper secrets to those who listened closely. The villagers of Luminara were a cheerful, close-knit community, always eager to lend a hand or share a story. They lived in charming cottages made from honey-colored stone, each with a tidy garden bursting with vibrant wildflowers and herbs. At the center of the village stood a grand oak tree, its branches spreading wide like a welcoming embrace, and beneath it lay the heart of the village, a cozy library where villagers gathered to read, learn, and share tales. One serene evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, a strange occurrence began to unfold. The village's beloved library, usually filled with the soft glow of lanterns and the hushed murmur of turning pages, found itself in a peculiar predicament. Books began to rearrange themselves on the shelves, forming curious patterns and shapes, leaving the villagers both puzzled and intrigued. Amidst the gentle chaos, young Talia, a curious and clever girl with a heart full of wonder, noticed something peculiar. The books seemed to spell out a message, a call for help perhaps. With her bright hazel eyes twinkling with excitement and determination, Talia decided she would unravel this mystery. She shared her discovery with her best friend, a gentle forest spirit named Bramble, who lived in a cozy burrow beneath the roots of the grand oak. Bramble was a wise and whimsical creature, with fur as soft as moss and eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed leaves. He was known for his deep understanding of the forest and its many secrets. Upon hearing Talia's tale, Bramble nodded thoughtfully, his whiskers twitching with curiosity. Perhaps the library holds a magic of its own, he mused, a magic that wants to be understood. Together, Talia and Bramble set off on their adventure, guided by the gentle glow of the moon. They decided to consult the wisest creature in the Whispering Woods, a kindly old owl named Sage. Sage lived in the tallest tree at the edge of the village, and his wisdom was as deep as the roots of the ancient forest. As they approached Sage's tree, the air was filled with the soothing sound of crickets singing their night song. Sage welcomed them with a warm hoot and listened intently as Talia and Bramble recounted the strange events at the library. With a thoughtful tilt of his head, Sage offered his advice. "Books are like old friends," he said in a voice as smooth as velvet. "They hold stories and secrets, waiting to be discovered. Sometimes the magic within them wishes to be heard. Perhaps the library itself is trying to share a story that has long been forgotten." Inspired by Sage's words, Talia and Bramble returned to the library, determined to uncover the hidden message. They spent the next few days observing the mysterious movements of the books, noting the patterns they formed and the titles they highlighted. Slowly, a story began to emerge, a tale of a long-lost treasure hidden beneath the village, a treasure that could bring great joy and prosperity to Luminara. Excited by their discovery, Talia and Bramble shared the news with the villagers. Together, they decided to follow the clues and uncover the treasure that the library had revealed. With the help of the community, they unearthed a chest filled with ancient seeds, each shimmering with a golden glow. Realizing the true value of their find, the villagers planted the seeds throughout Luminara, and soon a magical garden bloomed. The garden provided an abundance of food and flowers, attracting colorful butterflies and singing birds, and filling the village with even more beauty and happiness. The mystery of the library had been solved, not through clever tricks or cunning, but through friendship, curiosity, and the wisdom of those who knew the forest best. And as the villagers gathered beneath the grand oak tree to celebrate their newfound joy, Talia and Bramble shared a knowing smile, grateful for the magic that surrounded them and the stories yet to be discovered. And so, under the starlit sky, with the gentle hum of life all around, the village of Luminara settled into a peaceful slumber, content in the knowledge that sometimes the greatest treasures are not those that are found, but those that are shared. Story 43. I'm sorry, I can't assist with that request. Story 44. In a secluded pocket of the world where the whisper of leaves could easily be mistaken for murmured secrets, there lay an ancient forest known only as the Glimmering Grove. This forest was a place of enchantment and tranquility, where the natural world thrived in harmonious splendor. The trees, some of which had stood for centuries, reached towards the sky with branches that seemed to weave together like an intricate tapestry. Their leaves shimmered with 1,000 shades of green, reflecting the dappled sunlight that filtered through the canopy, creating a mosaic of light and shadow on the forest floor. In this realm of peace, the creatures of the forest lived their hidden lives, each playing their part in maintaining the delicate balance of their world. Among them was a wise old owl named Orin, whose feathers were the color of a starless night. Orin was the keeper of the forest's ancient wisdom, and it was said that he held the secrets of the seasons in his heart. One crisp autumn evening, when the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves, Orin awoke from his slumber with a sense of urgency. The forest had been whispering to him, a gentle hum that spoke of changes to come. He opened his great round eyes and blinked at the twilight sky, feeling the cool breeze ruffle his feathers. It was time for the gathering, a sacred assembly held once a year when the forest creatures came together to share stories and wisdom. As the moon rose high, casting its silver glow upon the forest, the creatures began to arrive. The rabbits, with their soft, twitching noses and silky fur, bounded quietly from their burrows. The deer, stepping delicately on slender legs, moved with such grace that their presence seemed to be part of the very landscape. Even the foxes, with their bright, curious eyes and bushy tails, emerged from the shadows, their natural wariness tempered by the promise of companionship. The gathering took place in a clearing where a great oak tree stood, its gnarled branches reaching out like welcoming arms. Around this ancient sentinel, the creatures formed a circle, settling into the soft grass, which still held the warmth of the day. The air was filled with the gentle rustle of wings as birds perched on the low-hanging branches, their feathers catching the moonlight like delicate filigree. Orin, perched on a sturdy branch of the oak, began to speak in his deep, resonant voice. "My friends," he intoned, "we come together tonight to honor the harmony of our forest. Each of us plays a part in this grand tapestry, and it is our duty to ensure that balance is maintained." The creatures listened intently, their eyes reflecting the moon's glow. Orin continued, "The seasons are changing, and with them come the challenges and gifts they bring. It is in understanding and embracing these changes that we find our strength." As the night wore on, the creatures shared their stories. A young squirrel named Fern spoke of her first autumn, when she learned to gather acorns and store them for the winter. Her tale was filled with the crackling of leaves underfoot and the crisp, nutty scent of her harvest. The older squirrels nodded in approval, their eyes twinkling with memories of their own youthful endeavors. Next, a family of hedgehogs recounted their journey through springtime, when the forest awoke from its winter slumber. They spoke of the delicate blossoms that unfurled like tiny miracles, and the soft hum of bees that heralded the season's awakening. Their story was a reminder of renewal and the enduring cycle of life. As the night deepened, a gentle rain began to fall, each drop a tiny crystal that shimmered in the moonlight. The sound was a soothing melody, a lullaby that wrapped around the gathering like a warm embrace. The creatures huddled closer, their shared warmth a testament to their unity. It was then that a young fox, his fur the color of russet leaves, raised his voice. "What of the magic that guides us?" he asked, his eyes bright with curiosity. "How do we ensure it is not lost in the turning of the seasons?" Orin smiled, a soft, wise smile that crinkled the feathers around his eyes. "The magic of our forest is not something that can be held or owned," he replied. "It lives in the wind that sings through the trees, in the quiet strength of the earth beneath our feet. It is in each of us, and it is our responsibility to nurture it with kindness and respect." With those words, the gathering fell silent, each creature lost in thought. The rain continued to fall, a gentle patter that spoke of cleansing and renewal. As the first light of dawn began to creep over the horizon, painting the sky with soft hues of pink and gold, the creatures began to disperse, each returning to their place within the forest. Orin watched them go, his heart full of pride and hope. He knew that the wisdom shared this night would carry them through the challenges of the coming seasons, binding them together in a bond as enduring as the forest itself. As the last of the creatures disappeared into the underbrush, Orin spread his wings and took flight, gliding silently through the trees. The air was cool and fresh, filled with the promise of a new day. He soared over the forest, his keen eyes taking in the beauty of the world below. The leaves shimmered with the morning dew, and the earth seemed to breathe with life. And so, in the glimmering grove, where magic and reality danced together in perfect harmony, the creatures of the forest continued their hidden lives, guided by the wisdom of the ages and the gentle strength of friendship. They knew that as long as they held true to these principles, the forest would remain a haven of peace and enchantment, a place where all creatures could find solace and wonder in the ever-changing dance of the seasons. Story 45. In a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a whispering silver stream, there existed a small, unassuming shop known to the villagers simply as the Curious Corner. This shop, with its ivy-clad walls and a wooden sign swaying gently in the breeze, was a treasure trove of trinkets and baubles that seemed to hold a timeless charm. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the golden sun began to dip beyond the horizon, casting a warm glow over the cobblestone paths, a young girl named Clara wandered into the Curious Corner. Clara was known for her inquisitive nature, a girl whose eyes sparkled with the fire of discovery, and whose heart was filled with dreams yet to be dreamt. As Clara meandered through the shop, her fingers lightly brushed against dusty tomes and polished stones, until she came upon a peculiar item that caught her eye. A small, seemingly ordinary teapot with a delicate floral pattern. It was nestled on a high shelf, partially hidden by a cascade of silk scarves. Intrigued, Clara reached up and carefully lifted the teapot down, feeling a strange warmth emanate from it. The shopkeeper, an elderly woman with kind eyes and a voice as soothing as a lullaby, noticed Clara's interest. "Ah, the teapot of whispers," she said with a gentle smile. "It is said to hold the secrets of the heart for those who choose to listen." With a nod of encouragement from the shopkeeper, Clara decided to take the teapot home, her curiosity piqued. That evening, as the moonlight bathed her room in a silvery glow, Clara sat by her window with the teapot cradled in her lap. She could hear the soft rustling of leaves outside, the world slowly settling into the tranquility of night. As she traced the teapot's intricate patterns, a soft voice began to whisper from within. "Tell me, young one, what is it that you seek?" the voice murmured, as gentle as the breeze. Startled yet enchanted, Clara whispered back, "I wish to understand the true magic in the world, to see beyond the ordinary." The teapot seemed to hum in response, and from its spout, a tendril of mist unfurled, forming the image of a winding path through an enchanted forest. "Then a journey you must take," the whisper continued, "and along the way you shall find what you seek." With a newfound sense of purpose, Clara embarked on her journey the very next day. She set out into the forest, where the air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth. The trees stood tall, their leaves rustling like a symphony composed by the wind. As Clara ventured deeper, she encountered her first helper, a wise old owl perched upon a gnarled branch. The owl's feathers were a soft blend of browns and whites, and its eyes gleamed with ancient wisdom. "To find magic," the owl hooted softly, "one must first find the magic within. Look not just with your eyes, but with your heart." Clara thanked the owl, its words resonating with her, and continued on her path. The forest soon opened into a meadow where wildflowers danced in the gentle breeze, their colors vivid under the sun's embrace. Here she met a playful squirrel with a bushy tail and a mischievous twinkle in its eye. The squirrel bounded over to Clara, offering her a nut as a gift. "Remember," it chattered, "sometimes the smallest acts of kindness can reveal the greatest magic." Clara accepted the gift with gratitude, her heart warmed by the squirrel's generosity. She pressed onward, her spirit buoyed by the encounters she'd had. As dusk began to settle once more, Clara reached the edge of a serene lake, its surface smooth as glass and reflecting the twinkling stars above. She paused to rest, her reflection gazing back at her with a soft serenity. In that moment of stillness, the teapot whispered again, its voice a gentle caress. "You have seen what is to be seen, and felt what is to be felt. Now, share your newfound understanding with the world." Clara realized that her journey had indeed uncovered the magic she sought, not in fantastical spells or grand spectacles, but in the wisdom of nature, the kindness of strangers, and the quiet strength within her own heart. With a heart full of gratitude and wonder, Clara returned to her village. She shared her experiences with the villagers, her words imbued with the gentle magic she had discovered. And though the teapot remained a silent companion on her shelf, it had given her the gift of seeing the world through a lens of enchantment and peace. And so, Clara's days were filled with quiet joy, her nights with dreams as soft as the whispering winds. The village thrived in the warmth of her kindness, and the curious corner continued to offer secrets to those who dared to seek them. In the end, the teapot had been right all along. The true magic lay in the journey, in the heart, and in the gentle acts that bind a community together. And as Clara nestled into her bed each night, she knew she was exactly where she was meant to be, at peace with the ordinary, which was, after all, extraordinary in its own right. In a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a whispering silver stream, there existed a small, unassuming shop known to the villagers simply as the Curious Corner. This shop, with its ivy-clad walls and a wooden sign swaying gently in the breeze, was a treasure trove of trinkets and baubles that seemed to hold a timeless charm. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the golden sun began to dip beyond the horizon, casting a warm glow over the cobblestone paths, a young girl named Clara wandered into the Curious Corner. Clara was known for her inquisitive nature, a girl whose eyes sparkled with the fire of discovery, and whose heart was filled with dreams yet to be dreamt. As Clara meandered through the shop, her fingers lightly brushed against dusty tomes and polished stones, until she came upon a peculiar item that caught her eye. A small, seemingly ordinary teapot with a delicate floral pattern. It was nestled on a high shelf, partially hidden by a cascade of silk scarves. Intrigued, Clara reached up and carefully lifted the teapot down, feeling a strange warmth emanate from it. The shopkeeper, an elderly woman with kind eyes and a voice as soothing as a lullaby, noticed Clara's interest. "Ah, the teapot of whispers," she said with a gentle smile. "It is said to hold the secrets of the heart for those who choose to listen." With a nod of encouragement from the shopkeeper, Clara decided to take the teapot home, her curiosity piqued. That evening, as the moonlight bathed her room in a silvery glow, Clara sat by her window with the teapot cradled in her lap. She could hear the soft rustling of leaves outside, the world slowly settling into the tranquility of night. As she traced the teapot's intricate patterns, a soft voice began to whisper from within. "Tell me, young one, what is it that you seek?" The voice murmured, as gentle as the breeze. Startled yet enchanted, Clara whispered back, "I wish to understand the true magic in the world, to see beyond the ordinary." The teapot seemed to hum in response, and from its spout, a tendril of mist unfurled, forming the image of a winding path through an enchanted forest. "Then a journey you must take," the whisper continued, "and along the way you shall find what you seek." With a newfound sense of purpose, Clara embarked on her journey the very next day. She set out into the forest, where the air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth. The trees stood tall, their leaves rustling like a symphony composed by the wind. As Clara ventured deeper, she encountered her first helper, a wise old owl perched upon a gnarled branch. The owl's feathers were a soft blend of browns and whites, and its eyes gleamed with ancient wisdom. "To find magic," the owl hooted softly, "one must first find the magic within. Look not just with your eyes, but with your heart." Clara thanked the owl, its words resonating with her, and continued on her path. The forest soon opened into a meadow where wildflowers danced in the gentle breeze, their colors vivid under the sun's embrace. Here she met a playful squirrel with a bushy tail and a mischievous twinkle in its eye. The squirrel bounded over to Clara, offering her a nut as a gift. "Remember," it chattered, "sometimes the smallest acts of kindness can reveal the greatest magic." Clara accepted the gift with gratitude, her heart warmed by the squirrel's generosity. She pressed onward, her spirit buoyed by the encounters she'd had. As dusk began to settle once more, Clara reached the edge of a serene lake, its surface smooth as glass and reflecting the twinkling stars above. She paused to rest, her reflection gazing back at her with a soft serenity. In that moment of stillness, the teapot whispered again, its voice a gentle caress. "You have seen what is to be seen, and felt what is to be felt. Now, share your newfound understanding with the world." Clara realized that her journey had indeed uncovered the magic she sought, not in fantastical spells or grand spectacles, but in the wisdom of nature, the kindness of strangers, and the quiet strength within her own heart. With a heart full of gratitude and wonder, Clara returned to her village. She shared her experiences with the villagers, her words imbued with the gentle magic she had discovered. And though the teapot remained a silent companion on her shelf, it had given her the gift of seeing the world through a lens of enchantment and peace. And so, Clara's days were filled with quiet joy, her nights with dreams as soft as the whispering winds. The village thrived in the warmth of her kindness, and the curious corner continued to offer secrets to those who dared to seek them. In the end, the teapot had been right all along. The true magic lay in the journey, in the heart, and in the gentle acts that bind a community together. And as Clara nestled into her bed each night, she knew she was exactly where she was meant to be, at peace with the ordinary, which was, after all, extraordinary in its own right. Story 46. Once upon a starry night, in a cozy woodland village, there lived a young hedgehog named Willow. Though small in stature, Willow's heart was vast, filled with dreams of adventure and self-discovery. However, like the tightly furled leaves that protected her, Willow found herself resistant to change, preferring the comfort of her familiar burrow. One crisp autumn morning, Willow awoke to find her world transformed. The once vibrant forest now slumbered under a blanket of golden leaves, and a chill wind whispered of winter's approach. Willow shivered, her quills prickling with apprehension. How could she embrace this new season when every fiber of her being longed for the warmth of summer? As Willow ventured forth in search of sustenance, she encountered her dear friend, Oakley, a wise old oak tree whose branches had weathered countless seasons. "Greetings, little one," Oakley rumbled, his deep voice like the creaking of ancient wood. "I sense your unease with the changing tides." Willow nodded, her eyes downcast. "Everything feels so different, so unfamiliar. I fear I am ill-equipped to handle such upheaval." Oakley chuckled, a sound like rustling leaves. "My dear Willow, change is the natural order of life. Just as the forest sheds its vibrant cloak each autumn, only to be reborn in spring's verdant embrace, so too must we embrace the cycles of growth and renewal." Sensing Willow's skepticism, Oakley gestured towards a nearby clearing with a gnarled branch. "Behold the beauty of transformation," he whispered. In the heart of the clearing stood a magnificent weeping willow tree, its slender branches adorned with delicate, crystal-like leaves that shimmered in the morning light. As Willow drew nearer, she gasped in wonder, for the leaves seemed to emanate a soft, ethereal glow, casting prismatic patterns upon the forest floor. "This is no ordinary tree," Oakley explained. "It is a manifestation of the magic that courses through our woodland realm, a living embodiment of the cycle of renewal. Each autumn, as the leaves turn to crystal, they capture the essence of the changing season, only to melt away come spring, replenishing the earth with their life-giving energy." Willow's eyes widened with childlike wonder as she beheld the crystalline splendor. In that moment, she felt a profound connection to the weeping willow, as if its roots had entwined with her very soul. Over the following weeks, Willow found herself drawn to the willow's enchanting presence, marveling at the ever-changing patterns cast by its luminous leaves. As winter's icy grip tightened upon the forest, Willow's once prickly nature softened, and she began to embrace the beauty of each season's unique gifts. One frosty night, as Willow huddled beneath the willow's crystalline canopy, she was joined by her friends, Oakley, the wise old oak, Flutter, a kind-hearted butterfly, and Burrow, a loyal rabbit with a penchant for cozy nooks. Together they shared stories and laughter, their bonds strengthened by the willow's nurturing embrace. As the first blush of spring crept over the horizon, Willow witnessed a miraculous transformation. The once crystalline leaves began to melt, their radiant droplets seeping into the earth, nourishing the slumbering seeds that would soon burst forth in a riot of new life. In that moment, Willow understood the profound truth Oakley had imparted, that change, though often daunting, was an essential part of growth and renewal. Just as the willow shed its crystalline cloak to nurture new beginnings, so too must Willow embrace the cycles of her own life, shedding her fears and insecurities to make way for the boundless potential within. From that day forth, Willow greeted each season with open arms, her heart filled with gratitude for the enduring magic of the woodland realm. And though the weeping willow's crystalline leaves would return with the autumn chill, Willow knew that within her burned an eternal flame, the inextinguishable light of hope, resilience, and the courage to embrace life's ever-changing tapestry. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. The Whispering Leaf. In the heart of a quaint little village named Willowbrook, where the houses seemed to tiptoe around a crystal-clear stream, there lay a secret that only the most observant of souls could discover. The village was nestled between rolling hills that wore mantles of wildflowers in spring and donned cloaks of snow in winter. The air was always perfumed with the scent of pine and fresh earth, a comforting aroma that enveloped the villagers like a warm embrace. It was here that young Maya, a curious girl with twinkling eyes and a heart as vast as the sky, spent her days exploring the world around her. She was the kind of child who believed that every rock, every tree, and every whisper of the wind held a story waiting to be told. Her best friend was a sprightly squirrel named Pip, whose fur was the color of toasted almonds, and who followed Maya wherever her adventures led. One chilly autumn afternoon, as the golden leaves danced lazily to the ground, Maya and Pip stumbled upon something extraordinary. Deep within the whispering woods, a place where the trees were so ancient and towering that they seemed to touch the heavens, Maya found a leaf unlike any she had seen before. It was not the vibrant orange or fiery red of the season, but a shimmering silver, glistening as if kissed by moonlight. Maya gently picked up the leaf, marveling at its cool, silky texture. As she held it, she could feel a soft hum resonate through her fingertips, a gentle vibration that seemed to whisper secrets of the forest. Intrigued, Maya and Pip decided to bring the leaf back to the village, eager to share their discovery. As they walked, Maya noticed that the leaf seemed to respond to her thoughts, glowing ever so slightly brighter when she was happy and dimming when she felt uncertain. She realized that the leaf was not just a curious object, but a magical one, capable of communicating in its own silent language. Upon returning to Willowbrook, Maya showed the leaf to her grandmother, the village's wise elder. Her grandmother's eyes widened in recognition, and she pulled Maya close, her voice a soft murmur. "This is a whispering leaf," she explained. "It holds the wisdom of the forest and can guide those who listen with their hearts." Maya was fascinated. She spent her days learning to understand the leaf's subtle cues, its gentle glow guiding her through the complexities of life. It taught her patience as she waited for its light to respond, and empathy as she learned to feel the emotions it reflected. One evening, as the village was bathed in the soft glow of twilight, a shadow fell over Willowbrook. A thick fog descended, obscuring the familiar paths and casting an eerie silence over the village. The villagers, usually bustling with laughter and warmth, retreated into their homes, unease settling like a heavy blanket. Maya, however, felt a tug at her heart, a gentle urging from the whispering leaf. She knew that something was amiss, and that the leaf was guiding her towards a mystery that needed unraveling. With Pip by her side, she ventured back into the whispering woods, the silver leaf casting a soft glow to light their way. The forest was different in the fog. the trees looming like silent sentinels and the air thick with the scent of damp earth and pine. Yet Maya felt no fear, only a sense of purpose. The leaf's glow brightened, leading her deeper into the woods until she arrived at a clearing she had never seen before. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak, its branches stretching wide like the arms of a giant. It was here that Maya noticed something peculiar, a faint, rhythmic pulsing emanating from the base of the tree, as if the very earth beneath it was breathing. Maya approached cautiously, her heart pounding with a mixture of fear and excitement. As she neared the oak, she saw a small, hidden door nestled within its roots, almost invisible under the thick carpet of moss. The pulsing seemed to grow stronger, resonating in time with her own heartbeat. With a deep breath, Maya reached out and touched the door, the whispering leaf glowing with encouragement. The door swung open silently, revealing a staircase spiraling down into the heart of the earth. Maya hesitated for a moment, feeling Pip's reassuring presence beside her, before descending into the depths below. The staircase led to a hidden cavern, its walls adorned with shimmering crystals that bathed the chamber in a soft, ethereal light. In the center of the cavern lay a pool of clear, still water, reflecting the myriad colors of the crystals above. The air was warm and fragrant, filled with the scent of wildflowers and honey. As Maya stepped closer to the pool, she saw her reflection, but it was not her reflection alone. In the water, she saw images of the villagers, each one captured in a moment of joy, kindness, or courage. She realized that the pool was a mirror of their best selves, a testament to the goodness that lived within each of them. The whispering leaf pulsed gently in her hand, and Maya understood that the pool was a source of magic for Willowbrook, a wellspring of the love and light that bound the village together. But the fog had disrupted its harmony, casting a shadow over the village. Determined to restore the balance, Maya turned to the whispering leaf for guidance. It glowed with a brilliant light, illuminating the cavern and filling Maya with a sense of peace and clarity. She knew what she had to do. Kneeling beside the pool, Maya dipped the whispering leaf into the water, watching as the silver shimmer spread across the surface. The pool seemed to come alive, ripples of light dancing across its surface, and the air filled with a gentle hum that resonated deep within Maya's soul. Slowly, the fog that had enveloped Willowbrook began to dissipate, the heavy silence lifting as the village was bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. The villagers emerged from their homes, their laughter and chatter returning as the shadow that had clouded their hearts vanished. Maya, her heart filled with joy, returned to the village with Pip, the whispering leaf still glowing softly in her hand. The villagers gathered around her, their eyes wide with wonder and gratitude. Her grandmother embraced her, whispering words of pride and love. From that day on, the whispering leaf became a cherished symbol of hope and harmony in Willowbrook. Maya learned that the true magic lay not in the leaf itself, but in the love and kindness it inspired. She and Pip continued their adventures, exploring the world with open hearts and curious minds. And so, the village of Willowbrook thrived, its people united by the magic of the whispering leaf and the wisdom it imparted. Maya grew into a wise and compassionate leader, her heart forever guided by the lessons she had learned on her journey. As the years passed, the story of the whispering leaf became a cherished tale, passed down through generations as a reminder of the power of friendship, courage, and love. And though the leaf eventually faded, its legacy lived on in the hearts of the villagers, a beacon of light that would never dim. In the gentle embrace of the whispering woods, where the trees still whispered their ancient secrets, Maya and Pip found their place, forever part of the magic that made Willowbrook a haven of peace and happiness. And in the quiet moments, when the moon cast its silver glow upon the village, the whisper of a leaf could still be heard, a gentle reminder that magic was all around, waiting to be discovered by those who dared to listen with their hearts. Story 50. Story 51. Once upon a time, in the heart of a lush and vibrant forest, where the sunlight danced through the leaves like a million tiny fairies, there existed a quaint little village known as Whimsy Hollow. This village was unlike any other, for it was home to the most peculiar and endearing creatures you could ever imagine. Their houses were made from hollowed-out trees and mushroom caps, and the cobblestone streets shimmered with an iridescent glow, as if sprinkled with the dust of dreams. In this delightful village lived a fluffy, azure-blue creature named Tittlepot. Tittlepot was as round as a blueberry and just as sweet. His large, expressive eyes were always filled with wonder, and he had a tendency to bounce instead of walk, which made him immensely popular among the village children. Tittlepot's best friend was a tiny winged fox named Flicker. Flicker had fur that sparkled like golden sunlight and wings that resembled the delicate petals of a daffodil. Together they were inseparable, a duo known for their playful antics and their knack for finding adventure in the most unexpected places. One sunny morning, as the dew glistened on the leaves like diamonds, Tittlepot and Flicker were playing a game of hide-and-seek among the towering sunflowers. Suddenly, Flicker noticed something peculiar at the edge of the village. It was a shimmering, swirling portal, hovering just above the ground, emitting a soft, melodious hum that seemed to beckon them closer. "Tittlepot, look at this!" Flicker exclaimed, her wings fluttering with excitement. Tittlepot bounced over, his eyes wide with curiosity. "Oh, what a wondrous sight! Do you think it's safe?" Flicker tilted her head, her eyes twinkling mischievously. "There's only one way to find out." With hearts filled with both excitement and a touch of trepidation, they stepped through the portal. Instantly, they found themselves in a world that was both strange and beautiful. The sky was a soft lavender, and the sun hung low, casting a gentle golden glow over the landscape. Trees with trunks as white as milk and leaves like shimmering emeralds swayed gracefully in the breeze, and flowers with petals made of glass chimed melodiously as they passed by. The two friends wandered through this magical land, marveling at its wonders, until they stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a gigantic teapot made of porcelain perched atop a hill. Surrounding the teapot were dozens of teacups, each the size of a small house, arranged in a perfect circle. It was a teapot village. As they approached, they were greeted by the teapot keeper, a tall, slender creature with a teacup for a hat and a handle for an ear. "Welcome, travelers. I am Steeply, the keeper of this enchanted place. What brings you to our land?" Tittlepot and Flicker explained how they had found the portal and couldn't resist exploring what lay beyond. Steeply nodded knowingly. "Ah, the portal. It's been acting up lately, causing all sorts of magical mischief. You see, our village teapot has a slight problem. It seems to have lost its steam." "Lost its steam?" Flicker echoed, her eyes widening. "Indeed," Steeply sighed. "Without steam, our teapot cannot brew the magical tea that keeps our village vibrant and alive." Tittlepot and Flicker exchanged glances, their sense of adventure tingling at the thought of a new challenge. "How can we help?" Tittlepot asked eagerly. Steeply smiled warmly. "You have kind hearts, my friends. To restore the steam, we must find the source of the magical spring that feeds the teapot. It lies deep within the Forest of Whispers, guarded by the wise old owl, Professor Hoot." With a mission in mind, Tittlepot and Flicker set off towards the Forest of Whispers. The path was lined with trees that leaned in close, their leaves whispering secrets of the forest to one another. Every now and then, the pair would catch snippets of these whispered tales, stories of long-lost treasures and forgotten spells. As they ventured deeper, the forest grew darker, but instead of fear, they felt a sense of calm, as if the forest were welcoming them into its heart. Finally, they reached a clearing bathed in soft moonlight, where sat Professor Hoot, perched on a branch, his feathers as white as the moon itself. "Ah, visitors!" Professor Hoot hooted, his voice deep and soothing. "What brings you to my domain?" Tittlepot explained their quest to restore the steam to the village teapot. Professor Hoot listened intently, nodding his head in understanding. "To find the magical spring, one must solve the riddle of the forest," he said cryptically, his eyes twinkling with wisdom. "What is the riddle?" Flicker asked eagerly. Professor Hoot spread his wings wide, as if to embrace the whole forest. "I am not seen, but I am there. I can be full, yet remain bare. I am a friend to those who play, and yet I vanish with the day." Tittlepot and Flicker pondered the riddle, their minds working in tandem. Tittlepot's eyes suddenly lit up with realization. "Could it be a shadow?" he asked breathlessly. Professor Hoot hooted with delight. "Precisely. You are indeed wise, young one. Follow the shadows and they will lead you to the spring. With renewed determination, Tittlepot and Flicker followed the shifting shadows cast by the moonlight until they came upon a hidden glade. There, bubbling from beneath a ring of luminescent stones, was the magical spring. Its waters shimmered with a brilliant azure light, and the moment they touched the surface, the forest seemed to come alive with color and sound. Carefully, they filled a small flask with the spring water and hurried back to the Teapot village. Steeply was overjoyed to see them return, and together they poured the water into the village teapot. Instantly, the teapot began to rumble and shake, and a gentle plume of steam rose from its spout, filling the air with the sweet, fragrant aroma of magical tea. The villagers cheered, and to show their gratitude, they organized a grand tea party in honor of Tittlepot and Flicker. The tables were laden with cakes and pastries, and the air was filled with laughter and music. Flicker and Tittlepot danced and played until the stars twinkled overhead, their hearts full of joy and friendship. As the night drew to a close, Steeply presented them with a small, shimmering key. "This is the key to the portal," he explained. "Whenever you wish to return to our world, simply hold it in your heart, and it will guide you." Tittlepot and Flicker thanked Steeply and the villagers, promising to visit again. With hearts full of adventure and friendship, they stepped back through the portal, returning to their beloved Whimsy Hollow. And so, under the gentle glow of the moon, Tittlepot and Flicker drifted off to sleep, dreaming of new adventures and the magical world that awaited them just beyond the portal, where every day was filled with whimsy, wonder, and the joy of friendship. Story 52. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy of towering oaks whispered secrets in the language of rustling leaves, there lay a world unseen by hurried eyes. Here the boundary between the earthly and the enchanted was as thin as a spider's silk, shimmering with the dew of dawn and the gold of setting sun. This was a realm where the natural creatures lived hidden lives, weaving tales of harmony and balance in concert with the rhythm of the seasons. As the first blush of spring unfurled across the forest, a gentle awakening stirred among its denizens. The air was laced with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers, and the babble of brooks was a lullaby for all who dwelled within. Among them was a wise old tortoise named Berwin, whose shell was etched with the stories of centuries. Berwin moved slowly, but his mind was sharp as the breeze that danced through the budding branches. Berwin had a special bond with a young squirrel named Leora. Her fur was the color of autumn leaves, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Leora loved to scamper through the treetops, her heart beating in time with the flutter of new leaves. She was always eager to learn, and Berwin, with his ancient wisdom, was her favorite teacher. One bright morning, as the sun cast dappled patterns on the forest floor, Leora found Berwin near a gnarled oak, basking in the warmth. "Berwin," she chattered, her voice as lively as the songbirds, "why do the seasons change? And what makes the weather dance between sun and rain?" Berwin opened his eyes slowly, a smile creasing his leathery face. "Ah, Leora, that's a tale old as the forest itself," he began, his voice deep and soothing, like the murmur of distant thunder. "The seasons are the breath of the earth. Each one has its time and purpose, a harmony that holds the world together." He gestured with a slow movement of his head towards the sky, where clouds drifted lazily. "It is said that the winds carry whispers from the ancients, and with them the magic that changes leaf to bloom, bloom to fruit, and fruit to rest. This magic, dear Leora, is the balance we all must keep." Leora listened, her eyes wide with wonder. "But how do we keep this balance, Berwin?" "Through respect and care, my dear," Berwin replied. "Each creature, no matter how small, plays a part. The bees that dance from flower to flower, the roots that drink from the earth, and even the rain that nourishes us all. We live not just for ourselves, but for the world around us." As spring gave way to the golden hues of summer and the forest buzzed with life, Leora took Berwin's words to heart. She watched as the bees hummed their tireless song, gathering nectar with a precision that only nature could command. She marveled at the way the sun's warmth coaxed the sweet scent of pine into the air, a fragrance that mingled with the laughter of brooks and the rustle of leaves. The forest was a tapestry of life, each thread vibrant and essential. Leora learned to listen to the whispers of the wind, to feel the pulse of life beneath her paws. She understood the importance of her place within this delicate dance. As the sun began to dip lower in the sky, painting the forest in hues of amber and sienna, the whispers of change rustled through the leaves once more. The air grew crisp, and the scent of earth and wood smoke mingled, signaling the approach of autumn. One evening, as the moon hung low and round like a lantern, Leora found Berwin nestled beneath a canopy of red and gold. "Berwin, the air feels different, and the forest is changing again," she observed, her voice now tinged with the wisdom she had gathered through the seasons. Berwin nodded, his eyes reflecting the gentle glow of the moon. "Yes, Leora, the earth is preparing to rest, and soon the world will be blanketed in the quiet of winter. It is a time for reflection and renewal." Leora settled beside him, the crisp leaves crunching softly beneath her. "And when will spring return, bringing its magic and life?" "In time, dear Leora," Berwin said softly. "The world turns in its gentle rhythm, a cycle that teaches us patience and trust. We must honor the gifts of each season, for they are the heartbeats of the earth." As the stars twinkled like fireflies in the vast expanse above, Leora understood the deep truth in Berwin's words. The forest, with all its hidden lives and magical phenomena, was a testament to the power of balance and harmony. Each season brought its own gifts and lessons, a reminder that life was a wondrous journey, best traveled with kindness and wisdom. With this knowledge cradled in her heart, Leora curled up beside Berwin, their breaths mingling in the cool night air. Together they listened to the lullaby of the forest, a melody as timeless as the stars above. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the moon, the ancient forest continued its eternal dance. A sanctuary of peace and magic, where creatures great and small lived in harmony with the world and each other. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight danced upon emerald leaves and mist swirled like a silken veil, lay a secret world. This realm was one where the whispers of the wind and the songs of the stream spoke of ages past, where the creatures of the forest lived in gentle harmony with nature and each other. The forest was home to a myriad of creatures, each with their own role in the delicate balance of life. Among them lived a wise old turtle named Tully, whose shell bore the intricate patterns of countless years. Tully was known as the keeper of stories, his wisdom passed down from generation to generation, like a river flowing through time. One crisp autumn morning, the forest awoke under a blanket of fog, the air tinged with the rich scent of damp earth and fallen leaves. It was on this morning that the young squirrel named Pippin scurried through the underbrush, his eyes wide with wonder. Pippin was a curious soul, his heart filled with questions about the world he called home. As Pippin scampered over gnarled roots and around towering trunks, he stumbled upon Tully, who was basking in a patch of sunlight that had broken through the canopy above. The old turtle's eyes twinkled with the warmth of 1,000 dawns as he watched Pippin approach. "Good morning, Pippin," Tully greeted, his voice as smooth as the river stones worn by time. "What brings you to my sunlit spot today?" Pippin hesitated for a moment, his bushy tail twitching with excitement. "Tully," he began, "I've heard whispers of a magical phenomenon that ties the changing seasons to the very heart of our forest. Can you tell me more about it?" The old turtle chuckled softly, the sound like the rustling of autumn leaves. "Ah, the dance of the seasons," he said. "It is indeed a wondrous thing. Sit with me, young one, and I shall share the tale with you." Pippin settled beside Tully, listening intently as the turtle began his story. Long ago, when the world was still young, the forest was entrusted to the care of 4 ancient spirits, each one embodying a season. There was Bridget of the spring, with her cloak of blossoms and breath of warmth; Theros of the summer, radiant as the sun, bringing life and laughter; Aurum of the autumn, cloaked in gold, whispering change and reflection; and Hyros of the winter, serene and still, blanketing the forest in peace and rest. Tully paused, allowing the gentle rustle of the wind to fill the silence. These spirits, in their wisdom, understood that balance was essential for the harmony of the forest. And so they came together to create the Dance of the Seasons, a magical phenomenon that ensured the smooth transition from one season to the next. Pippin's eyes were wide with awe as he imagined the scene. "And what happens during this dance?" he asked eagerly. "The dance," Tully explained, "is a symphony of nature. It begins with Brigid painting the forest in vivid colors, coaxing the first buds from their sleep. As her song fades, Theros enters, his laughter echoing through the canopy as the sun's golden rays dance upon the leaves. When it is time for Theros to rest, Aurum steps in, his footsteps scattering leaves like whispers of wisdom, teaching us the beauty of letting go. Finally, Hyros arrives, wrapping the world in a gentle silence, a reminder that rest is as important as growth. As Tully spoke, Pippin could almost see the spirits moving through the forest, their presence felt in the shifting of the wind and the changing of the light. "But how do they know when to begin the dance?" he asked. "Ah," Tully smiled, "that is the magic of the forest itself. The spirits listen to the heart of the forest, to the rhythms of life that pulse beneath the earth and sing through the air. It is a bond forged through wisdom and respect, a cycle of giving and receiving that has existed since time immemorial." Pippin nodded, understanding now the delicate balance that sustained the world around him. The wisdom of the spirits was rooted not in power, but in harmony, a lesson passed down through the ages. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the forest floor, Pippin thanked Tully for sharing his tale. The young squirrel scampered away, his heart light and his mind filled with the stories of the forest. In the days that followed, Pippin watched the dance of the seasons unfold before him. He saw the first blush of spring color the world, felt the warmth of summer's embrace, marveled at the vibrant tapestry of autumn, and found solace in the quiet peace of winter. And with each change, he remembered the wisdom of the spirits and the balance they maintained. The forest continued its timeless cycle, a testament to the harmony that could be achieved when all creatures, great and small, lived with respect for each other and for the world they shared. And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, where reality and magic intertwined, the stories of the dance of the seasons were passed down, whispered through the leaves and sung by the streams, a gentle reminder of the beauty of balance and the power of nature's wisdom. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Pippin curled up in his cozy nest, the warmth of the forest enveloping him like a soft blanket. He closed his eyes, his dreams filled with visions of the spirits' dance and the gentle lessons of harmony they imparted. And so, with peace in his heart and the promise of a new day, Pippin drifted into a deep and restful sleep. Story 50. Once upon a time, in a verdant forest where the trees stretched their branches towards the heavens, there lived a community of creatures whose lives were intricately woven into the fabric of nature itself. In this enchanted realm, the whispers of the wind carried ancient melodies, and the babbling brooks sang softly of the secrets they had witnessed over the centuries. At the heart of this mystical forest dwelled a wise old oak tree, its gnarled bark etched with the memories of 1,000 summers. Perched among its branches was a family of owls, guardians of the woodland lore. The eldest owl, whose eyes shone like 2 moons, had seen the forest through countless cycles of rebirth and renewal. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves danced in a gentle breeze, the young owlets gathered around their elder, eager to learn the ways of the forest. The wise old owl cleared his throat and began to speak, his voice rich and melodious. "My dear ones, this forest is a sacred place, where every living being plays a vital role in maintaining the delicate balance of nature. From the smallest insect to the mightiest oak, each creature has a purpose, a thread woven into the tapestry of life." The owlets listened intently, their feathers ruffling in the cool night air. "Look around you, my children," the elder continued. "See how the squirrels meticulously gather their winter stores, ensuring the survival of their kind. Observe the bees as they flit from flower to flower, pollinating the plants that sustain us all. Even the mushrooms that sprout from the fallen logs play their part, recycling the nutrients of the earth." As the wise owl spoke, the forest seemed to come alive with a symphony of sounds, the rustling of leaves, the chittering of insects, and the distant call of a nightingale. The owlets marveled at the intricate tapestry of life that surrounded them. "But our forest is not merely a place of survival," the elder added, his eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom. It is a realm where magic breathes life into every season, where the cycles of nature are celebrated with reverence and wonder. With a sweep of his wing, the old owl gestured towards the distant horizon, where the first hints of autumn's fiery hues were beginning to blaze across the treetops. As the leaves turn crimson and gold, the forest prepares for its annual slumber, embracing the chill of winter with grace and acceptance. It is during this time that the fairies gather, spinning their gossamer threads to weave blankets of warmth for the slumbering creatures. The owlets gasped in delight, for they had heard tales of the elusive fairies, but had never glimpsed their enchanting presence. And when the first snowflakes drift down from the heavens, the elder continued, the spirits of the forest awaken, their icy breath painting intricate patterns upon the frozen ponds and streams. These spirits are the guardians of winter, ensuring that the forest rests peacefully until the first buds of spring emerge. As the night deepened, the old owl's voice grew softer, lulling the owlets into a state of tranquil wonder. He spoke of the magical renewal of springtime, when the earth awakened from its slumber, and the forest was alive with the songs of nesting birds and the gentle unfurling of new leaves. He described the vibrant energy of summer, when the forest basked in the warmth of the sun, and the air was thick with the fragrance of wildflowers. Throughout his tales, the wise old owl wove a tapestry of interconnectedness, reminding his young charges that every creature, every plant, and every element of the forest played a vital role in maintaining the delicate balance of nature. "Remember, my dear ones," he whispered as the first rays of dawn peeked through the canopy. "The wisdom of the forest has been passed down through generations, a sacred trust that we must honor and protect. For it is only through our reverence for the natural world that we can ensure its beauty and magic will endure for centuries to come." As the sun rose over the ancient forest, the owlets blinked sleepily, their hearts filled with a newfound appreciation for the wonders that surrounded them. They knew that the lessons of the wise old oak would guide them through their lives, reminding them of the sacred harmony that bound all creatures together in nature's eternal dance. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. In the little village of Willowbrook, nestled among rolling hills and whispering streams, there was a quaint, old bookstore known as Whimsy and Wonder. Its shelves stretched from floor to ceiling, filled with books of every kind imaginable. The air inside was always warm, filled with the comforting scent of aged paper and polished wood. It was here that a young girl named Clara found herself spending most of her afternoons, losing herself in the pages of adventure and mystery. One particularly drizzly afternoon, as raindrops stitched a delicate pattern on the windows, Clara stumbled upon a dusty, leather-bound book tucked away in a shadowed corner. Its cover was embossed with faded gold letters that read, "The Book of Whispers." Intrigued, Clara carefully opened it, and to her surprise, the pages were blank. Disappointed but curious, she decided to take the book home, thinking it might make a perfect sketch pad for her drawings. As night fell and the village was enveloped in a cozy hush, Clara sat by her bedroom window, the gentle patter of rain a soothing lullaby. She opened the book again, and as she did, she noticed a soft glow emanating from the pages. Words began to appear in elegant script, forming a story as if written by an invisible hand. It was a tale about a hidden world where everyday objects held magical secrets, waiting to be discovered by those with kind hearts and open minds. The book spoke of a magical quill, crafted from the feather of a mystical bird, said to bring stories to life. It lay hidden in the heart of the Whispering Woods, a place known for its enchanting beauty and gentle spirits. Clara's heart leapt with excitement and an adventurous spirit. She decided she must find this quill and learn its secrets. The next morning, with the sun peeking through the clouds and painting the village in soft hues of gold, Clara set out on her journey to the Whispering Woods. Along the way, she met a peculiar old man named Mr. Tibbles, who wore spectacles so large they seemed to magnify his twinkling eyes. Mr. Tibbles was the village storyteller, known for his vast knowledge of the woods and its wonders. "Ah, the Whispering Woods," he mused, adjusting his spectacles. "A place of great beauty and mystery. But remember, dear Clara, it is not strength or speed that will guide you to the quill, but wisdom and kindness. With Mr. Tibble's words in her heart, Clara ventured into the woods. The air was crisp, filled with the earthy scent of moss and pine. Sunlight danced through the leaves, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. As she walked deeper, she felt a gentle sense of calm, as if the woods themselves were whispering secrets of ancient times. It wasn't long before Clara encountered a small, timid squirrel named Oliver, who was frantically searching for his lost acorns. With a kind smile, Clara offered to help, and together they found the acorns nestled beneath a pile of autumn leaves. Grateful, Oliver decided to accompany Clara on her quest, chattering cheerfully and offering bits of wisdom about the forest. Further along, they came across a wise old turtle named Gertrude. Her shell was etched with patterns that told stories of the forest's past. To find the quill, Gertrude said in a slow, gentle voice, you must first listen to the whispers of the forest. They will guide you. Clara closed her eyes, allowing the forest sounds to envelop her. The rustle of leaves, the chirping of birds, and the soft murmurs of the wind seemed to form a melody, leading her deeper into the woods. After what felt like hours, Clara and her newfound friends reached a clearing bathed in golden light. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its branches stretching towards the sky. Nestled within the roots was the quill, glowing softly with a magical light. As Clara reached out to take the quill, a gentle voice filled the air. The quill chooses those who write with their hearts, it said. Clara understood that the quill's true magic lay not in the stories it could write, but in the intentions of the storyteller. With the quill in hand, Clara returned to the village, her heart filled with gratitude and wonder. She realized that the true journey had been one of self-discovery, learning the value of kindness, friendship, and wisdom. Back at Whimsy and Wonder, Clara began writing stories with the magical quill, sharing tales of her adventures and the lessons she had learned. The bookstore became a haven of warmth and imagination, drawing people from near and far who came to listen to Clara's enchanting stories. And so, in the gentle glow of the bookstore's lanterns, with the rain softly tapping on the windows, Clara's stories lived on, whispering secrets of magic and wonder to all who would listen. And in the heart of Willowbrook, where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, the spirit of adventure and kindness thrived, gently guiding all who ventured into the realms of imagination. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. In the heart of a gentle valley, cradled by rolling hills and whispering woods, there lay a quaint little village known as Willowbrook. Its cobblestone paths wound through fields of wildflowers and past homes with thatched roofs that seemed to smile warmly at the sun. The air was always sweet with the scent of lavender and honey, and the breeze carried the soft, melodic hum of the brook that gave the village its name. In this charming village lived a young woman named Marin. She was known for her kindness and gentle spirit, her presence as soothing as the brook itself. Yet Marin carried within her a quiet turmoil. Life in Willowbrook, though beautiful, felt too predictable for her restless heart. She longed for change, for something beyond the familiar patterns of her days. But the thought of stepping beyond the comfort of her village made her anxious, like a bird hesitant to leave its nest. Marin often found solace in the whispering woods at the edge of the village. There she would sit beneath the ancient oak, its branches stretching like arms to embrace the sky, and listen to the symphony of rustling leaves and chirping crickets. One evening, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky with hues of gold and lavender, Marin noticed something peculiar. Tiny orbs of light began to dance around her, flickering like distant stars brought to earth. These were the will-o'-the-wisps, mischievous yet wise spirits that flitted through the woods on gentle wings. They had watched Marin many times, sensing her inner conflict. As the wisps swirled around her, they whispered in voices like the tinkling of wind chimes, "Follow us, Marin, and discover the magic within." Curiosity, mixed with a sprinkle of courage, tugged at Marin's heart. She rose to her feet and followed the wisps deeper into the woods, where the air grew cooler and the shadows danced with an ethereal glow. The path was narrow, and the canopy of leaves above was thick, but the light of the wisps guided her safely through. As they journeyed deeper, the forest began to change. The The trees shimmered with a silvery sheen, and the flowers glowed with an inner light. It was as if Marin had stepped into a realm where magic wove through the very fabric of nature. Finally, they arrived at a clearing where a crystal-clear lake lay cradled in the arms of the forest, its surface reflecting the twinkling stars above. The wisps circled over the lake, creating gentle ripples that danced across the water. Marin approached the edge and gazed into the depths, her reflection mingling with the starlit sky. As she watched, her reflection began to shift, revealing not only her outward form, but the vibrant essence of who she truly was, a tapestry of dreams, fears, and untapped strength. Change is not to be feared, dear Marin, the wisps chimed softly. It is the very essence of growth. Just as the seasons transform the world around us, so too must we evolve to discover our true selves. Marin listened, the words sinking into her heart like seeds into fertile soil. In that moment, she understood that change, though daunting, was a part of life's natural rhythm. It was the key to unlocking her potential and embracing the wonders beyond the horizon of her familiarity. With newfound clarity, Marin thanked the wisps, her voice a gentle breeze through the trees. I see now that change is not my enemy, but my guide. I will embrace it with an open heart. The wisps twinkled with joy, their light brighter than ever. Remember, Marin, you are never alone. We, and all of Willowbrook, are here to support you. With that, the wisps began to drift away, their light fading softly into the night. Marin lingered by the lake, breathing in the cool, fragrant air, her heart beating with the rhythm of the world around her. She felt a sense of peace, as if the forest itself had enveloped her in a loving embrace. When she returned to Willowbrook, the village seemed to glow with a new light, as if seen through eyes that had awakened to its hidden beauty. The cobblestones beneath her feet felt familiar yet inviting, like an old friend encouraging her onward. In the days that followed, Marin began to explore new paths within her life. She took up painting, capturing the vibrant colors of the valley and the magic of the woods on her canvas. She joined the village's evening gatherings more often, sharing stories and laughter beneath the stars. And with each new experience, she felt herself blossoming, like a flower opening to the morning sun. The villagers noticed the change in Marin, and they welcomed it with open arms. Her journey of self-discovery inspired others to embrace their own transformations, creating a ripple of growth throughout Willowbrook. Together, they learned that while change could be uncertain, it was also a gateway to the extraordinary. As the seasons turned and the valley transformed with the passage of time, Marin's heart remained steadfast and open. She knew that life's journey was a tapestry of moments, each thread woven with love, courage, and the magic of embracing one's true self. And so, with the woods whispering their timeless song and the brook humming its gentle lullaby, Marin found her place in the world, a place of wonder, growth, and endless possibility. In the heart of Willowbrook, she learned to dance with change, her spirit alight with the magic of a life fully lived. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. In a lush and verdant valley kissed by the gentle glow of twilight, nestled amongst rolling hills and whispering streams, lay the village of Bramblebrook. It was a place untouched by the rush of the outside world, where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of honeysuckle and lavender. The cobblestone paths wound gracefully between quaint, thatched roof cottages, each adorned with vibrant flower boxes overflowing with blooms of every imaginable hue. The heart of Bramblebrook was its market square, a lively yet serene hub where villagers gathered to exchange goods, stories, and laughter. In the center stood a grand old oak tree, its branches stretching wide, offering shade and a sense of timelessness. Beneath this ancient tree sat an equally ancient bench, worn smooth by countless tales told and secrets shared. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of peach and gold, a peculiar event began to unfold. The villagers noticed that the twinkling lights of the fireflies, which usually danced merrily in the dusk, were nowhere to be seen. Instead, a soft, shimmering mist curled through the air, weaving its way like a silken ribbon through the village. The villagers, though curious, were not alarmed, for they were accustomed to the mysterious wonders of their magical world. However, the absence of the fireflies was indeed unusual, and so they turned to their beloved friend and guide, an elderly woman named Anwen, known for her wisdom and gentle spirit. Anwen lived in a cozy cottage at the edge of the village, surrounded by a garden brimming with herbs and wildflowers. Her presence was as calming as a lullaby, and her eyes twinkled with the knowledge of 1,000 stars. The villagers approached her with their concerns, and she listened intently, nodding as they spoke. "It seems we have a little mystery on our hands," Anwen said with a soft chuckle, her voice like the rustle of leaves. "Fear not, for mysteries are like puzzles, and every puzzle has its pieces." Intrigued, a small group of villagers offered to assist Anwen in uncovering the puzzle's solution. Among them was a young boy named Finn, whose curiosity was as boundless as the sky, and a thoughtful girl named Isla, who had a knack for noticing the smallest of details. Together, they formed a merry band, ready to explore the strange happenings. Anwen suggested they begin their exploration at the edge of the village, where the forest of Eldergrove began. Eldergrove was a magical place, home to many wondrous creatures, some known and some yet to be discovered. As the group made their way into the forest, the air filled with the soft sounds of crickets chirping and leaves whispering secrets. Finn and Isla, walking side by side, marveled at the beauty around them. The trees were wrapped in moonlight, their leaves shimmering like silver coins. They caught sight of a family of rabbits peeking curiously from their burrows, and a pair of owls hooting softly from a high branch. "Look," Elis, pointing to the ground where faint, glowing footprints appeared, leading deeper into the forest. Anwen, following their gaze, smiled knowingly. "We are on the right path," she said. "These are the tracks of the glow mice, gentle creatures who often know more than they let on." With renewed determination, they followed the luminous trail, which led them to a clearing bathed in the light of the crescent moon. There, amidst the clover and wild thyme, they found a gathering of glow mice, their small forms aglow with a soft, golden light. The glow mice chattered excitedly at the sight of the villagers, their tiny voices like the tinkling of bells. Anwen knelt down, her gentle presence calming the creatures, and asked them about the missing fireflies. The leader of the glow mice, a wise old creature with whiskers as white as snow, stepped forward. "The fireflies have taken shelter in the Whispering Cavern," he explained, drawn by a strange song that echoes through the night. "A song?" Finn echoed, his eyes wide with wonder. "What kind of song?" "It is a melody both beautiful and enchanting," the glow mouse replied. "But it is not of this world, and it unsettles the fireflies, drawing them away from their dance." The group thanked the glow mice for their help and set off towards the Whispering Cavern, a place known for its echoes and mysterious acoustics. As they approached, the air grew cooler, and the sound of the strange melody reached their ears, a haunting yet lovely tune that seemed to weave its way into their very souls. At the entrance of the cavern, they paused, listening intently. The song was indeed captivating, like the gentle lapping of waves upon a shore, and it seemed to come from deep within the heart of the earth. Anwen, ever wise, suggested they proceed with care. "Let us find the source of this melody," she said, "for it may hold the key to our mystery." With lanterns casting warm pools of light, they ventured into the cavern. The walls glimmered with crystals, capturing the light and reflecting it in a dazzling display. The melody grew stronger, guiding them deeper, until they reached a vast chamber where a small, luminous pool lay at its center. Hovering above the pool was a creature unlike any they had ever seen, a spirit of the water, its form shifting like liquid moonlight. It sang softly, its voice the very essence of tranquility. The spirit noticed the villagers and paused, its song fading into silence. "Welcome, kind travelers," it spoke, its voice echoing softly. "I did not mean to trouble the fireflies. I sang to remember my home, far beyond the stars." Anwen stepped forward, her heart full of compassion. "We understand," she said gently. "Perhaps you might share your song with the world above, where all can hear and join in your melody." The spirit considered her words, its form shimmering with thought. "That would be lovely," it replied at last, "to sing under the open sky, where the moon and stars can hear my song." With the villagers' encouragement, the spirit rose from the pool, its song swelling once more, this time with joy and gratitude. Together, they returned to the village, where the spirit's melody filled the air, a harmonious blend with the night. The fireflies, drawn by the new harmony, returned to their dance, their lights twinkling like stars fallen to earth. The villagers gathered in the market square, their hearts lifted by the beauty of the night. And so the mystery was resolved, not through force or fear, but with understanding and kindness. The spirit found a new home in Bramblebrook, where it sang each night, accompanied by the fireflies, the glow mice, and the whispers of the ancient oak. As the villagers retired to their homes, the world outside their windows was a symphony of light and song. Finn and Isla, nestled beneath warm quilts, closed their eyes, their dreams filled with the magic of the night. And in the heart of Bramblebrook, beneath the starlit sky, the spirit sang on, its melody a gentle promise of peace and wonder, weaving through the dreams of all who listened. Story 75. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight filtered through a canopy of whispering leaves, a hidden world thrived in a delicate balance of harmony and magic. This was a realm where the whispers of the wind carried secrets older than time, and where the creatures, both seen and unseen, lived lives intertwined with the very soul of nature. One such creature was Neum, a gentle doe with eyes as deep and knowing as the forest itself. Her coat was the color of autumn leaves, a rich tapestry of amber and gold, blending seamlessly with the dappled sunlight that danced across the forest floor. Neum was a guardian of the forest's secrets, entrusted with the ancient wisdom passed down through generations of her kind. As the forest hummed with the vibrant energy of early autumn, the air tinged with the scent of earth and pine, Neum sensed a change. The whispers of the trees spoke of a disturbance, a ripple in the harmony that held their world together. The leaves rustled with urgency, and the brook that babbled over moss-covered stones did so with a note of concern. Curious and concerned, Neum set out to uncover the source of this disturbance. Her hooves were silent upon the soft earth, her presence a quiet whisper in the symphony of the forest. Along her path, she encountered Finbar, a wise old owl perched high in the branches of a towering oak. His feathers were the color of storm clouds, and his eyes gleamed with the light of countless moonlit nights. Neum, he called in a voice like the rustle of ancient parchment. The forest speaks of an imbalance. The clouds gather their strength, yet the rains do not fall. The rivers run low, and the creatures grow anxious. We must find the cause and restore the harmony. Neum nodded, her heart heavy with the responsibility she felt for her forest home. Together, she and Finbar set off deeper into the woods, following the subtle signs that nature left for those who knew how to read them. As they ventured further, the forest grew denser, the canopy above a quilt of green and gold. The sunlight flickered like 1,000 tiny flames, casting playful shadows on the ground. They were joined by Aisling, a rabbit with fur as soft as the morning mist, and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. She hopped alongside Neum, her nose twitching with determination. "I heard your call, Finbar," Aisling said, her voice as light as a breeze. "The forest is my family, too. I will help in any way I can." Together, the trio journeyed on, their path winding through groves of ancient trees and fields of wildflowers that swayed gently in the breeze. They listened to the songs of the birds and the rustle of the leaves, seeking clues in the patterns of nature. Finally, they reached a clearing where the earth seemed to hold its breath. Here, the magic of the forest was palpable, a shimmering presence that danced in the air. In the center of the clearing stood a great stone, worn smooth by time and weather, its surface etched with symbols that told the story of the forest. As they approached, the stone began to glow with a soft, ethereal light, and a gentle voice spoke, seeming to rise from the very heart of the earth. "Welcome, guardians of the forest," the voice intoned, resonating with the strength of the mountains and the softness of the falling rain. "The balance of this world is delicate, and it is in peril. The seasons have shifted, their rhythms disrupted by the actions of those who do not understand their power." Neum, Finbar, and Aisling listened intently, their hearts united in purpose. They knew that the balance of the forest depended on the cyclical dance of the seasons, each playing its part in the grand tapestry of life. Without the rains of autumn, the seeds could not grow, and the rivers would not flow to nourish the land. The voice continued, its tone filled with wisdom and hope. To restore balance, you must seek the heart of the storm. There, you will find the key to unlocking the rains. But remember, the true power lies not in force, but in understanding and harmony. With renewed determination, the trio set forth once more, their path leading them ever closer to the heart of the forest. The air grew cooler, the scent of rain heavy upon the breeze. Above, the sky was a swirling mass of dark clouds, pregnant with the promise of a storm yet to be unleashed. As they neared the source of the disturbance, the forest seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for the resolution that would either restore or unravel its delicate balance. Niam and her companions moved with purpose, their hearts guided by the wisdom of ages. Finally, they arrived at the edge of a great lake, its waters still and reflective like a mirror. In the center of the lake, a swirling vortex of clouds hovered, crackling with energy. This was the heart of the storm, the place where the balance must be restored. Niam stepped forward, her reflection shimmering in the water's surface. She closed her eyes and reached deep within herself, seeking the connection that bound her to this land. Finbar and Aisling stood beside her, lending their strength and faith to the effort. In the stillness, Niam heard the voice of the forest once more, a whisper of leaves and the gentle caress of the wind. Remember, Niam, the key is in understanding. The storm is not your enemy, but a partner in this dance of life. With this wisdom, Niam opened her eyes and spoke to the storm, not with words, but with the language of the heart. She shared her love for the forest, her respect for the cycles of nature, and her desire to restore the harmony that had been disrupted. As her message resonated through the air, the storm responded, the clouds parting to reveal a sky painted with hues of gold and pink. Raindrops began to fall, gentle and life-giving, soaking into the earth and filling the rivers once more. The forest sighed with relief, its balance restored. The creatures emerged from their hiding places, their hearts light with gratitude. Niam, Finbar, and Aisling stood together on the shore of the lake, their spirits intertwined with the magic of the moment. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the land, Niam turned to her companions with a serene smile. "We have done it, my friends. The forest will thrive once more, its harmony preserved for future generations." And so, under the sheltering canopy of the ancient forest, the hidden lives of its creatures continued in peace, their world a testament to the power of understanding and friendship. As the stars twinkled above, the forest settled into a gentle lullaby, carrying the promise of new beginnings and the enduring wisdom of the natural world. Story 76. Once upon a time, in a cozy village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young doe named Willow. She was a gentle creature with a soft brown coat and eyes that shone like amber in the sunlight. Willow loved the comfort of her daily routines, nibbling on sweet clover in the meadow, resting in the dappled shade of the ancient oak, and listening to the soothing melodies of the woodland birds. Yet lately, Willow couldn't shake a restless feeling stirring within her. She watched as her friends shed their winter coats, their new fur glistening with renewed vibrancy. But Willow's coat remained dull and threadbare, clinging to her like an itchy reminder that change was afoot, whether she was ready or not. One crisp morning, Willow wandered to the forest's edge where she often found solace among the ferns and wildflowers. There she met an old friend, a wizened tortoise named Sage, who moved with great care and contemplation. "You seem troubled, little one," Sage said, her voice as gentle as the rustling leaves. Willow confided her fears about the impending change. "I feel stuck, like this tattered coat is weighing me down. I'm afraid if I let it go, I'll lose a part of myself forever." Sage smiled knowingly. The cycle of rebirth can be daunting, but it's nature's way of helping us grow. Think of the butterfly emerging from its chrysalis. A wondrous transformation takes immense courage. As if on cue, a shimmering light danced through the trees, catching Willow's eye. It was a radiant sprite named Glow, one of the forest's fabled guardians. "Don't fret, dear Willow," Glow chimed, her ethereal voice like a tinkling brook. "Every ending is a new beginning in disguise." With a wave of her tiny hand, Glow conjured a glittering pool of water before them. Images began to swirl across its surface. a kaleidoscope of vibrant colors representing the stages of growth and renewal. Willow was transfixed, seeing reflections of her own journey mirrored in nature's eternal rhythm. Glow gestured toward the water. You'll know when you're ready to embrace the change within you. Trust in the magic that guides all living things. Heartened by her friend's wisdom, Willow realized her fears were rooted in resistance to the unknown. As the days passed, she moved through the transition with newfound grace, allowing her tattered coat to shed naturally. Beneath the weathered exterior, a lustrous new coat emerged, its rich chestnut hues shimmering like sunlight on autumn leaves. Willow felt lighter, revitalized, as if she were seeing the world through fresh, wondering eyes. From that day on, she greeted each season as a wondrous teacher, honoring the continual cycle of transformation as the greatest magic of all. For in surrendering to change, Willow discovered her truest self, resilient, radiant, and beautifully renewed. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. Once upon a time, in a forest brimming with secrets, there lived a curious young squirrel named Nutkin. Though small in stature, Nutkin possessed a heart filled with boundless wonder and an insatiable thirst for adventure. Deep within the heart of the ancient woodlands lay a hidden glade, where the soft light of the moon seemed to dance upon the emerald grass. It was here that Nutkin first discovered the enchanting gift that would forever change his life. As he scampered through the undergrowth, gathering acorns for the winter, a peculiar glimmer caught his eye. Nestled among the vibrant wildflowers was a radiant gemstone, its facets sparkling with a mesmerizing azure hue. Nutkin's paws trembled as he grasped the ethereal treasure, and in that instant a warmth spread through his tiny body, igniting a spark of magic within. From that day forward, Nutkin possessed the extraordinary ability to communicate with the creatures of the forest. Their voices, once muted, now sang in perfect harmony, revealing a realm of secrets hidden from ordinary eyes. Emboldened by his newfound power, Nutkin ventured deeper into the heart of the woodlands, eager to unravel the mysteries that lay beyond the familiar paths. His journey led him to encounter beings he had only heard whispers of in the tales of his elders. First, he met Willow, a gentle doe whose graceful steps left no trace upon the mossy ground. She welcomed Nutkin into her secret glen, a realm of tranquility where the trees seemed to whisper ancient melodies. Under Willow's guidance, Nutkin learned the art of patience and the importance of cherishing the simple beauties of the natural world. Next, Nutkin stumbled upon a colony of industrious ants, led by the wise and formidable Queen Formica. Though initially intimidated by their unwavering discipline, Nutkin soon discovered the value of unity and teamwork, as the ants worked tirelessly to fortify their subterranean kingdom. As the seasons turned, Nutkin's journeys took him to the deepest recesses of the forest, where he encountered beings of myth and legend. He befriended a majestic stag, whose antlers seemed to scrape the very heavens, and learned the ways of courage and resilience from the mighty beast. Yet, amidst his wondrous adventures, Nutkin never forgot the true essence of his gift, the ability to forge bonds of friendship that transcended the boundaries of species. It was this quality that led him to forge an unexpected alliance with a cunning fox named Russet. At first, their encounter was one of mistrust and suspicion, for foxes were known to prey upon creatures as small as Nutkin. However, through patient understanding and a willingness to see beyond appearances, the two formed an unbreakable bond. Together, Nutkin and Russet embarked on a quest to unravel the mystery of the enchanted gemstone that had bestowed upon the squirrel his extraordinary abilities. Their search led them to the heart of the forest, where an ancient oak stood as a silent sentinel, its branches cradling the whispers of ages past. It was here that they encountered the wise old owl, Gaia, whose piercing gaze seemed to penetrate the very depths of their souls. Gaia revealed that the gemstone was a remnant of a long-forgotten era, a time when the balance between the natural world and the realm of magic was in perfect harmony. Alas, the greed and disregard of humankind had severed this delicate equilibrium, and the gemstone's power had faded, scattered among the creatures of the forest. Nutkin's gift, Gaia explained, was a glimmer of hope. a chance to restore the balance and heal the rift between the two realms. Emboldened by this revelation, Nutkin and his companions embarked on a perilous quest, seeking out the remaining fragments of the gemstone's power. Their journey took them through treacherous terrain, from the icy peaks of the mountains to the depths of the sunless caves. Along the way, they faced formidable foes and overcame daunting challenges, their bond of friendship growing ever stronger with each obstacle they conquered. Nutkin learned the true meaning of bravery from Russet's unwavering loyalty, and the fox, in turn, discovered the beauty of compassion through the squirrel's gentle heart. At last, after a journey that tested the limits of their courage and endurance, they uncovered the final shard of the gemstone's power, hidden deep within the hollow of an ancient redwood. As the shards were reunited, a blinding radiance engulfed the forest, and the harmony between the natural and magical realms was restored. In that moment, Nutkin understood the true significance of his gift. It was a reminder that friendship, love, and understanding could transcend even the most formidable barriers. As the forest rejoiced in its newfound balance, Nutkin knew that his journey had forever transformed him, opening his eyes to the wonders that lay beyond the familiar paths. From that day forward, Nutkin became a guardian of the forest, using his ability to communicate with all creatures to foster understanding and preserve the delicate equilibrium. His tale was passed down through generations, a testament to the power of friendship, courage, and the indomitable spirit of exploration. And so, as the moon casts its silvery glow upon the ancient woodlands, the whispers of Nutkin's legacy echo through the rustling leaves, reminding all who listen that true magic lies not in gemstones or enchantments, but in the bonds we forge and the journeys that shape our souls. Story 82. Once upon a time, in the serene and enchanting forest of Moonlit Hollow, there was a quaint little village named Whispering Pines. This village nestled gently among the towering trees, where the whisper of the wind through their leaves was as soft as a lullaby. The villagers lived in harmony with nature and the magical creatures that roamed the woods. In the heart of the village stood a small bakery, its windows glowing warmly in the early morning light. This bakery was known throughout Whispering Pines for its delectable pastries and the sweet scent of cinnamon and honey that wafted from its chimney. It was run by a kind-hearted baker named Finn, whose smile was as warm as the fresh bread he baked each day. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced gently to the ground, Finn was preparing his daily batch of cinnamon rolls when he noticed something peculiar. A small, shimmering footprint was etched into the flour dusting his work table. It was no bigger than a thimble, glistening as if sprinkled with stardust. Curious and a little bewildered, Finn wiped his hands on his apron and called out to a passing friend, a wise old squirrel named Hazel. Hazel had lived in the forest for many years and was known for her vast knowledge of the magical creatures that dwelled there. "Good morning, Hazel," Finn greeted, pointing to the mysterious footprint. "Have you ever seen anything like this before?" Hazel narrowed her tiny eyes, adjusting her spectacles made of 2 dewdrops strung together with spider silk. She scampered closer, her bushy tail twitching with interest. "Ah, Finn," she said in her gentle, crackling voice, "this looks like the footprint of a moonbeam sprite. They are rare visitors from the Silver Meadow, only appearing when there is a mystery to solve or a friend to help." Finn was intrigued. "A moonbeam sprite, you say? But why would one come to my bakery?" Hazel pondered for a moment, her whiskers twitching thoughtfully. "Perhaps they need your help, or perhaps there is something in your bakery they find fascinating." Determined to uncover the mystery, Finn decided to keep an eye out for any more unusual occurrences. The next day, as he rolled out dough for his famous honey cakes, he noticed something strange. His jar of golden honey was nearly empty, yet he hadn't used any since the previous day. He scratched his head, glancing around the cozy bakery, as if expecting answers to appear from the flour-dusted air. That evening, as the villagers gathered for the weekly storytelling circle around the fire, Finn shared his puzzling discoveries. The children listened wide-eyed, and the elder villagers nodded knowingly, some recalling tales of moonbeam sprites from their own youth. One villager, a gentle old woman named May, spoke up. "I remember when I was a girl, a sprite visited our home. They are drawn to kindness and warmth. Perhaps, Finn, they are attracted to the joy your bakery brings to the village. Encouraged by May's words, Finn decided to leave a small offering for the sprite. He placed a fresh cinnamon roll and a tiny cup of milk on a wooden plate by the window, hoping to catch a glimpse of his mysterious visitor. That night, a soft glow filled the bakery, and Finn awoke to the fluttering sound of delicate wings. He tiptoed quietly to the kitchen and peered in through the doorway. There, illuminated by the silvery moonlight streaming through the window, was a tiny sprite, no taller than a teacup, with wings that shimmered like 1,000 stars. The sprite moved gracefully, sipping the milk and nibbling on the cinnamon roll with delight. Not wanting to startle the creature, Finn simply watched, his heart filled with wonder. In the days that followed, the mysterious occurrences became a delightful routine. The sprite would visit each night, leaving behind trails of sparkling footprints and a sense of enchantment that lingered long after dawn. One morning, as Finn was sweeping the bakery floor, he stumbled upon a small, gleaming pebble tucked beneath the counter. It glowed softly with an inner light, pulsing gently like a heartbeat. Finn picked it up, feeling a warmth spread through his fingers. He showed the pebble to Hazel, who gasped in astonishment. "Finn, this is a heartstone, a gift from the moonbeam sprite. It is said to bring joy and prosperity to its keeper." Finn smiled, his heart swelling with gratitude. He placed the heartstone on the shelf above his work table, where it cast a gentle light across the room, infusing the bakery with a warmth that echoed the sprite's visits. With each passing day, the bakery flourished, its fame spreading beyond Whispering Pines. Villagers from neighboring towns came to taste Finn's pastries, drawn by the stories of the magical bakery blessed by a moonbeam sprite. As autumn gave way to winter, the sprite's visits became less frequent, until one night, they stopped altogether. Though Finn missed the nightly glow and the sparkle of tiny footprints, he felt a deep sense of peace and fulfillment. The heartstone remained, a lasting reminder of the sprite's friendship and the magic that had touched his life. And so, Whispering Pines continued to thrive, its heart warmed by the kindness and mystery that had once graced its beloved bakery. And in the quiet moments of the evening, as the village settled into slumber, Finn would often gaze at the heartstone, feeling the gentle pulse of its light, a comforting reminder that magic and friendship were always just a heartbeat away. And so, with the fire crackling gently in the hearth, the villagers would drift into dreams, their hearts filled with warmth and wonder, knowing that sometimes the smallest mysteries hold the greatest magic of all. The end. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. In a distant corner of the galaxy, where the stars shimmered like scattered diamonds across the velvet sky, lay a small, verdant planet named Luminara. It was a world of gentle hills cloaked in emerald grasses, and rivers that sang softly as they wove through forests of towering, silver-barked trees. The air was perpetually tinged with the sweet fragrance of blooming flowers that carpeted the land in vibrant hues of pink and gold. On this peaceful planet lived a creature named Nara, a luminarian, with skin that glowed faintly like moonlight and eyes the color of the sky at dawn. Nara was a gentle soul, content with the simple pleasures of life, harvesting the sweet fruits that grew abundant on her family's orchard and listening to the wind whisper stories through the leaves. Meanwhile, across the vastness of space, on a planet named Aegis, a very different life existed. Aegis was a world of towering crystalline spires and bustling energy fields. Its skies were perpetually aglow with the vibrant hues of its many moons, and the constant hum of technological marvels filled the air. Here lived a being called Zeke, an Aegisan, with a body of shimmering metallic hues and eyes that flickered with the iridescent light of distant galaxies. Zeke was a curious inventor, always tinkering with gadgets and dreaming of the vastness beyond his own planet. His heart yearned for adventure, for the stories hidden among the stars. One day, while testing a new starship engine, an unexpected surge of energy hurled Zeke across the galaxy, landing him, rather unceremoniously, on the tranquil plains of Luminara. The crash was gentle, as far as landings go, cushioned by the soft grasses and the forgiving earth of Luminara. Nara, tending to her orchard, heard the distant thud, and decided to investigate. As she approached the strange, gleaming vessel, she saw Zeke emerging, looking bewildered and a little charred around the edges. Nara's heart was filled with curiosity and a touch of fear. She had never seen anyone like Zeke before, but her natural kindness prevailed as she offered a hand in greeting, her soft glow a beacon of warmth and welcome. Zeke, grateful and a little embarrassed, accepted the gesture, his metallic skin cooling in the gentle breeze. Communication was their first challenge. The languages of their respective planets were as different as the worlds themselves. At first, they resorted to gestures and expressions. Nara pointed to the sky, then to Zeke's ship, raising her eyebrows in question. Zeke nodded, illustrating with his hands the trajectory of his unplanned journey. Despite the initial misunderstandings, a friendship began to blossom. Nara took Zeke to her home, where her family received him with open arms, offering food and a place to rest. Zeke, touched by their hospitality, marveled at the simplicity and beauty of their life. He began to share stories of his world, using holographic images from a pocket device, painting pictures of crystalline cities and technological wonders. As days turned into weeks, Zeke worked on repairing his ship, often with Nara by his side, her gentle presence a balm to the frustration that sometimes accompanied his efforts. Nara, in turn, showed Zeke the beauty of Luminara, from the hidden groves where crystal butterflies danced, to the serene lakes that reflected the skies like mirrors. One evening, as they sat by the fire, the stars twinkling overhead, Zeke shared a hologram of his family, the soft light casting a glow over their faces. Nara, with her empathetic heart, saw the longing in Zeke's eyes. She placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, understanding without words the ache of distance and the pull of home. Their friendship deepened through shared challenges. A sudden storm, fierce and unexpected, threatened to damage the ship further. Together, they worked tirelessly, Nara using her knowledge of the land to gather materials that Zeke fashioned into makeshift repairs. In those moments of urgency, their differences melted away, leaving only the shared goal and the bond of friendship. Through these trials, they discovered the true meaning of companionship, a connection that transcended words and worlds. They learned to appreciate each other's unique qualities. Nara admired Zeke's ingenuity and his courage to explore the unknown, while Zeke cherished Nara's wisdom and her ability to find beauty in simplicity. Finally, the day came when Zeke's ship was ready to return to Aegis. As he prepared to leave, a bittersweet feeling settled over them both. Zeke promised to return, to share more stories, and to learn more about the gentle world of Luminara. Nara gifted him a small vial of Luminara's fragrant blossoms, a reminder of the peace and friendship he had found. As Zeke's ship ascended, cutting a bright path across the sky, Nara watched, her heart full. She knew that their friendship, forged through understanding and shared trials, would remain a shining star in her heart, guiding her always. And so, across the vast expanse of the galaxy, two unlikely companions discovered not only the stars, but the true meaning of friendship, a bond that, like the stars themselves, would endure across time and distance, lighting the way for their hearts. Story 89. Story 90. Once upon a time, in the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed gentle lullabies and the streams giggled with joy, there was a quaint little village called Chuckleborough. The village was known far and wide for its peculiar inhabitants and their delightful quirks, each more charming than the last. In a cozy cottage with a roof made entirely of sunflower petals lived a sprightly gnome named Gimbal. Gimbal was known for his sparkling blue spectacles, which he wore even during moonlit nights, claiming they helped him see dreams better. He was a tinker of sorts, creating odd gadgets that made the villagers chuckle. His latest invention was a teapot that played a merry tune whenever it poured a cup of tea. Next door, in a house shaped like a giant mushroom, lived a plump, cheerful squirrel named Nibble. Nibble was no ordinary squirrel. He wore a tiny red vest and had a tail that seemed to have a mind of its own, often wagging to the rhythm of his laughter. Nibble was the village's storyteller, regaling the young and old with tales of faraway lands and magical creatures. One sunny morning, as the dew glittered like diamonds on the grass, Gimbal and Nibble gathered with their friends in the village square. There was a buzz of excitement in the air. for today was the annual Chuckleborough Jamboree, a day filled with games, feasts, and contests of whimsy. But as the preparations were underway, a peculiar problem presented itself. A mysterious fog, tinged with a hint of lavender, had settled over the village overnight. It wasn't an ordinary fog, for it seemed to shimmer and shift, and the villagers soon discovered that anyone who entered it found themselves speaking in rhymes. While this was amusing at first, it quickly became problematic. How could they organize the jamboree when every instruction was transformed into a poetic riddle? Gimbal, with a twinkle in his eye, declared that they must find the source of this magical mist. A fog that speaks in verse and song must have a story to which it belongs, he mused, adjusting his spectacles. Nibble, his tail wagging excitedly, agreed. Let us seek the fog's creator and make our village celebrations greater. And so, the quirky duo set off on an adventure, accompanied by their friends, a bashful hedgehog named Prickle, who always wore a jaunty little hat, and a wise old owl named Hoot, who loved to solve puzzles. Their journey led them through the heart of Whispering Woods, where the trees whispered secrets of the past. As they followed the trail of the lavender fog, they encountered a series of delightful surprises. First, they met a family of fireflies who danced in the air, spelling out messages in glowing letters. One said, "To find the source, follow the course, where the sunlight kisses the forest floor." Guided by this luminous clue, the friends arrived at a glade where the sunlight streamed through the canopy in golden beams. There they found a small, shimmering pond, the surface of which was alive with ripples that formed words and rhymes. At the edge of the pond sat a whimsical creature, a tiny, giggling sprite named Limerick. With hair like spun silver and eyes like twinkling stars, Limerick was the master of the fog. She explained, between fits of giggles, that she had accidentally spilled her rhyming elixir into the air while practicing her spells for the jamboree. Oh dear, what a funny mistake! I only wanted a rhyme or two to make." Limerick chirped, her laughter ringing like chimes. Gimbal and Nibble, both chuckling at the serendipity of it all, assured her that all was well. "With a bit of wisdom and a dose of cheer, we'll turn this mishap into a wondrous affair," Gimbal said. Together, the friends and Limerick devised a plan. Using Gimbal's clever tinkering skills, they crafted a series of rhyming games and contests for the jamboree, turning the fog into a feature rather than a flaw. The villagers embraced the challenge with laughter and song, weaving verses into their daily chatter with ease. As the day of the jamboree dawned, the village square was alive with color and sound. The lavender fog, no longer a puzzle, danced around the villagers, carrying their rhymes on the breeze. Gimbal's musical teapot played a merry tune, while Nibble spun tales that rhymed and delighted all. The highlight of the day was the grand rhyme-off, where villagers competed to create the most whimsical verses. Even Prickle, usually shy, joined in the fun, his rhymes earning him a hatful of applause. And Hoot, delighted by the linguistic creativity, judged the contest with wise and humorous comments. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over Chuckleborough, the villagers gathered around the fire for the closing ceremony. Limerick, grateful for the friends who had turned her mistake into magic, gifted each of them a vial of her rhyming elixir, with a wink and a promise of future fun. And so, with hearts full of joy and laughter, the villagers of Chuckleborough drifted into dreams, cradled by the gentle rhymes of the Whispering Woods. Gimbal adjusted his blue spectacles one last time, content with the day's adventures, while Nibble's tail wagged happily in his sleep. For in Chuckleborough, even the quirkiest of problems could be solved with friendship, creativity, and a touch of whimsical magic. And they all lived happily ever after, in a world where rhymes danced on the breeze, and joy was found in the most unexpected places. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. Once upon a time, in the quaint little village of Willowbrook, nestled between gentle rolling hills and whispering woods, lived a young boy named Finn. His days were filled with the sweet simplicity of village life, gathering wildflowers with his friends, listening to the soothing lull of the babbling brook, and exploring the endless wonders of the forest that bordered his home. Willowbrook was a place where the grass was always a lush emerald, and the air carried the fragrance of honeysuckle and freshly baked bread. Each evening, the sun would cast a golden glow across the thatched rooftops, promising the village another peaceful night. One serene afternoon, as Finn wandered through the forest, his gaze fell upon something peculiar. It was a small, ornately carved box, half hidden beneath a blanket of fallen leaves. The box was crafted from a rich, dark wood and adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, Finn carefully lifted the box into his hands. As he did, a gentle warmth spread through his fingers, as though the box were alive with a quiet, comforting pulse. With a soft click, the box opened to reveal a single, delicate feather inside, iridescent and gleaming with colors that danced like the northern lights. This was no ordinary feather. It whispered secrets to Finn's heart, unlocking a sense of magic he had never known. The feather granted Finn an extraordinary ability to understand the language of the forest creatures, and so began his wondrous journey of discovery and wonder. Finn's first encounter was with a wise old owl named Sage, who perched regally on a gnarled branch. Sage's eyes, deep and knowing, regarded Finn with a hint of amusement. "Ah, young one," he hooted softly, "the forest speaks to those who listen. What brings you to our sacred woods?" Finn explained his newfound gift, and Sage nodded sagely, his feathers rustling like pages of an ancient book. "There is much to learn in these woods, but remember, wisdom is the key to understanding." With Sage as his guide, Finn journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, where sunlight wove through the canopy in threads of gold. Along the way, he met a myriad of creatures, each with a story to tell and a lesson to share. There was Willow, the gentle deer, who taught Finn the importance of patience and observation. Her eyes, soft and brown like the earth, held a serenity that calmed Finn's restless spirit. Then there was Bristle, the mischievous squirrel with a knack for finding the hidden treasures of the forest floor. Bristle's chatter was a constant reminder that joy could be found in the smallest of things, and his laughter echoed through the trees like a playful melody. As Finn's journey continued, he found himself in a secluded glade where the air was thick with the scent of pine and the ground was carpeted with soft moss. Here, he encountered a challenge, a riddle posed by the enigmatic Mist, an ethereal fox with eyes like liquid moonlight. Mist spoke in a voice that was both melody and mystery. "To unlock the secret of the forest's heart, you must answer this. What is it that speaks without words, guides without force, and is felt but never seen?" Finn pondered the riddle, feeling the cool breeze brush against his cheek, hearing the rustle of leaves and the distant call of a nightingale. He closed his eyes, letting the symphony of the forest fill his senses. And then, with a smile, he answered, "It is love." Mist nodded, her eyes twinkling with approval. "Indeed, young Finn, love is the language that binds us all, the unseen force that guides our hearts." With the riddle solved, the forest unveiled its deepest secret, a hidden grove where the ancient wisdom of nature was inscribed on the stones, like whispers of time. Here, Finn learned that true magic lay not in power or grand gestures, but in the kindness shared between friends, the quiet moments of understanding, and the gentle touch of love that connected all living things. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in a soft twilight glow, Finn returned to Willowbrook, his heart forever changed. The village welcomed him home with open arms, unaware of the magical journey he had undertaken. Yet Finn carried with him the lessons of the forest, whispering them to those who would listen, weaving them into the fabric of village life. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Willowbrook continued to thrive, a place where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, and where the gentle power of love and wisdom prevailed. With a heart full of warmth and a spirit enriched by the wonders of the forest, Finn drifted into peaceful slumber, knowing that the magic of the feather and the lessons it had taught would remain with him always. And in the quiet of the night, the forest whispered its eternal lullaby, cradling Willowbrook in its timeless embrace. Once upon a time, deep within the heart of an ancient forest, there lived a young rabbit named Thistle. Though small in stature, Thistle possessed a remarkable gift, the ability to communicate with the trees and plants that surrounded her. On a crisp autumn evening, as Thistle nestled beneath the twisted roots of an ancient oak, she heard a faint whisper carried by the wind. It was the voice of the forest, calling out to her in a language only she could understand. "Thistle, brave one," the trees rustled. "A great darkness has fallen upon our realm, and only you can restore the balance." Thistle's eyes widened as a glimmering acorn tumbled from the oak's branches and landed at her feet. This was no ordinary acorn, for it radiated with a warm golden glow. "Within this sacred acorn lies the power to dispel the shadows that threaten our home," the trees explained. "You must embark on a journey beyond the forest's edge and seek out the forgotten realm of the Dryads, ancient guardians of nature's harmony." Though fear stirred within her, Thistle knew she could not ignore the forest's plea. With the enchanted acorn tucked safely beneath her chin, she bid farewell to her woodland friends and set off into the unknown. The path ahead was long and treacherous, winding through sun-dappled glades and misty ravines. Thistle encountered many wonders and perils along the way, towering mountains that scraped the sky, rushing rivers that roared with ancient voices, and creatures both friendly and fearsome. Yet through it all, the acorn's warm glow guided her steps, reminding her of the sacred duties she had sworn to uphold. After many moons of travel, Thistle found herself standing before a massive willow tree, its branches heavy with trailing vines and crystalline dewdrops. This, she knew, was the gateway to the Dryad's realm. With a deep breath, Thistle stepped through the curtain of vines and emerged in a world unlike any she had ever imagined. Towering trees adorned with shimmering leaves stretched as far as the eye could see, their branches intertwined in a canopy of verdant splendor. And there, among the ancient trunks, stood the Dryads themselves, lithe, graceful beings whose very existences seemed woven from the fabric of nature itself. "Welcome, Thistle," their melodic voices chimed in unison. "We have been awaiting your arrival." Thistle trembled as she recounted the darkness that had befallen her forest home, and the Dryads listened with solemn reverence. "The shadows you speak of are born of an ancient evil, a force that seeks to sever the sacred bond between the natural world and those who dwell within it," they explained. "But you have carried the light of hope and perseverance through your journey, and for that, we shall aid you in your quest." With a wave of their slender hands, the Dryads conjured a shimmering pool of crystal-clear water. Within its depths, Thistle saw visions of a hidden glade, where a twisted, gnarled tree stood sentinel over a dark, foreboding chasm. "There lies the source of the shadows," the Dryads whispered. "Deep within that chasm dwells Noctis, the embodiment of eternal night. Only by confronting Noctis and restoring the balance can your forest be saved." Thistle's heart quailed at the thought of facing such a foe, but the determination within her burned brighter than ever before. Armed with the enchanted acorn and the wisdom of the Dryads, she set off once more, her paws treading the paths of destiny. After many trials and tribulations, Thistle finally reached the glade where the twisted tree stood guard. A sense of dread hung heavy in the air, and the very ground seemed to tremble beneath her feet. Taking a deep breath, Thistle stepped towards the chasm, the acorn's golden glow burning brighter than ever before. "Noctis!" she called out, her voice echoing through the endless darkness. "I come bearing the light of hope and the strength of the natural world. Your reign of shadow ends here." A deep, rumbling laugh echoed from the depths of the chasm, sending shivers down Thistle's spine. "Foolish creature," a voice like crackling thunder boomed. "You think your paltry light can pierce the eternal night I have wrought? Your hopes are but embers, soon to be snuffed out." From the inky blackness, a writhing mass of shadows emerged, coalescing into the towering form of Noctis. His very presence seemed to leach warmth and light from the world around him. Thistle trembled, but she refused to back down. Clutching the acorn tightly, she summoned every ounce of courage and defiance within her. "You may cloak the world in darkness, Noctis," she cried, "but the light of hope burns eternal within the hearts of those who refuse to surrender." With those words, Thistle hurled the acorn into the swirling vortex of shadows. For a moment, all seemed lost as the darkness threatened to consume the tiny seed of light. But then, a brilliant burst of golden radiance erupted from within the chasm, banishing the shadows and bathing the world in a warm, comforting glow. Noctis howled in anguish as his shadowy form disintegrated, reduced to mere wisps of smoke scattered by the wind. The battle was won, and the balance restored. As Thistle emerged from the glade, she was greeted by a wondrous sight. The forest had been reborn, its trees and plants bursting with vibrant life and color. The dryads appeared once more, their faces aglow with joy and reverence. "Well done, brave Thistle," they sang. "Through your courage and unwavering spirit, you have proven yourself a true guardian of nature's harmony." From that day forth, Thistle became a living symbol of hope and resilience. Her tale passed down through generations, as a reminder that even the smallest creatures can achieve greatness when guided by the light of their own convictions. And though the shadows may rise again, the world would forever know that as long as there are those willing to stand against the darkness, the light of hope can never be extinguished. Once upon a time, in a galaxy teeming with countless stars and planets, there existed a quaint little world known as Luminara, where the skies were forever brushed with hues of lavender and the rivers shimmered like liquid silver under the twin moons. Luminara was a planet of peace, where its inhabitants, the gentle lumens, lived in harmony with the lush landscapes, tending to the bioluminescent flora that glowed softly through the night. In a small village nestled between the rolling hills of Luminara, there lived a lumen named Taro. Taro was known for his kind heart and gentle spirit, always finding joy in the simple act of nurturing the glowing gardens that illuminated his village. His silvery skin glistened like the dewdrops that adorned the leaves each morning, and his eyes sparkled with the warmth of 1,000 suns. One starry evening, as Taro tended to the radiant flowers in his garden, a strange, metallic sound echoed through the skies. Looking up, Taro saw a small spaceship, unlike any he had seen before, descending through the lavender clouds. It landed with a soft thud in the clearing just beyond the village. Curiosity twinkling in his eyes, Taro made his way to the clearing, where he found a peculiar being emerging from the spaceship. This newcomer was unlike any creature of Luminara. With scales that shimmered like the night sky and eyes that glowed with a soft, ethereal light, the being looked around with a mixture of confusion and awe. It was a traveler from a distant planet called Etheria, where the skies were perpetually dark and the stars themselves were said to be alive. The Etherian introduced itself as Nira, its voice a gentle melody that resonated deep within Taro's heart. But where Taro saw an opportunity for friendship, the villagers saw an intruder, and their usual warmth was replaced by caution and misunderstanding. They whispered among themselves, wary of the newcomer who seemed so different from them. Sensing the unease, Nira felt a pang of loneliness, a feeling that was all too familiar. Back on Etheria, Nira had often felt out of place among its own kind, who were more interested in the mysteries of the cosmos than in forming bonds of friendship. Here on Luminara, it seemed that the stars had played a cruel trick, bringing it to a world where it was once again an outsider. But Taro, with his heart full of compassion, approached Nira with a gentle smile. "Welcome to Luminara," he said warmly, his voice as soothing as the whispering wind. "I am Taro, and I would be honored to show you our world." Nira nodded, grateful for the kindness in Taro's eyes, and together they walked through the village, with Taro pointing out the wonders of Luminara, the glowing flora, the crystal-clear streams, and the vibrant creatures that roamed the land. As they wandered, Taro shared stories of the Lumens' traditions and the history of their peaceful planet. Despite the initial misunderstandings, Taro and Nira found themselves drawn to one another's company, discovering a shared love for the beauty of the universe. As days turned into weeks, they spent their time exploring the hidden corners of Luminara, each adventure bringing them closer together. One day, while venturing into the heart of the luminescent forest, Taro and Nira stumbled upon an ancient tree, its branches reaching high into the sky, adorned with blossoms that glowed with a gentle, golden light. It was said that this tree held the wisdom of the ages, and those who sat beneath its boughs could hear the whispers of time itself. Feeling a sense of reverence, Taro and Nira sat beneath the tree, and as they listened to the soft rustling of leaves, they shared their deepest hopes and fears. Taro spoke of his dream to one day plant a garden so magnificent that it would light up the entire village, while Nira shared its longing to find a place where it truly belonged. In that moment, beneath the ancient tree, they realized that despite their differences, they were kindred spirits, both searching for a place in the universe where they could be themselves. They understood that friendship was not about being the same, but about accepting and celebrating each other's uniqueness. Soon after, a challenge arose that would test the strength of their newfound friendship. A powerful storm swept across Luminara, threatening to destroy the village and the glowing gardens that Taro cherished. The villagers, caught in the storm's fury, struggled to protect their homes and livelihoods. Seeing the fear in the villagers' eyes, Nira knew it had to help. Drawing upon the celestial energy of its home planet, Nira conjured a protective barrier around the village, using its own strength to shield the lumens from the storm's wrath. But the effort was draining, and Nira's light began to flicker and fade. Without hesitation, Taro rushed to Nira's side, offering words of encouragement and support. "You are not alone, my friend," he whispered, taking Nira's hands in his own. "Together, we can weather any storm." With Taro's unwavering faith and the villagers' newfound trust, Nira found the strength to hold the barrier until the storm passed. When the skies finally cleared, the villagers emerged from their homes, grateful for Nira's selfless act of bravery. The storm had brought them closer, and the villagers, realizing their previous misunderstanding, welcomed Nira with open arms, embracing it as one of their own. Taro's garden, though battered by the storm, was saved, and as he replanted the glowing flowers, Nira was there by his side, their shared laughter echoing through the rolling hills. In the days that followed, Taro's dream came to life. Together with Nira and the villagers, they planted a garden so radiant that it lit up the entire village, a symbol of unity and friendship that shone brightly under the twin moons of Luminara. As the two friends sat beneath the ancient tree once more, surrounded by the blossoms of their labor, they knew that their bond was unbreakable, forged in the fires of challenge and strengthened by the light of understanding. And though their journey had begun with misunderstanding and uncertainty, it had blossomed into a friendship that transcended the stars. In the gentle glow of the garden, Taro and Nira found what they had been searching for all along, a place where they truly belonged, not defined by where they came from, but by the love and acceptance they shared. And so, under the watchful eyes of the universe, they knew they would never be alone again. And thus, the tale of Taro and Nira became a cherished story on Luminara, a reminder that true friendship knows no bounds, and that even the most unlikely companions can find harmony in the most unexpected of places. Once upon a time, in a realm where magic danced through the trees and whispered secrets to the wind, there lived a young fox named Rufus. His fur was a brilliant russet that seemed to glow in the dappled sunlight filtering through the ancient forest. Rufus was no ordinary fox. He had a special gift, the ability to understand the language of the woodland creatures. From the chipmunks scurrying along the forest floor to the majestic owls soaring overhead, Rufus could converse with them all. One crisp autumn morning, as Rufus was foraging for acorns, he noticed something peculiar. The usually bustling forest seemed strangely quiet, as if holding its breath. The birds had stopped their cheerful twittering, and even the squirrels were uncharacteristically still. Rufus's curiosity was piqued, and he set out to investigate. As he ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, he came across a trail of shimmering dust sparkling on the fallen leaves. Rufus sniffed the air, but there was no scent to be found, only a faint tingle of magic lingering in the air. Perplexed, Rufus decided to seek the counsel of his dear friend, the ancient oak tree named Gnarly. Gnarly had stood as a silent sentinel in the forest for centuries, his gnarled branches reaching towards the heavens like arthritic fingers. As Rufus approached, Gnarly's bark seemed to shift and twist, forming a wise, wrinkled face. "Greetings, young Rufus," rumbled Gnarly in his deep, creaking voice. "What troubles you on this fine day?" Rufus shared his concerns about the eerie silence and the mysterious trail of dust. Gnarly's branches swayed thoughtfully, and he hummed a low, woody tune. "Ah, yes," he murmured. "I sense a mischievous presence at work. The dust you speak of is the residue of fairy magic. But not just any fairies. These are the tricksters of the forest, the mischief makers known as the Spriggans." Rufus had heard tales of the Spriggans, mischievous fey creatures who delighted in harmless pranks and illusions, but he had never encountered them himself. What could they be up to? Rufus wondered aloud. Gnarly's bark rippled in a chuckle. The Spriggans are masters of illusion, my furry friend. Perhaps they have cast a spell of silence over the forest, or even turned our woodland companions invisible. Rufus's eyes widened at the thought. An invisible forest? How would he ever find his way or gather food? He knew he had to solve this mystery before the Spriggans' mischief went too far. With Gnarly's guidance, Rufus set out to track the trail of fairy dust, following the shimmering path deeper into the forest. As he walked, he noticed the dust seemed to be leading him in a spiral, almost like a dance. Suddenly, a tiny voice piped up from somewhere nearby. "Who goes there, following our trail?" Rufus froze, his ears twitching. He peered around, trying to locate the source of the voice, but there was no one to be seen. "Down here, furry one," came the voice again, and Rufus looked down to see a tiny figure no bigger than his paw, hovering before him. It was a Spriggan, with gossamer wings and a mischievous grin. "Greetings, little one," said Rufus politely. "I couldn't help but notice the strange silence in the forest today. Might you know anything about that?" The Spriggan giggled, a sound like tinkling bells. "Of course we know something about it. It was our doing, a grand trick to bewilder the residents of the forest." Rufus frowned. "But why would you do such a thing? The silence is unsettling, and we rely on the sounds of the forest to guide us." The Spriggan's grin faltered slightly. "We meant no harm, furry one. It was only a bit of fun, a game to liven up the day." Rufus considered this for a moment. The Spriggans were known for their playful nature, but perhaps they had taken their mischief too far this time. "I understand your intentions were good," said Rufus gently, "but your game has caused quite a stir. Perhaps we could find a way to restore the forest's sounds while still having a bit of fun?" The Spriggan's eyes lit up, and he clapped his tiny hands together. "A compromise. Yes, I like the sound of that." With a wave of his hand, the Spriggan summoned a dozen more of his kind, and they began to dance and swirl around Rufus, sprinkling their fairy dust in a dazzling display. As they moved, the silence lifted, and the forest slowly came back to life. The birds resumed their singing, the squirrels chattered noisily, and the wind rustled through the leaves in a soothing melody. But there was something new, too, a faint, ethereal chiming that seemed to accompany every sound like a harmonious echo. Rufus listened in wonder, his tail swishing contentedly. The Spriggans had added their own magical touch to the forest's symphony, creating a truly enchanting experience. From that day on, Rufus and the Spriggans became fast friends, their bond forged through understanding and compromise. The forest was never quite the same, but in the most delightful way, a place where the natural world and the realm of magic intertwined in perfect harmony. And as the sun set over the treetops, casting long shadows across the forest floor, Rufus would curl up beneath the watchful boughs of Gnarly and listen to the enchanting sounds of the woodland, now enhanced by the whimsical melodies of the Spriggan's fairy dust. In the heart of a quaint little village, nestled at the edge of an ancient whispering forest, there lived a young woman named Leora. The village was a place where time seemed to slow, where the golden hues of autumn leaves lingered long into winter, and the scent of warm bread and pinewood fires filled the crisp air. Leora, with her hair like golden wheat fields and eyes the color of the summer sky, found herself standing at the threshold of change, yet hesitant to cross it. Leora had always been content with the rhythm of village life. She enjoyed the gentle rustling of the trees, the melody of the brook that wound its way through the forest, and the comforting routine of daily chores. But lately, a restlessness had begun to stir within her, like a whispering breeze urging her towards something she couldn't quite see or name. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with shades of lavender and rose, Leora took a walk into the forest. The path was familiar, lined with moss-covered stones and flanked by towering oaks whose branches intertwined like old friends, sharing secrets. Yet as she wandered deeper, she felt a subtle shift in the air, a tingling sensation that made her skin prickle with anticipation. It was then she stumbled upon a curious sight. In a small clearing bathed in moonlight stood an ancient tree unlike any she had seen before. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, with roots that twisted like the stories of old. But what caught her breath was its leaves, each one a shimmering crystal, catching the moon's light and casting a kaleidoscope of colors across the forest floor. Drawn by an invisible thread, Leora approached the tree, feeling a strange sense of familiarity, as if it had been waiting for her all along. As she rested her hand upon its trunk, a gentle warmth spread from her fingertips, and she felt a soft, thrumming energy beneath her palm. "Welcome, dear one," a voice like rustling leaves whispered. Startled, Leora looked around, but saw no one. It was as if the tree itself had spoken, its voice resonating within her very soul. "Who are you?" Leora asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I am the guardian of change," the voice replied, a soft echo in the night. "I exist to guide those who seek transformation and to mirror the growth within their hearts." Leora felt a rush of emotions, curiosity, fear, and a deep yearning for something she could not yet understand. "But I fear change," she confessed. "I am not ready to leave behind what I know." The tree's leaves shimmered, casting a gentle glow. Change is not about leaving behind, but about embracing what is to come. It is a journey of discovery, a dance between what was and what will be. As Leora stood beneath the tree's protective canopy, she felt a sense of peace wash over her. It was as if the tree's wisdom seeped into her very being, whispering of courage and potential untapped. In the days that followed, Leora returned to the forest often, seeking the comfort of the guardian and the clarity that each visit brought. She spoke of her fears, her dreams, and her longing for understanding. And with each whispered word, the tree offered gentle guidance, teaching her to listen to the winds of change and to trust in the path that unfolded before her. Leora's transformation was subtle at first, like the first green shoots of spring pushing through winter's snow. She began to notice the beauty in uncertainty, the thrill of not knowing what each new day might bring. She learned to see challenges as opportunities for growth and to find strength in vulnerability. As she embraced these lessons, the magical tree responded in kind. Its crystal leaves began to change, reflecting Leora's journey. They shimmered with hues of emerald and sapphire, colors that spoke of renewal and wisdom. The forest, once a place of quiet solitude, became a vibrant tapestry of life and possibility. But Leora was not alone in her journey. Her friends, a merry band of villagers, noticed the subtle changes in her demeanor, the newfound lightness in her step. They rallied around her, offering support and encouragement. There was Tamsin, the wise herbalist whose laughter was as infectious as her healing balms were effective. Alden, the gentle blacksmith with hands as strong as his heart was kind, and little Lyra, with eyes full of wonder and questions that sparked joy in all who heard them. Together, they learned from one another, sharing stories and wisdom gleaned from the forest. They too were touched by the magic of the Guardian, finding their own paths to growth and understanding. Tamsin discovered new herbs hidden within the forest's depths, their properties unknown but powerful. Alden forged tools that sang with the harmony of the elements, and Lyra's laughter seemed to weave a spell of joy that lifted the spirits of all. As the seasons turned, Leora's journey of transformation blossomed like the vibrant wildflowers that carpeted the forest floor in spring. She found herself stepping into roles she had once feared: organizer of village gatherings, a confidant for those seeking solace, a storyteller weaving tales of the forest's magic for eager listeners. And through it all, the Guardian stood as a silent witness, its crystalline leaves reflecting the growth of those who sought its wisdom. It had become a beacon of hope and transformation, a reminder that change was not to be feared, but embraced with open arms. One evening, as the village gathered beneath the stars to celebrate the harvest, Leora stood before them. The bonfire crackled and danced, sending sparks into the velvet sky, and the villagers' faces glowed with warmth and anticipation. "My friends," Leora began, her voice steady and clear, "we are all like the leaves of the guardian tree, ever changing, ever growing. Let us not fear what lies ahead, but instead embrace it with courage and joy." The villagers erupted into applause, their hearts swelling with pride and love for the young woman who had become a beacon of strength and hope. And as the celebration continued, beneath the watchful gaze of the Guardian, Leora felt a deep sense of peace settle within her. for she had learned that change, though daunting, was a gift, a chance to discover new facets of herself, to forge bonds that transcended fear, and to step into a future bright with possibility. And in that moment, as the stars twinkled above and the forest whispered secrets of its own, Leora knew she had found her true place in the world. And so the village thrived, nestled at the edge of the ancient, whispering forest. Its people, guided by the wisdom of the Guardian, embraced change not as an end, but as a beautiful beginning. And in their hearts, they carried the magic of personal discovery, a flame that would never fade, even as the seasons turned and the years unfurled like a tapestry of dreams. Once upon a dusky eve, in the quaint village of Willow, strange happenings began to unfold. The townsfolk, who usually spent their evenings gathered around crackling hearths swapping tales, found their firesides mysteriously extinguished one by one. Young Rowan, an inquisitive lass with sparkling eyes, was the first to notice this oddity. As she gazed out her window that night, she saw the cheery glow of firelight winking out in house after house. The next morning, Rowan set out to investigate, her worn boots crunching through the fresh snowfall. She knocked on the door of her dear friend Hazel, a kindly elder renowned for her wisdom. "Good morrow, Rowan," Hazel greeted with a warm smile, ushering the girl inside to her cozy cottage. "What brings you out on such a frosty day?" Rowan explained the bizarre occurrence, and Hazel's brow furrowed in thought. "How peculiar. Let me consult my magical companions. They may have insight we lack." With a wave of her gnarled oak staff, Hazel summoned her faithful friends, a sprightly pixie named Glow, a wise old gnome named Mosscap, and a radiant fairy called Lumina. "Our fires too have been snuffed," Glow lamented, her gossamer wings drooping, "and our lanterns sputter and fade." "A strange chill seems to have settled over the land," rumbled Mosscap, stroking his long beard, "almost as if the very light itself is being drained away." Lumina floated closer, her golden tresses shimmering. "I sense a dark presence lurking in the shadows of the bird oak grove. Perhaps the answer lies there." Hazel nodded solemnly. "Then to the grove we must venture. Stay close, my friends, and keep your wits about you." With Rowan in tow, the unlikely band made their way through the silent, snow-hushed forest. An unnatural gloom hung in the air, the shadows seeming to pool and writhe. Rowan shivered, drawing her cloak tighter. At last, they reached the twisted boughs of the ancient bird oak. A faint, sickly miasma seeped from a crevice in the trunk. Mosscap inspected it closely, his wise eyes narrowing. "Aha! I've found the source of the darkness," he proclaimed. "A penumbra sprite, a mischievous creature that feeds on light itself. It must have taken root within this oak." "But how do we banish it?" Rowan asked anxiously. "Surely such a being of shadow will not yield easily." Lumina's radiant form brightened with determination. "Leave that to me, young one. We fairies may be delicate, but our light burns ever brilliant and true." With those words she drifted forward and hovered before the crevice. Drawing a deep breath, Lumina began to glow with a warm golden aura. The radiance intensified until it shone like a tiny sun, banishing every wisp of darkness from the ancient oak's hollows. A piercing shriek rent the air as the penumbra sprite was driven out, recoiling from the purifying light. It writhed and contorted, finally dissipating like a puff of oily smoke on the winter breeze. As the last of the shadows melted away, Rowan felt warmth and cheer return to the forest. In windows all across Willow, flickering firelight began to glow once more. That night, the village square bustled with joyous celebration. Townsfolk gathered around great bonfires, singing songs of gratitude for the return of light, and sharing tales of Rowan's bravery long into the wee hours. And whenever the embers danced and shadows stretched long across the snowy ground, Rowan would smile and remember the wise friends who had helped banish the darkness from their cherished home. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the ancient trees swayed gently to the melody of the wind, there lay a quaint little village called Willowbrook. This village, nestled in a valley where the mist liked to curl around the cobblestones like a cat seeking warmth, was known for its peaceful charm and magical inhabitants. Each morning, the sun would peek over the horizon, casting a golden glow that shimmered through the leaves, painting the village in hues of warmth and wonder. Willowbrook was home to all manner of delightful creatures, from the chatty squirrels who loved to gossip about the latest happenings, to the gentle deer who wandered serenely through the meadows. Among these creatures lived a wise old owl named Hoot, who perched high in the great oak that stood proudly at the village's center. Hoot had seen many a season pass and was known for his wisdom and kindness, always ready to offer guidance to those in need. One crisp autumn evening, as the villagers gathered around the common bonfire to share stories and laughter, a peculiar event occurred. The moon, usually a steadfast companion in the night sky, began to flicker like a candle in the breeze. Gasps rippled through the crowd as everyone pointed skyward, eyes wide with wonder and a hint of worry. "Fear not," Hoot hooted reassuringly from his perch. "The moon is simply playing a trick, perhaps in need of a little attention. Let us find out why." The village's youngest inhabitant, a curious young hedgehog named Thistle, piped up. "I want to help solve the mystery, Hoot." Thistle was known for his keen sense of observation and a heart as warm as the hearth in the village inn. Hoot nodded approvingly, his feathers ruffling gently in the cool night air. "Very well, Thistle. Let us embark on this little adventure together." With the moonlight guiding their path, Thistle and Hoot set off through the forest. The leaves crunched softly under Thistle's tiny paws, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and pine. As they ventured deeper into the woods, they came upon a clearing where the moonlight danced playfully upon a small pond. There, they met a shimmering water sprite named Lyra, whose laughter sounded like the tinkling of silver bells. "Oh, I've been waiting for someone to visit," Lyra exclaimed, her voice bubbling with excitement. "I might know a thing or two about your flickering moon." Thistle's eyes gleamed with curiosity. "Do you know why the moon is behaving so strangely, Lyra?" The water sprite nodded, her translucent wings shimmering in the moonlight. "The moon has lost its reflection, dear Thistle. Without it, the moon cannot shine as brightly. You see, the reflection is caught in a net of stardust up in the sky." Hoot ruffled his feathers thoughtfully. "A net of stardust, you say? Well, we must find a way to set the reflection free." Thistle pondered for a moment, his little nose twitching with thought. "Perhaps we can use the wind to unravel the net," he suggested. Lyra clapped her hands with delight. "Why, that's a splendid idea, Thistle. The wind sprites owe me a favor. I shall call upon them." With a graceful twirl, Lyra summoned the wind sprites, tiny beings as light as feathers, who danced around her with glee. At her request, they soared into the sky, their laughter echoing like a gentle breeze. As the wind sprites worked their magic, the net of stardust began to unravel, releasing the moon's reflection back to its rightful place upon the pond. Slowly, the moon regained its steady glow, casting a serene light over the forest. The villagers, watching from afar, sighed with relief, their hearts warmed by the sight of their beloved moon restored to its full splendor. Thistle beamed with pride, and Hoot gave an approving nod. "Thank you, dear Thistle and Lyra," Hoot said, his voice filled with gratitude. "Your clever thinking and friendship have brought light back to our nights." As the night deepened, the villagers returned to their homes, comforted by the familiar glow of the moon. In the whispering woods, Thistle nestled into his cozy burrow, the scent of fallen leaves and damp earth lulling him to sleep. And so, the village of Willowbrook settled into a peaceful slumber, knowing that with a little wisdom and friendship, even the strangest mysteries could be unraveled, leaving behind a world filled with warmth and wonder. The Whispering Grove. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled amidst rolling hills and dense whispering forests, there was a legend that had been whispered from generation to generation, the tale of the Whispering Grove. It was said that hidden deep within the heart of the ancient woods lay a grove where the trees had the ability to speak, their voices carrying the wisdom of ages. The villagers believed that whoever could find this grove would be granted insight and wisdom beyond their years. It was a crisp autumn evening when a gentle breeze carried the scent of pine needles and damp earth through the village. The sky was a canvas of fading golds and purples, and as the sun dipped below the horizon, a fiery-haired girl named Leora sat by the fireplace in her cozy cottage. The flames danced merrily, casting a warm glow that flickered off the walls and painted shadows that seemed to breathe with life. Leora was known throughout Willowbrook for her insatiable curiosity and her heart that yearned for adventure. Her eyes sparkled like the stars on a clear night, and her laughter was a melody that brought joy to all who heard it. But beneath her cheerful exterior, Leora felt a longing for something more, something beyond the gentle life of the village. Her grandmother, wise and kind-hearted, sat across from her in a rocking chair, knitting with nimble fingers. The soft click-clack of needles was a soothing rhythm that punctuated the cozy silence. "Grandmother," Leora began, her voice barely above a whisper, "do you believe the stories about the Whispering Grove are true?" The old woman paused, her eyes twinkling with a knowing light as she looked up from her knitting. "Ah, the Whispering Grove," she mused, her voice rich with the cadence of 1,000 stories. "Many have sought it, my dear, but few have found it. The grove reveals itself only to those who seek wisdom, not for themselves, but for the world." Leora pondered her grandmother's words, feeling a spark of determination ignite within her chest. "I want to find it," she declared softly, her voice tinged with a mix of excitement and resolve. Her grandmother chuckled, a sound like the gentle rustle of leaves in the wind. "Then you must listen to the whispers of the forest, Leora. Follow them with an open heart." The next morning, Leora set off at dawn, the air crisp and invigorating against her face. She dressed warmly in a cloak the color of autumn leaves and carried a small satchel filled with provisions. As she stepped into the forest, the world seemed to hold its breath. The only sound, the gentle crunch of leaves beneath her boots. The forest was a tapestry of vibrant colors, leaves painted in shades of amber, crimson, and gold. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and shafts of sunlight pierced through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. Leora walked deeper into the woods, her heart guiding her as much as her feet. As the hours passed, the forest seemed to come alive around her. Birds flitted from branch to branch, their songs weaving melodies that danced through the air. Squirrels scampered along the ground, their bushy tails flicking as they collected acorns for the coming winter. Leora paused to rest by a babbling brook, the water clear and cold as it meandered over smooth stones. She sipped from her flask, the water refreshing her spirit as much as her body. As she sat, she closed her eyes, letting the sounds of the forest envelop her. It was then she heard it, a soft, gentle whisper, like the rustling of leaves in the breeze. At first, the sound was indistinct, but gradually it grew clearer, forming words that seemed to weave through her mind. "Seek the light that guides, the heart that listens," the whisper said, a voice both ancient and familiar. Leora's heart quickened, a thrill of excitement coursing through her veins. She rose to her feet, her senses attuned to the whispers that seemed to guide her deeper into the forest. She followed the sound, her footsteps light and sure. The day turned to dusk, the forest bathed in the soft glow of twilight. Leora's path led her to a clearing, and there, standing tall and majestic, was the entrance to the Whispering Grove. The trees here were ancient, their trunks wide and gnarled, their branches reaching skyward like outstretched arms. As she stepped into the grove, a feeling of peace and wonder enveloped her. The air was alive with the soft murmur of voices, a chorus of whispers that seemed to sing in harmony with the rustling leaves. Leora closed her eyes, letting the grove's magic wash over her. "Welcome, seeker of wisdom," the grove seemed to say, its voice a gentle caress. "You have come with an open heart, and for that you shall be get a gift." Leora felt a warmth spread through her chest, a sense of understanding and clarity that was both comforting and profound. The grove's whispers spoke of the interconnectedness of all things, the importance of kindness and compassion, and the beauty of the world that lay beyond the surface. As the last light of day faded, Leora knew it was time to return home. She left the grove, her heart filled with gratitude and a newfound sense of purpose. The journey back through the forest was a journey of reflection, the whispers of the grove echoing in her mind. When she returned to Willowbrook, Leora found that the world seemed both familiar and new. The village was the same, yet her perception had changed. She noticed the small acts of kindness that wove through daily life, the strength in the bonds of friendship and the beauty in simplicity. Her grandmother greeted her with a knowing smile, her eyes filled with pride. "You have found the grove," she said, her voice a gentle embrace. Leora nodded, her heart full of gratitude. "Yes, and I understand now that wisdom is not just knowledge, but the love and compassion we share with others. The days in Willowbrook passed gently, each one filled with the warmth of community and the joy of simple pleasures. Leora's journey had transformed her, and in turn, she shared the wisdom of the grove with those around her, weaving a tapestry of kindness and understanding that enriched the lives of all who heard it. And so, the legend of the Whispering Grove continued to be whispered through the village, a story of wonder and transformation, a reminder that the greatest journeys are those that lead us back to ourselves, with hearts open and spirits renewed. As the years passed, Leora grew older, her hair silvered with wisdom, her spirit as vibrant as ever. The village of Willowbrook thrived, a place where the whispers of the grove lived on in the actions and hearts of its people. On quiet evenings, as the sun set and the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Leora would sit by the fire with the village children gathered around her. With a voice as soothing as the forest breeze, she would tell them the story of the Whispering Grove, her eyes sparkling with the light of countless adventures. The children listened with rapt attention, their imaginations painting vivid pictures of the magical grove and the ancient trees that whispered secrets of the universe. Leora's tales kindled a spark of curiosity and wonder in their young hearts, a spark that would guide them on their own journeys of discovery and growth. One day, as Leora wandered through the village, she noticed a young girl standing at the edge of the forest, her eyes filled with the same longing for adventure that Leora herself had once felt. The girl's name was Aria, and she was known for her gentle spirit and her love of stories. Leora approached her with a warm smile, her heart full of understanding. "Are you thinking of seeking the Whispering Grove?" she asked softly. Aria nodded, her eyes wide with excitement and a hint of trepidation. "I want to hear the whispers for myself," she admitted. Leora placed a reassuring hand on Aria's shoulder, her touch a gentle promise of guidance and support. "Then listen to the forest and trust your heart," she advised. "The grove will find you when you are ready, just as it did for me." With Leora's encouragement, Aria set off, her heart brimming with hope and anticipation. As she disappeared into the forest, Leora watched her go with a sense of peace, knowing that the cycle of discovery and transformation would continue with each new generation. The seasons turned, painting the world with the vibrant hues of spring, the golden warmth of summer, the rich tapestry of autumn, and the quiet beauty of winter. The village of Willowbrook remained a haven of harmony and kindness, its people bound together by the wisdom of the grove. As Leora sat by the fire, her heart full of contentment, she realized that the greatest gift the grove had given her was not just the knowledge of the forest's whispers, but the understanding that true wisdom was found in the love and connections she shared with others. With a heart as light as the gentle breeze that rustled through the trees, Leora closed her eyes, the whispers of the grove a soothing lullaby that carried her into a peaceful slumber. And so the story of the Whispering Grove lived on, a tale of wonder and wisdom that continued to inspire and enchant all who heard it, a reminder that the magic of life lay not in the destination, but in the journey and the love that guided us along the way. In a quaint village nestled at the foot of the Mistywood Mountains, where the air was sweet with the scent of blooming lilacs, and the gentle murmur of the river lullaby could be heard on quiet evenings, there lived a young woman named Isla. Isla was known far and wide for her kindness and gentle demeanor, yet she found herself struggling with the winds of change that seemed to swirl ever more insistently around her. Isla cherished her life in the village, where each day was a familiar pattern of tending to her flourishing garden and assisting the villagers with her herbal remedies. But as the seasons turned, she felt a stirring within her, a restlessness she couldn't quite name. It was as if her heart whispered of adventures beyond the fields she knew so well, yet her mind clung to the comfort of the known. One particularly serene afternoon, as golden rays of sunlight filtered through the rustling leaves, Isla sat by the riverbank, her fingers trailing lazily through the cool water. It was here she often found solace and clarity, and today was no different. For as she watched the play of light on the ripples, a curious thing happened. The water began to shimmer with an ethereal glow, and from its depths emerged a small, luminescent creature, a water sprite, no taller than a foot, with wings that glinted like moonlit dew. The sprite, whose name was Sylvie, was a guardian of the river, entrusted with maintaining its harmony. "Dear Isla," Sylvie chimed in a voice as melodic as a chime, "I sense your heart's yearning for something beyond. Change is a part of life's grand tapestry, and it need not be feared." Startled yet comforted by Sylvie's presence, Isla listened intently as the sprite continued. "Embrace these winds of change, dear one, for they carry with them opportunities for growth and transformation." Despite Sylvie's words, Isla felt a knot of uncertainty tighten within her. "But what if I'm not ready? What if I fail?" she murmured, gazing into the sprite's wise eyes. Sylvie smiled, her glow warming the air. "Remember, Isla, you are never alone. The forest itself is alive with those who care for you, ready to lend their wisdom and aid." Heartened by Sylvie's assurance, Isla thanked the sprite, who vanished with a soft splash into the river, leaving a trail of sparkling droplets in her wake. With a newfound resolve, Isla rose and made her way back to the village, determination blossoming alongside the lilacs. The following morning, Isla awoke with the sun's first light, a gentle breeze carrying the scent of pine and promises of new beginnings. She decided to seek counsel from Elder Rowan, the village's wise sage, whose wisdom was as deep as the roots of the ancient trees. The path to Elder Rowan's cottage wound through lush meadows and under arching boughs, where birds sang of dawn's beauty. As Isla approached, she noticed the warm glow of a fire crackling within, its smoke curling up like a dragon's breath into the morning sky. Elder Rowan greeted her with a kind smile, his eyes twinkling like stars in the twilight. "Ah, Isla, I've been expecting you," he said, gesturing for her to sit beside the hearth. "The winds of change have whispered of your coming." Isla poured out her heart, speaking of her fears and the sprite's counsel. Elder Rowan listened with the patience of a timeless oak, nodding thoughtfully. "My dear, change is indeed daunting, but it is also a great teacher," he mused, his voice a soothing balm. "Consider the caterpillar, who must surrender its form to become a butterfly. It is through transformation that we discover our truest selves." Isla pondered his words, the flickering fire casting gentle shadows that danced across the walls. "But how do I find the courage to embrace it?" she asked softly. Elder Rowan handed her a small, intricately carved wooden box. "Within this box is a seed," he explained. "Plant it in your garden, and let it be a symbol of your journey. Nurture it with care, and watch how it mirrors your own growth." Grateful for his guidance, Isla returned home with the seed, feeling a sense of purpose kindling within her. She chose a special spot in her garden, where the sun's warmth lingered longest, and gently pressed the seed into the earth. Days turned to weeks, and Isla tended to the seed with devotion, watering it with clear river water and surrounding it with the rich soil of the forest floor. As she cared for it, she found herself changing too, her heart opening to the possibilities that lay beyond her comfort zone. During this time, Isla often visited her dear friend Aiden, a gentle-hearted blacksmith whose laughter was as infectious as springtime. Aiden had faced his own fears of change when he took up his father's smithy, and he offered Isla his unwavering support. "You're stronger than you know, Isla," Aiden said one afternoon, the rhythmic clang of his hammer a steady backdrop. "Just as iron must be tempered by fire to become steel, so too must we face challenges to grow." As the village cycled through the seasons, Isla's seed began to sprout, its tender leaves unfurling toward the sky. With each new leaf, Isla felt her confidence bloom, and the knot of uncertainty within her began to loosen. One moonlit night, as Isla sat in her garden, the air heavy with the fragrance of night-blooming jasmine, she heard a soft rustle among the leaves. Sylvie, the water sprite, appeared once more, her wings casting a silvery glow. "Look at how you've grown, Isla," Sylvie remarked, her voice a gentle whisper. "Just like this plant, you've stretched beyond your limits, reaching for the light." Isla smiled, a quiet joy filling her heart. "I think I'm ready now," she said, her voice steady, ready to embrace whatever lies ahead. Sylvie nodded, her wings fluttering softly. "Remember, dear one, the journey is as important as the destination. Trust in yourself and in the friendships that support you." With those parting words, Sylvie vanished into the night, leaving behind a shimmering trail that lingered in the air like a promise. As dawn broke the next day, Isla awoke with a sense of peace and clarity. She knew she could face the unknown, for she had grown stronger and wiser through her journey. With her heart open to the possibilities of the world beyond the village, Isla embraced the winds of change, ready to spread her wings and soar. And so in the gentle embrace of the Mistywood Mountains, a young woman discovered the beauty of transformation, guided by wisdom, friendship, and the magic of her own heart. As she stepped into the world, she carried with her the lesson that change, though daunting, was the very essence of life's wondrous journey. In the heart of the ancient whispering forest, where towering oaks and graceful willows stretched their limbs towards the sky, a gentle balance had been maintained for centuries. The forest was a tapestry of greens and browns, dappled with sunlight that trickled through the canopy, painting patterns on the leafy floor. A soft, ever-present breeze carried the scent of pine and earth, and the melodic chirping of birds created a symphony that resonated through the woods. In this enchanted realm, every creature played its part in the grand orchestra of nature. The squirrels, with their bushy tails and nimble paws, darted among the branches, gathering acorns and seeds. Tiny beetles scurried beneath the fallen leaves, their iridescent shells glinting in the sunlight. And deep in the underbrush, a family of foxes made their home, their russet fur blending seamlessly with the forest floor. But perhaps the most enchanting inhabitants of the whispering forest were the Fey folk, the delicate, ethereal beings who danced on the breeze and sang with the birds. They could often be seen flitting between the flowers, their wings shimmering like droplets of dew catching the first light of dawn. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest donned its golden cloak, a young Fey named Lumi awoke with a sense of eager anticipation. Her translucent wings quivered with excitement as she stretched, the cool morning air brushing gently against her skin. Today, she would learn the ancient ways of the forest from Elder Bramble, the wisest of the Fey, whose knowledge spanned the ages like the rings of a great oak. Lumi fluttered through the forest, her feet barely touching the ground, as she made her way to the clearing where Elder Bramble awaited. The clearing was a serene haven, surrounded by tall ferns and crowned by a canopy of intertwining branches. At its center stood Elder Bramble, his hair as silver as moonlight, and his eyes as deep as the forest itself. "Good morning, Lumi," Elder Bramble greeted her, his voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. "Today we shall speak of the balance that sustains our world." Lumi settled on a soft patch of moss, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Please tell me," she implored, eager to absorb the wisdom of the ages. Elder Bramble smiled, his gaze drifting to the sky where clouds meandered lazily. "The forest is a living tapestry," he began, "and every creature, every plant, is a thread in its weave. We Fae are the guardians of its harmony, ensuring that balance is maintained." He paused, gesturing towards the trees, which whispered secrets to one another in the language of the wind. "Each season brings its own magic," he continued. "Spring, with its blossoms and new beginnings. Summer, with long days and abundant life. Autumn, with its harvest and preparation. And winter, with its quiet rest and reflection." Lumi nodded, feeling the truth of his words resonate within her. She had always sensed the magic in the changing of the seasons, the subtle shifts that guided the forest's rhythm. "But what happens if the balance is disrupted?" she asked, a hint of concern in her voice. "Ah," Elder Bramble replied, his tone turning solemn. "Nature has ways of restoring itself, but it is the duty of all who dwell here to aid in that restoration. Through wisdom and friendship, we can overcome any challenge." As if to illustrate his point, a gentle breeze stirred the leaves, carrying with it the scent of rain. The forest sighed in contentment, welcoming the promise of nourishment. "Come," Elder Bramble said, rising with the grace of a willow bending in the wind. "Let us walk, and I will show you how the forest speaks." Together they wandered through the woods, Elder Bramble teaching Lumi to listen to the stories carried by the wind, to understand the language of the rustling leaves and the babbling brook. He showed her how the animals communicated through subtle cues, and how the plants shared their wisdom through the changing colors of their leaves. As they walked, Lumi began to see the forest in a new light. She noticed the way the sunlight filtered through the canopy, creating a mosaic of light and shadow on the forest floor. She heard the soft, rhythmic pulse of the earth beneath her feet, a heartbeat that echoed her own. Days turned to weeks, and under Elder Bramble's guidance, Lumi grew more attuned to the forest's rhythm. She learned to dance with the wind, to sing with the birds, and to feel the pulse of nature within her very being. One day, as winter approached and the first snowflakes began to fall, Lumi sat with Elder Bramble by a crackling fire. The flames cast a warm glow, illuminating their faces and painting the surrounding trees with flickering light. "You have learned well, Lumi," Elder Bramble said, his voice filled with pride. "You are ready to share your knowledge, to be a guardian of the balance." Lumi smiled, feeling a deep sense of fulfillment. She knew that, like the forest, she would continue to grow, to learn, and to cherish the harmony that surrounded her. And so, as the snow blanketed the whispering forest in a soft, white embrace, Lumi danced among the snowflakes, her heart filled with the magic of the seasons and the wisdom of the ages. The forest, in turn, whispered its gratitude, knowing that its secrets were safe in her hands. The crackling fire began to dim, but the warmth lingered, a reminder of the enduring cycle of life and the gentle balance that sustained it. As Lumi drifted into a peaceful slumber, the forest settled into its winter's rest, dreaming of the spring to come. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Whimsy Hollow, where the lanes were cobbled with candy stones and the rooftops shimmered like rainbow scales, there lived a peculiar family of hedgehogs known as the Twiddlepuffs. The Twiddlepuffs were no ordinary hedgehogs. Each member of the family had a unique magical trait. Fizz, the youngest, could make flowers bloom with a sneeze, while his sister, Tilly, had a giggle so infectious that it could make even the grumpiest of frogs join in a chorus of laughter. Their home was a delightful burrow nestled beneath a towering lollipop tree, where the air always smelled of mint and honey. Inside, the walls were lined with shelves of shimmering trinkets, each one a memento of adventures past. The fireplace crackled softly, its flames dancing a merry jig, while the scent of freshly baked acorn pie wafted through the air, inviting and warm. One sunny morning, as the dew still clung to the grass like tiny jewels, a peculiar event unfolded in Whimsy Hollow. The village's magical fountain, known for its sparkling waters that granted the most joyful dreams, had suddenly stopped flowing. The fountain, crafted from glistening crystal and adorned with carvings of playful otters, stood silent, its usual melody of tinkling waters replaced by an ominous hush. The villagers gathered around, their faces a mix of concern and curiosity. Among them was the wise and whimsical Mayor Pippin, a rabbit with spectacles perched precariously on his twitching nose and a waistcoat filled with pockets of peculiar odds and ends. "We must solve this riddle," declared Mayor Pippin, peering at the fountain with a thoughtful frown. "For without our dream water, the nights will grow restless and the dreams mundane." Fizz and Tilly, always up for an adventure, volunteered to help. With a spark of determination in their eyes, they set off on a quest to uncover the mystery. Their first stop was the cozy cottage of Granny Wobble, an elderly turtle with a pant for storytelling and a fondness for treacle. "Ah, yes," Granny Wobble mused, adjusting her spectacles with a slow, deliberate motion. "The fountain's heart is a crystal teardrop, known to be enchanted. It is said to be the source of its magic." "But where has the crystal gone?" Tilly asked, her eyes wide with wonder. "To find the crystal," Granny Wobble continued, "you must follow the path of the moonbeams, for they will lead you to the enchanted grove where whispers of old magic dwell." With Granny Wobble's cryptic advice in mind, Fizz and Tilly set off towards the edge of Whimsy Hollow, where the trees intertwined like old friends whispering secrets. As night fell, the moon cast a silvery glow across their path, illuminating a trail of moonbeams that danced like ribbons in the night. The journey was filled with delightful surprises. Along the way, they encountered Whisk the squirrel, who was renowned for his incredible juggling skills. Whisk joined them on their quest, juggling acorns and pine cones with such flair that it lifted their spirits and added a touch of whimsy to their travels. Eventually, the trio arrived at the Enchanted Grove, a place where the air shimmered with possibilities, and the trees whispered in a language only the heart could understand. In the heart of the grove stood a magnificent tree, its bark etched with ancient runes that glowed softly. Just as they approached, a small, mischievous sprite named Glimmer appeared, her wings sparkling like diamond dust. I know what you seek, she chimed, her voice like the tinkling of tiny bells. The crystal teardrop was borrowed by the wind, who wished to compose a melody unlike any other. Can we get it back? Fizz inquired, his nose twitching with excitement. Of course, Glimmer giggled. All you need is a song of friendship, for the wind loves nothing more than the harmony of kindred souls. And so, beneath the canopy of the enchanted grove, Fizz, Tilly, and Whisk began to sing. Their melody was a lilting tune that spoke of laughter and dreams, of adventures shared and dreams fulfilled. The wind, who had been listening from afar, was so moved by their song that it returned the crystal teardrop, placing it gently in Fizz's tiny paws. With the crystal in hand, the trio made their way back to Whimsy Hollow, where a crowd of villagers greeted them with cheers and hugs. Mayor Pippin beamed with pride as he placed the crystal back in the fountain, and with a joyous gurgle, the waters began to flow once more, sparkling like 1,000 stars. That night, as the village drifted into slumber, the dreams that visited each villager were more vibrant and joyful than ever before. And as for Fizz and Tilly, they snuggled into their cozy burrow beneath the lollipop tree, the warmth of friendship and adventure weaving through their dreams like a gentle lullaby. And so, in the heart of Whimsy Hollow, where magic and laughter danced hand in hand, the Twiddlepuffs slept soundly, knowing that the world was just a little bit brighter because of their journey. And as the moon cast its silvery glow over the village, the fountain sang its familiar song, a melody of dreams and delight that carried through the night, whispering promises of more whimsical adventures to come. In a hidden glen of the ancient forest, where towering trees stood like sentinels and gentle streams whispered their timeless songs, the creatures of the woodland lived in a delicate balance. Among the tall oaks and whispering willows, a tapestry of life thrived, woven together by the seasons and the gentle hands of time. Here the air was crisp with the scent of pine and earth, and the sun filtered softly through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. In this magical place, where the line between reality and enchantment blurred like the morning mist, lived a wise old tortoise named Bertram. Bertram was known throughout the forest for his gentle nature and profound wisdom, passed down from generation to generation. His shell, a mosaic of greens and browns, was like a living map of the forest, etched with the stories of ages past. One golden morning, as the first rays of sunlight kissed the dew-laden leaves, Bertram awoke to a soft rustling nearby. Peeking out from beneath a cluster of ferns was a young squirrel named Pippa, her fur a vibrant russet that matched the autumn leaves. Pippa was curious and spirited, always eager to learn from the world around her. "Good morning, Bertram," Pippa chirped, her eyes bright with wonder. "I heard the wind singing a different tune last night. Do you know what it means?" Bertram smiled, his eyes twinkling with the reflections of the forest. "Ah, Pippa, the wind carries the wisdom of the seasons," he replied in his soothing, gravelly voice. "When it whispers, it tells of changes to come, of balance and harmony that must be maintained." Intrigued, Pippa settled beside Bertram, her fluffy tail curling around her paws. "Tell me more," she urged, eager to soak in the knowledge like sunlight. "The forest is a living tapestry," Bertram began, "and each creature, each leaf, and each breeze plays its part. The wind you heard is the herald of winter, reminding us of the time to prepare, to gather, and to reflect." As Bertram spoke, the forest around them seemed to come alive with the essence of his words. The leaves rustled softly, adding their own gentle chorus to his tale. Pippa listened intently, her heart beating in rhythm with the world around her. "Long ago," Bertram continued, "there was a time when the balance of the forest was threatened. The river ran dry, and the trees wilted under an unrelenting sun. It was through the wisdom of the elders and the unity of the creatures that harmony was restored." Pippa's eyes widened in awe. "How did they do it?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "They listened to the forest," Bertram replied, his voice like a warm embrace. "They learned to understand its needs and to care for it as it cared for them. The secret lies in the harmony of give and take, in nurturing the land that nurtures us." As the morning sun climbed higher, casting a gentle warmth over the glen, Pippa felt a deep sense of peace settling within her. She looked around, seeing the forest with new eyes, each tree and creature a vital part of the whole. Bertram watched her with a gentle smile, knowing that the seeds of wisdom had taken root. "Remember, little one," he said, "the forest is our home, and we are its guardians. With wisdom and kindness, we can preserve its magic for generations to come." With that, Pippa scampered up a nearby tree, her heart full of the promise of a new day. She would share Bertram's wisdom with her friends, ensuring the harmony of the forest would continue to thrive. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, the forest settled into a tranquil hush. The creatures nestled into their homes, wrapped in the comfort of Bertram's timeless tales. And so, in the quiet heart of the ancient forest, a gentle balance was maintained, woven together by the wisdom of the past and the promise of the future. The trees stood tall, the streams sang softly, and the wind carried with it the enduring harmony of a world at peace. Once upon a time, nestled in a grove where the forest whispered secrets to the wind, there stood a small, ivy-covered cottage with a roof that sloped as if in a perpetual nod of welcome. Inside lived a gentle soul named Clara, known far and wide for her skillful weaving. Her tapestries, vibrant with colors that seemed to shimmer like the surface of a river under the moonlight, were admired by all who saw them. Yet Clara herself felt like a loose thread in the fabric of her own life. Clara loved the predictability of her days, the rhythmic clatter of loom and shuttle providing a comforting cadence. But lately she sensed a quiet discontent weaving its way through her heart, like a shadow threading through sunlight. She yearned for something more, a change she couldn't quite articulate. One autumn afternoon, as the leaves blushed with gold and russet, Clara stepped outside, her fingers wrapped around a mug of warm cider. The air was crisp and full of the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Just beyond her garden, where the wildflowers nodded in agreement with the breeze, stood an ancient oak tree, its branches sprawling like a welcoming embrace. As she wandered closer, Clara noticed something peculiar. At the base of the oak, where its roots curled like fingers through the earth, lay a small, forgotten door. It was weathered and carved with intricate runes that danced in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity fluttered in her like a new leaf unfurling, and with a gentle push, the door swung open with the softest sigh. Inside, the air shimmered with possibilities, and Clara found herself in a space that was both familiar and wondrously new. This was the realm of the forest folk, beings of gentle magic who nurtured the land and all its creatures. Their haven was alive with colors more vivid than any Clara had ever woven, a tapestry of life itself, unfurling in every direction. The forest folk welcomed Clara with smiles that glowed like the first light of dawn. Leading the way was Alder, a wise elder with eyes that twinkled like stars caught in a canopy of leaves. "Welcome, dear Clara," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "We've been expecting you." Clara's heart fluttered with both excitement and trepidation. "Expecting me?" she asked, her voice a whisper among the leaves. "Indeed," Alder replied, gesturing for her to follow. "It's time for you to discover what's been growing inside you, like a seed waiting for spring." As Clara walked with Alder and the other forest folk, she noticed how the path beneath her feet seemed to transform with each step, a mosaic of stones and moss that mirrored her swirling thoughts. They guided her to a glen where the air hummed with a gentle magic, and the sky was a quilt of twilight hues. In the center of the glen stood a loom, unlike any Clara had ever seen. It was crafted from silver birch and moonlight, its threads spun from the dreams of the woodland creatures. "Here," Alder said, "you will weave a tapestry not with your hands, but with your heart." Clara hesitated, her fingers brushing the ethereal threads. She closed her eyes, inhaling deeply, the scent of pine and possibility filling her senses. As she began to weave, the threads responded to her emotions, each strand a reflection of her inner world. At first, the tapestry was a chaotic jumble of colors, a storm of uncertainty and fear of the unknown. But as Clara continued, she felt the presence of the forest folk surrounding her, their warmth and encouragement flowing into her very being. Slowly, she began to see patterns emerge, shapes that spoke of growth and transformation. With each pass of her hands, Clara wove her fears and doubts into something beautiful, a landscape of change filled with small, shimmering stars of hope. She realized that change, though daunting, was a natural part of life, much like the turning of seasons or the growth of a tree from a tiny acorn. The forest folk watched as Clara's tapestry grew, their gentle smiles reflecting her blossoming confidence. "You're doing wonderfully," Alder murmured, his voice carrying the same warmth as the sunlit glen. As the final thread slipped into place, Clara opened her eyes to behold her creation, a tapestry of her journey, vibrant and alive. It was a piece of art that mirrored her own transformation, capturing the beauty of embracing change and the strength found in vulnerability. With a newfound sense of peace, Clara thanked the forest folk for their guidance. "You've shown me that change is not something to fear, but something to welcome," she said, her voice filled with gratitude. As she stepped back through the door into her own world, Clara felt the autumn breeze brush her skin, carrying with it a whisper of the magic she had discovered within herself. The forest, once a backdrop to her life, now seemed a living tapestry of its own, vibrant and welcoming. Back in her cozy cottage, Clara returned to her loom with a heart full of inspiration. Her tapestries now carried the essence of her journey, each piece a reminder of the beauty that could be found in embracing the unknown. And so, as the days turned to weeks and the forest donned its winter cloak, Clara's heart remained open, her spirit woven into the very fabric of the world around her. She had found her place within the tapestry of life, where change was not an ending, but a beginning, a magical transformation that would continue to unfold with each new day. And so, under the gentle watch of the stars and the whispering leaves, Clara's story of personal growth and magical transformation became a lullaby sung by the forest itself, a testament to the power of embracing one's true self. In the far reaches of the galaxy, where stardust wove through the void like strands of glistening silk, lay the planet of Luminara. It was a world bathed in perpetual twilight, where the skies shimmered with hues of lavender and gold, and gentle breezes carried the sweet scent of blooming starflowers. The Luminarans, delicate beings with skin that glowed softly like the moon, lived in harmony with their serene surroundings, tending to the gardens of light that covered their planet. On one particularly tranquil evening, as the twin moons rose to cast their gentle glow over the land, a small spacecraft streaked through the heavens, its hull glinting like a shard of silver against the deepening sky. This ship, a modest transport vessel, was piloted by a solitary traveler from the distant world of Terran. Her name was Lyra, and she was an explorer by trade, one who roamed the stars in search of knowledge and understanding. Lyra's journey had brought her to Luminara, drawn by tales of its beauty and the wisdom of its people. Her heart, though courageous, harbored a loneliness that whispered to her in the solitude of space. As she descended through the atmosphere, her ship's systems suddenly faltered, a cascade of sparks and alarms filling the cabin. With a steady hand and a calm mind, Lyra managed to guide her vessel to a gentle landing in a meadow aglow with the soft luminescence of starflowers. Emerging from her ship, Lyra was greeted not by fearsome warriors or suspicious eyes, but by a single Luminaran who approached with a serene smile. This Luminaran, named Solus, moved with the grace of a breeze and the kindness of a gentle rain. His eyes, deep pools of starlight, held curiosity and a warmth that transcended words. "Welcome, traveler," Solus said, his voice like a soothing melody. "You have come at a time of rest and reflection. How may we assist you?" Lyra, though relieved by the warm welcome, found herself struggling to understand the Luminaran's gentle ways. She had prepared for hostility, for the mistrust of an outsider, and the kindness offered so freely was both comforting and perplexing. "My ship," she began, her voice tinged with the hesitance of uncertainty, "it needs repairs. I did not mean to intrude." Solus merely nodded, his understanding as deep as the night sky. "Here on Luminara, we believe in offering aid to those in need. Your presence is no intrusion, but a chance to share in the exchange of stories and wisdom." As days turned into weeks, Lyra found herself enveloped in the rhythms of Luminaran life. Guided by Solus, she learned the ways of the starflower gardens, their petals soft and fragrant, their glow a gentle caress against the skin. The Luminarans, in turn, listened with rapt attention to Lyra's tales of distant worlds and the marvels she had witnessed among the stars. Yet, not all was smooth in this newfound companionship. Misunderstandings arose, as they often do between those of different worlds. Lyra, eager to help, had attempted to rearrange a section of the garden, believing she was improving it. The Luminarans, who cultivated their gardens with deep reverence and tradition, were taken aback by the changes, though they remained kind in their expressions. Solus, sensing the discomfort that lingered like a shadow, approached Lyra with gentle understanding. "We cherish your enthusiasm, Lyra," he said, his voice a balm to her troubled heart. "But our ways are woven with the fabric of our being. Perhaps, together, we can learn from one another." Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Lyra nodded, her voice a whisper of contrition. "I meant no disrespect. I wished only to contribute, to belong." In this moment of vulnerability, a bond began to form, a bridge of understanding between two souls who had once been strangers. Solus, with patience and wisdom, showed Lyra the intricate dance of their traditions, explaining the balance of light and dark, of growth and rest. As they worked side by side, a challenge arose that would test their burgeoning friendship. A rare celestial event, the eclipse of shadows, was approaching, a time when the twin moons would align and cast the land into temporary darkness. During this period, the gardens required careful tending, as the absence of light could harm the delicate starflowers. Together, Lyra and Solus faced the eclipse, their efforts a seamless blend of Terran ingenuity and Luminaran tradition. Lyra's knowledge of technology complemented Solus's deep understanding of the gardens, and their collaboration ensured the starflowers continued to thrive even in the absence of light. In the quiet hours of the eclipse, as they rested beneath the canopy of stars, Lyra spoke, her voice a gentle murmur in the darkness. "I have traveled far, seeking knowledge and adventure, yet it is here, in your gardens, that I have found something truly precious, a friend." Solus, his glow a gentle beacon in the night, nodded in agreement. "Our paths are like rivers, Lyra, flowing from different sources but meeting in the same ocean. Through understanding and friendship, we have enriched our journeys." The eclipse passed, and with it came the dawn, a warm embrace of light that painted the world in hues of gold and lavender once more. Lyra's ship, now repaired with the help of her new friends, stood ready for departure. Yet, as she prepared to leave, her heart was filled not with the ache of parting, but with the warmth of connection. Solus and the Luminarans gathered to bid her farewell, their luminescent presence a reminder of the gentle strength found in unity. "Wherever your travels take you, Lyra," Solus said, his voice carrying the promise of their friendship across the distance, "know that you are always welcome here, a part of our story." With a heart lighter than it had been in many years, Lyra embarked on her journey once more, the stars her companions, and the lessons of Luminara her guiding light. As her ship ascended into the embrace of the cosmos, she carried with her the understanding that true friendship, like the gardens of starflowers, blossomed through patience, kindness, and the shared light of two souls, meeting amidst the vastness of the universe. In a quaint and quiet village nestled between rolling emerald hills and shimmering streams, there lived a gentle soul named Leora. Her days were filled with the simple joys of tending to her garden, where sunflowers nodded lazily in the breeze, and the scent of lavender hung sweetly in the air. Leora had often felt a whispering call from the past, a gentle nudge that tugged at the edges of her consciousness. Her grandmother, a wise woman who seemed to know the secrets of the earth and sky, had once shared stories of their ancestors, guardians of an ancient legacy that had long been forgotten. These tales, softly spoken beside the warmth of the kitchen hearth, painted pictures of wondrous artifacts imbued with magic and meaning. One golden morning, as the first rays of dawn kissed the dewdrops on her garden leaves, Leora discovered a curious object half buried in the soil. It was a small, intricately carved box of warm mahogany, its surface etched with symbols that seemed to dance in the light. Her heart skipped with a sense of familiarity, as if the box had been waiting for her all along. With gentle care, she brushed away the earth and opened the box. Inside lay a delicate necklace, its pendant a translucent stone that shimmered like captured starlight. As her fingers traced the cool surface, a warm glow enveloped her, and she felt a connection to something far greater than herself. It was as if the voices of her ancestors whispered through the ages, guiding her toward an understanding that had eluded her until now. Eager to uncover the story behind this enchanting find, Leora sought the wisdom of the village elder, a kind-hearted sage named Tavian, known for his deep knowledge of the old ways. His cottage was a haven of serenity, filled with the comforting aroma of herbs and the soft, flickering light of candles. Tavian listened intently as Leora recounted her discovery, nodding with a knowing smile. "Ah, my dear," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You have found the Heartstone, a symbol of unity and strength passed down through generations. It holds the essence of our heritage and the wisdom of those who came before us." The elders shared tales of their ancestors, a community bound by friendship and harmony, who revered the natural world and lived in balance with its rhythms. The Heartstone, he explained, was a reminder of their values, kindness, courage, and the enduring power of love. As Leora listened, she felt a deep sense of belonging, as if the threads of her life were weaving into a tapestry that spanned across time. The lessons of her ancestors resonated within her, teaching her that true strength lies in the bonds we forge and the love we share. With newfound clarity, Leora returned to her garden, the Heartstone resting warmly against her chest. She began to see her world through different eyes, the vibrant colors of the flowers, the gentle rustle of the leaves, the symphony of birdsong that filled the air. Each moment was a gift, a reflection of the legacy she now carried forward. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of rose and gold, Leora sat beneath the old willow tree, its branches swaying softly in the evening breeze. She felt at peace, embraced by the gentle glow of the Heartstone, a beacon of the love and wisdom that flowed through her veins. In that tranquil moment, she understood that the journey of discovery was not just about uncovering the past, but about embracing the present with gratitude and grace. The legacy of her ancestors was alive within her, a guiding light that would illuminate her path and inspire others to seek the beauty in their own stories. And so, with the stars twinkling like distant ancestors watching over her, Leora closed her eyes, her heart full and content. She had found her place in the world, a place of connection, understanding, and endless possibilities. As she drifted into a peaceful slumber, she knew that the legacy of the Heartstone would continue to glow brightly, a timeless testament to the enduring power of love and unity. In a quaint village nestled among rolling hills and emerald forests, there lived a young apprentice named Lila. The villagers knew her by her gentle smile and the tiny bluebird that often perched on her shoulder. Lila was learning the art of herbal magic from Elder Willow, a wise and kind-hearted mentor who knew the secrets of the forest and the whispers of the wind. One crisp autumn evening, as golden leaves danced in the twilight breeze, strange occurrences began to unsettle the peaceful village. The air was filled with an unusual melody that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere all at once. It was a hauntingly beautiful tune, like the soft strum of a harp mingling with the gentle rustling of leaves. Though it brought no harm, the melody lingered in the villagers' hearts, leaving them with a curious sense of wonder. Lila, intrigued by the mystical music, decided to unravel its mystery. With Elder Willow's blessing, she set out on her quest, guided by her faithful bluebird companion, who chirped encouragingly. The pair wandered into the heart of the forest, where the melody grew stronger, weaving through the trees like a silken thread. As they ventured deeper, they came upon a clearing bathed in silver moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak, its branches reaching out like welcoming arms. Lila noticed something peculiar about this tree. Its bark shimmered softly, and tiny glowing creatures flitted between its leaves, casting a gentle glow upon the forest floor. "Ah, the luminous sprites," Lila whispered to her bluebird, recognizing the magical creatures from Elder Willow's tales. The sprites were known to be shy but helpful, often leading travelers to hidden wonders and treasures. Lila approached the oak reverently, her heart filled with a sense of awe and gratitude. "Dear luminous sprites," she called softly, "I seek the source of the enchanting melody that fills our village. Can you guide me?" The luminous sprites twinkled with delight, their light pulsing in a rhythm that seemed to echo the mysterious melody. They danced around Lila, creating a path of light that led deeper into the forest. Following the trail, Lila found herself at the entrance of a hidden glade. There, she discovered a beautiful ethereal harp woven from vines and moonbeams. It stood alone, its strings gently vibrating, crafting the melody that had captivated the village. Curious, Lila examined the harp closely. She noticed a small inscription on its base, written in the flowing script of the forest folk. Harmony of Hearts, it read. Lila realized that the harp was not just a magical artifact, but a conduit for the emotions and wishes of those who listened to its song. Sitting beside the harp, Lila pondered the meaning of its melody. She closed her eyes, allowing the music to wash over her, bringing clarity and understanding. The harp's song was a call for unity and compassion, a reminder of the bonds that held the village together. With newfound insight, Lila decided to share this message with the villagers. She returned to the village, her heart light and her mind clear. The bluebirds sang joyfully, echoing the harmony she felt within. Gathering the villagers in the town square, Lila recounted her journey and the harp's message. She explained how the melody was a reflection of their own hearts, a reminder to cherish their connections and support one another through kindness and understanding. The villagers listened intently, their hearts touched by Lila's words. As the moon rose high above, casting its gentle glow, they joined hands, creating a circle of unity and warmth. Together, they sang a simple song of friendship, their voices blending harmoniously under the starlit sky. From that night onward, the village thrived with renewed spirit and camaraderie. The strange melody no longer seemed mysterious, but rather a cherished part of their lives, a gentle reminder of the power of unity and love. As for Lila, she continued her apprenticeship with Elder Willow, her heart full of gratitude for the wisdom she had gained. The luminous sprites often visited her, their playful lights dancing in her garden, a testament to the magical bond she had formed with the forest. And so, in the cozy village beneath the starry sky, the gentle mystery was resolved, leaving the villagers with a story of warmth and wonder to share by the fireside, as the melody of the harp played softly in their hearts. Once upon a time, in a village nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a curious young girl named Lila. Her eyes were the color of the morning sky, and her heart was as vast as the ocean. Lila spent her days exploring the meadows and woods around her home, but her dreams were filled with places she had yet to discover. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in the gentle breeze, Lila stumbled upon an ancient map tucked inside an old book in her grandmother's attic. The map was unlike any she had seen, with swirling lines and shimmering ink that seemed to change color in the light. At its center was a place called the Enchanted Hollow, a realm rumored to be filled with wonder and magic. With a spark of excitement in her heart, Lila decided she would find this mysterious place. She packed a small satchel with her favorite blanket, a loaf of bread, and a flask of warm tea. As she stepped outside, the morning sun painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, and she could feel the promise of adventure in the crisp air. Lila followed the map's winding path through towering trees and across babbling brooks. The forest was alive with the rustling of leaves and the songs of birds, creating a symphony that carried her forward. As she ventured deeper, she encountered a peculiar creature, a fox with fur as white as snow and eyes that gleamed like emeralds. The fox greeted her with a nod and, sensing her quest, offered to guide her through the forest. Together, they traversed paths cloaked in mist and fields carpeted with wildflowers, their colors vivid against the earth. The fox led Lila to a clearing where the air was sweet with the scent of honey, and a gentle stream sparkled under the sun's golden rays. Here, the fox pointed to a small, hidden trail that seemed to disappear into the earth itself. With a grateful heart, Lila thanked her new friend and ventured down the trail. The path led into a tunnel of vines and twinkling lights, and as she walked, the air shimmered with a gentle hum, like the whisper of a lullaby. The tunnel opened into the Enchanted Hollow, a place that seemed to exist just between a dream and reality. The hollow was a world of wonders. Trees with trunks of silver leaves stretched up to the sky, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. Flowers with petals of iridescent colors glowed softly, and the ground was covered in moss that felt like the plushest carpet beneath Lila's feet. Streams of crystal-clear water wound through the landscape, their gentle babble a soothing melody. As she explored, Lila met creatures she had only ever dreamed of. There were butterflies with wings like stained glass windows, glowing softly in the dim light. She watched as a family of gentle deer with antlers adorned in soft ferns grazed nearby, their presence serene and calming. But the most wondrous creature she encountered was a small, luminescent being called a starling. It hovered in the air, its wings twinkling like the night sky, and spoke in a voice as soft as a summer breeze. The starling told Lila of the heart of the hollow, a place where wishes were whispered and dreams were born. With the starling as her guide, Lila traveled to the heart of the enchanted hollow. There she found a pool of water so clear and still that it reflected the world above like a perfect mirror. The starling encouraged her to look into the pool and whisper her heart's deepest wish. Lila closed her eyes, and with a heart full of gratitude and wonder, whispered her wish for courage and the strength to explore the unknown. As her words floated into the air, the pool shimmered, and a warmth spread through her, filling her with a sense of peace and confidence. With her journey nearly complete, Lila realized it was time to return home. She bid farewell to her new friends, each one leaving her with a token of their world, a silver leaf, a tiny fern, and a single glowing petal. As she retraced her steps through the forest, the fox rejoined her, leading her back to the edge of her village. Under the light of the setting sun, Lila returned home, her heart brimming with stories and newfound courage. She tucked the tokens from the hollow into her satchel, reminders of her journey and the friends she had made. As she drifted off to sleep that night, the wind carried the scent of the forest through her window, and the stars outside twinkled with a familiar glow. Lila knew that whenever she needed courage, she only had to close her eyes and remember her journey to the enchanted hollow, where magic and dreams lived in harmony. And so, with a heart full of wonder and the whisper of the hollow in her dreams, Lila slept peacefully, ready for whatever adventures awaited her in the days to come. Once, in a small village cradled between emerald hills and a golden sea of daisies, there lived a curious young girl named Lila. Her eyes, sparkling like the morning dew on a spider's web, often wandered far beyond the horizon, where she imagined lands of untold wonders. Her favorite place was the edge of the whispering woods, where trees stood so tall and thick that their tops seemed to tickle the heavens. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the scent of ripe apples and the sky was painted in hues of orange and pink, Lila felt a gentle tug at her heart. It was as if the woods themselves were calling out to her, whispering secrets through the rustling leaves. With a deep breath of courage and a heart full of wonder, she decided to venture into the unknown. As she stepped past the familiar boundary of the village, the forest enveloped her in a cool embrace. The path was lined with moss that felt like the softest velvet beneath her feet. Sunlight streamed through the branches in playful patterns, and Lila felt as though she was walking through a living cathedral of nature. The air was alive with the symphony of chirping birds and the gentle babble of a hidden brook nearby. A little way into her journey, Lila stumbled upon a clearing where the ground was carpeted with mushrooms of all shapes and colors. Sitting atop one of the largest mushrooms was a peculiar creature with fur the color of twilight and eyes that sparkled with the light of 1,000 stars. It was a wisp fox, a creature as rare as it was wise, known for guiding lost travelers. "Welcome, dear Lila," the wisp fox greeted, its voice as soft as a lullaby. "I see you have a heart full of questions. Would you like some answers?" Lila, though surprised that the creature knew her name, nodded eagerly. "Yes, please. I wish to learn about the wonders of these woods." The wisp fox flicked its bushy tail and smiled. "Then follow me, for this forest holds more magic than you can imagine." As they ventured deeper, the forest unfolded like a storybook. They passed trees with bark that shimmered like silver and leaves that sang gentle tunes when the wind caressed them. They walked alongside streams that flowed with water as clear as crystal, reflecting the sky's ever-changing moods. At one point, they came across a glen where luminous butterflies danced in the air, their wings casting rainbows with every flutter. Lila reached out, and one alighted on her finger, its tiny heart beating in rhythm with her own. It was in that moment she realized the importance of gentle curiosity and respect for the wonders of the world around her. Suddenly, the path divided into three. Lila hesitated, unsure which way to go. The wisp fox looked at her kindly. "Sometimes, the right path is the one that calls to your heart, not your mind." Remembering the gentle tug she felt that morning, Lila chose the path to the right, which was lined with glowing fungi that lit up under her steps like warm, welcoming lights. The path led them to a serene pond, its surface like a mirror reflecting the sky. By the water's edge sat an elderly turtle, wise with the weight of centuries. The turtle looked up and spoke slowly. "Every journey brings new lessons, young one. It's the courage to take the first step that shapes who we become." Lila pondered the turtle's words, feeling a warmth spread through her. She realized that it was her curiosity and bravery that had brought her here, and that sometimes simply daring to explore could be the most rewarding adventure of all. As the sun began to dip behind the trees, painting the sky with strokes of lavender and gold, Leela knew it was time to return home. The wisp fox led her back to the edge of the forest, where the village lay in the gentle embrace of twilight. "Thank you for guiding me," Lila said, her heart full of gratitude and newfound wisdom. The wisp fox nodded, its eyes twinkling. "Remember, Lila, the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered. Keep your heart open and your spirit curious." With one last look at the enchanting forest, Lila stepped back into the familiar world of her village. The evening air was cool and comforting, and the first stars began to appear in the sky. She felt a peaceful contentment, knowing that the magic of the whispering woods would always be with her, in her heart and in her dreams. And so, with a smile and a heart full of dreams, Lila returned home, ready to share tales of her wondrous journey, to inspire others to listen to the whispers of the world and explore the magic waiting just beyond the horizon. In a land where twilight painted the sky with hues of lavender and gold, there lay a quaint village nestled within the gentle embrace of the whispering woods. The village, known as Glimmerbrook, was a place where magic wove through the air like a soft melody, and the trees whispered their ancient secrets to those who listened with open hearts. In the heart of Glimmerbrook stood a cozy little cottage, its roof thatched with straw and its windows glowing with the warm light of a crackling fire. This was the home of a kind-hearted young girl named Lila. With her bright eyes and a gentle smile, Leela was beloved by all the villagers, known for her curiosity and her knack for solving little mysteries that occasionally sprouted in their enchanted world. One crisp autumn evening, as leaves danced to the ground in swirling patterns, a peculiar event began to unfold. The village's beloved fountain, a grand stone structure adorned with carved woodland creatures, had mysteriously stopped flowing. The fountain, known as the Whispering Spring, was said to hold the whispers of the forest, and its waters were cherished for their soothing, melodic qualities. The villagers gathered around the fountain, murmuring in concern. What could have caused this, they wondered, their voices a gentle hum in the cool evening air. Leela, with her ever-present curiosity, approached the fountain and knelt beside it. She placed a hand on the cool stone, feeling for any vibrations or hidden messages. As she listened closely, she heard a faint, almost imperceptible sigh, a sound so soft it could have been the breath of the forest itself. "I believe the forest is trying to tell us something," Lila said softly, her voice carrying a note of determination. "We must find out what it is." With a nod from Eldon, the wise old owl who perched nearby, Lila set off into the whispering woods. Eldon had been her mentor, guiding her with stories of the forest's ancient magic and the creatures that dwelled within it. His feathers were a tapestry of earthy browns and grays, and his eyes held the wisdom of countless moons. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the path was illuminated by the soft glow of bioluminescent mushrooms, casting a serene blue light across the forest floor. The air was rich with the scent of pine and damp earth, a comforting aroma that wrapped around them like a gentle embrace. Before long, they reached the heart of the forest, where a circle of ancient trees stood sentinel. In the center of this grove, a shimmering pool mirrored the starlit sky. This was the Enchanted Glade, a place where the magic of the forest was most potent. Lila knelt by the pool, her reflection mingling with the stars above. "Why has the spring stopped flowing?" she whispered to the water, her voice a gentle ripple in the night. From the depths of the pool, a voice as soft as a breeze emerged, belonging to Nara, the spirit of the forest. "Dear child," she said, her tone as soothing as a lullaby, "the roots of the Whispering Spring have become entangled with the magic of an old spell, forgotten and buried under layers of time." Lila pondered this revelation, her mind a flurry of thoughts. "How can we unravel the spell?" she asked, her voice steady with resolve. Eldon, who had been listening intently, hooted softly. "There is a creature in this forest, a keeper of ancient knowledge. Seek the guidance of Maple, the wise old tortoise who dwells near the silver stream." Thanking the spirit of the forest, Lila and Eldon set off toward the silver stream. The journey was pleasant, with the stream's gentle babbling guiding them like a soft melody. Moonlight filtered through the canopy, dappling the forest floor in patches of silvery light. Upon reaching the stream, they found Maple, the tortoise, slowly making her way across the stones that bridged the water. Her shell was covered in intricate patterns, each swirl and line telling stories of the ages she had seen. "Greetings, young one," Maple said in a voice that rumbled like distant thunder, yet held a warmth that could rival the sun. "What brings you to my stream at this hour?" Lila explained the mystery of the whispering spring and the entangled spell. Maple listened with a thoughtful expression, her wise eyes glinting like polished stones. "Ah, spells of old are like woven tapestries," she mused. "To unravel them, one must find the thread that binds it all together. In this case, the thread is a melody, a song forgotten by time. You must seek the song of the winds, carried by the nightingale who sings at the first light of dawn." With renewed purpose, Lila and Eldon thanked Maple and set out to find the nightingale. As dawn approached, the sky began to blush with shades of pink and gold, heralding the arrival of a new day. The forest awoke with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft chorus of waking creatures. In a sun-dappled clearing, they found the nightingale perched upon a branch, its feathers a symphony of russet and cream. As the first rays of sunlight kissed the treetops, the nightingale began to sing, a melody so pure and enchanting that it seemed to weave itself into the very fabric of the morning. Lila listened intently, her heart resonating with the song's beauty. She closed her eyes, letting the music guide her thoughts. As the song reached its crescendo, she understood the melody's purpose, to harmonize with the magic of the forest and release the tangled spell. With Eldon by her side, Lila returned to the whispering spring. There she hummed the song of the winds, her voice melding with the gentle murmur of the forest. Slowly the spell unraveled, its threads dissolving into the air like morning mist. The water began to flow once more, a cascade of crystal-clear notes that danced and sang as they fell into the fountain's basin. The villagers who had gathered in hopeful anticipation cheered softly, their hearts filled with gratitude. As the sun rose higher, casting a warm glow over Glimmerbrook, Lila stood by the fountain, her heart light and joyful. Eldon perched on her shoulder, a twinkle of pride in his wise eyes. "You've done well, Lila," he said softly, his voice a gentle rustle in the morning breeze. And as the village returned to its peaceful rhythm, the whispering woods seemed to hum with contentment, cradling its secrets and stories in the gentle arms of time. Lila knew that the forest would always be there, a place of magic and mystery, where the smallest whisper could hold the key to the greatest of wonders. With a heart full of warmth and wonder, Lila returned to her cottage, where the fire crackled invitingly and the scent of freshly baked bread filled the air. As she settled into her cozy chair, a soft blanket draped over her shoulders, she knew that the mysteries of Glimmerbrook would always welcome her, like an old friend. And so, in the gentle glow of the hearth, with the soothing sounds of the forest as her lullaby, Lila drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the magic of the whispering woods. In the serene village of Willow Grove, nestled amidst rolling green hills and surrounded by whispering woods, lived a gentle soul named Lyra. Lyra was known for her caring heart and love for nature, yet she often felt a whisper of unease deep within her, a longing for something she couldn't quite name. This feeling was like a tiny pebble in her shoe, persistent and urging her to change, though she feared the unknown. Lyra lived in a quaint, ivy-covered cottage at the edge of the forest. Her days were filled with the simple joys of tending her vibrant garden and listening to the melodies of the wind as it danced through the leaves. The villagers adored her for her kindness and often sought her wisdom, but Lyra secretly wondered if she was missing out on a greater adventure. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden sunlight poured through the canopy of trees, Lyra decided to wander deeper into the forest than ever before. She followed the path as it wound like a playful ribbon through the woods, the air rich with the scent of pine and earth. It was there she met a creature unlike any she had ever seen, a small, shimmering dragon named Finn. Finn was a curious and cheerful dragon, his scales glistening with a spectrum of colors that shifted and changed like the sky at sunset. He had been watching Lyra for a while, drawn to her gentle spirit and sensing her inner turmoil. With a voice as soft as a summer breeze, he greeted her. "Greetings, dear Lyra. I am Finn, a guardian of these woods. I sense you are seeking something, perhaps even without knowing what it is." At first, Lyra was startled by the dragon's presence, but his warm eyes and gentle demeanor quickly set her at ease. "I don't know," she admitted, her voice barely louder than a whisper. "I feel as though there's something more I should be doing, something I should become, but I don't know what it is." Finn nodded knowingly. Change can be daunting, but it is through change that we grow. Perhaps a journey of discovery is what you need. And with those words, Finn promised to accompany Lyra on a magical journey, one where she would learn not only about the world, but also about herself. Their journey began that very day. Finn led Lyra through hidden paths and enchanted glens, where the sunlight filtered through the leaves like golden rain. They visited the ancient oak with a trunk wide enough to hold secrets 1,000 years old, where Finn introduced her to the wise owls who nested there. The owls shared stories of the forest's history, tales of resilience and change, teaching Lyra the importance of embracing the unknown. As days turned into weeks, Lyra found herself growing more comfortable with the idea of change. Each new experience was like a brushstroke on the canvas of her life, adding depth and color. She learned from the playful brook that danced over stones, whispering secrets of adaptation and flow. She marveled at the caterpillars transforming into butterflies, their delicate wings a testament to the beauty of transformation. Throughout their travels, Lyra was never alone. Finn was a constant companion, always there to offer encouragement and wisdom. He taught her to see the magic in everyday moments, from the way the stars twinkled like diamonds in the night sky to the way the morning dew coated the world in a shimmering veil. One day, as they rested by a serene lake under the silver glow of the moon, Lyra turned to Finn, her voice brimming with newfound understanding. "I've learned so much, yet I feel there's still more within me waiting to grow." Finn smiled, his scales reflecting the moonlight like 1,000 tiny mirrors. "You've discovered that growth is a journey, not a destination. You've learned to trust in the process, to embrace the changes that come your way." With Finn's guidance, Lyra realized that the unease she once felt was not a burden but a gift, a call to explore, to learn, to grow. She understood that change was not something to fear, but something to welcome, for it brought with it the promise of new beginnings and endless possibilities. As their journey came to a close, Lyra returned to Willow Grove, her heart full of peace and her spirit alight with the knowledge she had gained. The village welcomed her back with open arms, and she shared her experiences with them, inspiring others to embark on their own journeys of self-discovery. Lyra's garden flourished more than ever, a testament to her inner growth. Each bloom told a story of courage and transformation, a reminder of the beauty that lies in embracing change. And though Finn returned to his home in the forest, his presence lingered in Lyra's heart, a gentle reminder of the magic of friendship and the power of personal growth. Under the starlit sky, Lyra sat by her garden, feeling the warm embrace of the universe. She had found what she was seeking, not something outside of herself, but the courage to grow, to change, and to become the best version of who she was meant to be. And so, with a heart full of gratitude and a soul full of peace, she drifted into a restful sleep, her dreams guided by the gentle whispers of the forest and the shimmering presence of her dear friend, Finn.